I think we are ready to get started. We're going to start with Jay and the project update workshop. So hand it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. We'll see if this works. Well, good evening. As we committed to you all a few months ago when we met with you at another 5:30, one of our ways of helping spread out some of the work that's on your table this evening and in the coming months was to have workshops. So we've put the caps for public hearings at 10:30. We've limited the number of zoning cases coming into, I think, was it 4 per month? I think that was the number we came up with. And this is our first workshop to kind of go over some of the major projects that we have in queue. And just a few of the notes I wanted to go over with you before we get started the presentation. We're going to talk about 4 major projects. Collectively, these projects represent over $1 billion worth of investment in the town, probably well over $1 billion once built out, inflation and everything else. About 1,800 housing units, close to 500,000 square feet of industrial space, and about 500,000 square feet of retail and office space. So these are, just call it 1 million square feet of non-residential space and 1,800 housing units. So these are really big numbers, very large projects. And these are only a part of what's on the docket. These are the big ticket projects. And again, these are very large projects. They're very complex, and there are a variety of reasons and outstanding issues why some of these projects have been in queue for as long as December for one of them in particular. So unless you all have any questions, I'll go ahead and just kind of jump right in. And I do want to hear feedback. This is really meant to be a balance of just getting some information in front of you for projects that have not yet reached public hearing, but we also want to hear thoughts, questions, concerns. Absolutely, Charlie would tell you, you're not stating a public opinion before the hearing, but it's okay to have questions right now, but you don't have to say I could never vote for that at the same time. So with that, I'll start moving along. So the first project, and I apologize, the presentation's not very exciting, but I just wanted to kind of get the main information to you. We didn't put a lot into the presentation layout. This is Matthews Gateway. It's of course the large project that Lat Purser is spearheading at 485 and John Street. Their residential partners, of course, are True Homes and Pappas Properties. Those 2 residential developments represent about 120 townhomes and 285 apartment units that are planned. This site goes back to 2008, so we're 14 years in. This is an update to that plan. The property boundaries are a little bit different. Wingate University still owns a portion of the back that has zoning for about 100,000 feet of office space. And then the boundaries are different along future Greylock Ridge, where True Homes has been added. So it's kind of hard to compare apples to apples with the 2008 plan because the boundaries have shifted somewhat. It is more heavy on residential. That plan was only 220 apartment units, and that plan still is in effect as of today. Most of the development is speculative in that the residential is a given, and we know that they have a gas station partner they're working with on John Street. Staff sent a very long list of comments back to the applicant back in March. I didn't realize I was about to tell you April or May, but it was late March. We sent initial comments back. And in fact, I did something kind of unusual when I sent comments back, but I'll pass these around, and Lori can have that one done. But we sent some examples of precedent mixed-use projects, both in the Charlotte region, other parts of North Carolina, maybe the Southeast, to give some examples of contemporary mixed-use development going on in other communities around the area. And we just thought that was a good way, because at the end of the day, it's not the planning department's job to design projects for developers. We can tell you from our professional opinion what we think should go there, what are some deficiencies, but at the end of the day, we felt that this was an easy way to just pass along some, hey, you might want to look at some of these developments. We think they're successful. We think they were executed very well, and maybe you can garner some ideas from those. These comments, I think there was a comment in our small group meetings, can we share staff comments? I mean, we're happy to do that. It's a lot of technical. I think Renee, maybe you'd asked that at one point. lot of technical stuff in there, but we're more than happy to share those comments if anyone wants to dig through pages and pages of technical feedback to the developer. The At the end of the day, the next to last bullet point there, message from staff was that the project needs a better mixed use focus and a better approach to the overall design. That's really, from our perspective, integrating the uses. Right now it's set up as pods. So you have office in a pod, you have residential, you have an office retail piece, but our message was that the developer needed to spend a little bit more time on placemaking. We have seen, I don't know, Rob, this is maybe like the third iteration since then. So they've been working with land design to refine the plan. As it stands today, this back corner is the Wingate site that will remain unchanged. All of the buildings labeled H would be office. Buildings C and D here are apartments. This is a hotel. I'm sorry, this is John Street right here. The buildings labeled F, I think those are retail or office. So they have done a little bit of a better job of integrating some uses in the site. This little guy here is the gas station with the building facing John Street and the pumps internal with the green space. And then they have reoriented the I guess retail town center component a little bit to face both John Street. And you can see it looks like they've drawn in some trail network with a plaza space between two of the buildings, sort of turning that focus to that for that area to the creek, which was a comment we had made. The True Homes plan, this is Greylock Ridge or future Greylock Ridge rather. You'll note that as opposed to the plan they presented last year, there's now a commercial building. It's not all townhomes up and down Greylock Ridge. And then there's a prominent public square feature at the center of the site to provide some green space for the residents of that development. So in a nutshell, that's the Gateway project. We've got another deferral on that this evening. I know some folks had some questions about that. And we know that Lat Purser and his multiple development partners continue to work on this project and refine it. I think many of our initial comments probably hold true today. I think they've made some very minor progress, but if you look at the development examples that are passed around, we still don't feel like this is a project that is really up to the standards we would expect for a very large scale mixed use site. It has some aspects of it that are okay, but if you look at, I know the mayor has brought up Ballantyne Reimagined and that big project going on that's very heavy on green space. I had that as an example. Looks like Ray Farms that are local. The project on the first page is, I think it's called Chatham Park or Mosaic Village, which is up outside Pittsburgh and on the eastern half of the state. So there's some really, really great examples that are being built today, and we feel like this is a good market, and that quite frankly, we feel like our town deserves the best. I don't know how else to finish my comments on this project. So we will keep working with Lat Purser. We'll keep pushing them on this site, but we still feel like it's a long way from where we'd like to see it at this juncture. And I know Susan's on the line if you have any questions about the ongoing work on John Street and Greylock Ridge. But we've got the pending road project along Greylock Ridge that's still several years away. Did you have
Yeah, just one comment I had is it seems like there is a lot of parking, like just a lot of asphalt in this project, which doesn't seem very ideal for the kind of the 21st century that we're going into. So, I mean, is that just, are they meeting the minimums, or do they have more than necessary with what's presented there?
They're meeting the minimums that I mean, I don't know if we've run the numbers on every use on the site, but I will tell you that on your agenda this evening under consent is a project you may remember from late last year, which was the NRP group. They had a all surface park apartment development on Sports Parkway. That's now morphed and come back to us as a structured parking, mostly structured parking. About 75% or so of the parking, I think, is contained in a 4-story parking garage. That site's got a lot more green space than it had the last time it came through. So that's an example of a higher density project that's not all surface parked.
Jay, can you also touch on the status of construction of the greenway as part of this project? I see what looks like a greenway on there, but I know that has been some debate over that.
So we've had two major meetings. Well, one that was more one-on-one with Lat, and then another we had I guess about a month ago with his larger development team and designers. And one of the questions that came up was construction of the greenway. It is infrastructure. It may not be a road improvement or a turn lane, but it is mobility. It's infrastructure. And we did bring up the concept of the greenway being continued through the site as a part of the development. There was no support for that on the development team's side. So it's something we brought up. That's not our job as staff to say, well, this is a yes or no decision based on that. But we feel like that's a very critical aspect of this project. It's really the backbone of the development is served by the greenway, and building it out with the hopes that maybe the county or the town could fund it in a decade or two just feels like a big missed opportunity. Now, there are multiple developers here. Apartments don't pay fee in lieu. So the only fee in lieu we would receive would be from the 120 townhomes. We would receive some funds there. We've also worked with developers. Eden Hall is an example where they actually didn't pay the fee in lieu, but they built the trail system through Eden Hall from Matthews Glen back to Fullwood. So we're open to being creative to come up with some solutions, but we haven't, that hasn't been reciprocated thus far.
Jay,
Thanks for reminding me, Becky. I hadn't followed.
if you could refresh everybody's memory on the by right, I mean, what LAT originally has on the books right now for the site.
Yeah, it's not so much by right as they have an existing entitlement for
That's what I meant.
the two that but it was originally zoned R12, I think maybe R15 before 2008. They gained the approval that this got, and I apologize, I don't have the numbers, but it's about 220 multifamily units that are closer to this area. Sorry, this isn't working right now. The core of that project, which that project did have a little bit of structured parking. It had a deck that would have served some office space, but it was mostly office from 4 Mile Creek back to the back of the site. And then they had some commercial usage along the frontage. Of note, they did not have a gas station or drive-through as part of that plan. So this is a departure there.
Thank you. I mean, well, let's talk to the structured parking. We know that Wyatt Dixon in his phase 2 is talking about structured parking.
Mm-hmm.
We know that NRP is talking about a Texas wrap deck structured parking. So it's telling you that the marketplace in Matthews, the dollar value to land versus surface parking is right there at the threshold of doing structured parking. And in fact, LAT's previous project had a hint of it. So I think, Ken, to your point, this should be further along to a hybrid version than the traditional surface parked arrangement. And the second piece is it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at that site plan and you see the 4 Mile Greenway, Creek Greenway going through there, but every single entity, whether it's the retail component, the townhome component, or the multifamily component, are technically turning their back to it. So they're not engaging the amenity to the site from that standpoint. So, this is going to be one of those zoning cases. It's going to take months and months and months, and they may not budge. And so maybe it just is what it is. But it's clearly it's not multi-use. Well, let me put it is multi-use. It's not mixed use. It's a series of uses put into the little boxes so everybody has their little clean designation and they move on.
And Jay, another point of consideration, I mean, this is the gateway to our town. And I expressed this to Lat as well about how unhappy I was with the approach, what it's going to look like on the approach. I mean, this is going to be, hopefully someday we're going to have a beautiful boulevard down John Street, and this is going to be a major introduction to our town, and it just doesn't fit that. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the tough aspects about that gateway conversation is that DOT is in the midst of the very large scale project with the interchange reconfiguration. And we've asked the developer to provide more clarity on their final streetscape. You know, there are power lines along this portion of John Street, particularly here at the what they call the retail village or town center. There's a big grade change there. They would have to grade down. And what does that, you know, final cross section look like? We don't have that clarity yet either when you talk about that gateway conversation. You know, the other aspect that that's somewhat troubling is for your office users, all these buildings labeled H, it's a pretty substantial walk down to any commercial uses here. They have added a few potential, but the 90,000 square foot town center is very detached. And if you're someone on a 30-minute or 40-minute lunch break, you know, you might spend half your time walking. There's a good chance you're just going to get in your car. And that kind of defeats the purpose of
Maybe they'll get in a
use.
bird scooter.
Or we could get some birds down there. That you may have just ruined my argument. That's going to
No, I
fix it all.
expressed exactly the same thing to him.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got 3 other projects, and I know, do we still have another item we were trying to get to this evening? Or okay, so I'm going to try to aim for 6:30. Is that good? 6:20? Okay, I'm seeing nods. Anything else on Gateway? I know this project's kind of been out there for a while, but I wanted to give you a.
I want to reiterate what Commissioner Urban said, and that I feel like the longer we just kind of keep pushing this out, the longer they're going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, and maybe just make a prettier drawing, right? I mean, that's kind of what this feels like, is a more colorful drawing than what I'd seen. So, you know, I personally hope that this goes to public comment next month, and then we make that next vote so that they feel some fire behind them to get something done, you know, and they take the risk of it being voted for or voted against.
We will certainly pass that along. Thank you. All right, going once, going twice. Any other thoughts on Matthews Gateway? All right. Okay, this is our next large scale project that's also had some bumps in the road along the way, but not all for bad, not for really for bad reasons. It's mostly been timing. This is a very large mixed use project, large by Matthews standards, that encompasses most of the recently approved Eastern Gateway Plan. The first piece of it was submitted, and Nadine, just correct me if I'm wrong on these talking points. This is Nadine's project manager on this zoning case. The first piece of it, the first chunk rather, was submitted in December of 2021. Applicant has been continuing to assemble additional tracts of land. So I think there are 2 separate zonings on it right now. Some have different ownerships, or they're under contract with separate owners. So it's complicated. There are a lot of moving parts. There could end up being 3, 4, 5 separate property owners or more that Pappas Properties has put together with multiple applications. We've kind of paused review of this one and waiting for them to come up with a true master plan for all of the land that they have control of at this time. We're hoping that we were hoping it was going to come last week, but we hope this week to receive a site plan that kind of depicts what they're thinking. But ultimately, this is a project that may exceed 600 dwelling units and probably more than 30,000 feet of commercial space. But again, until we see sort of a true master plan for all of the land, which I don't know, Nadine, 50 or 60 acres, maybe? Is that something in that range? And just as a refresher, well, sorry, this is currently on the website today. So just to orient everyone, this is Idlewild Road here. This is Stallings Road, and it's not oriented the same way as the Gateway Plan that I'm going to flash up in a minute. But this was their, and this is very, very dated. We expect a lot of this. Yeah, we did give comments to what we've received thus far, but this is the Windrow neighborhood here. So they're planning single family style dwellings kind of backing up to Windrow, which was part of the Eastern Gateway Plan. There's some townhomes, and then this was their kind of first shot at providing some commercial. Our comments, if I recall, were that it really didn't meet our vision of what was in the Eastern Gateway plan, which, and I can go back to this if you all want to in a minute, but again, the orientation is going to be different. This is Idlewild here. Stallings Road kind of comes, about right here. That's 45. But the area in red, what we thought was the heart and soul of this plan and what made the justification for higher density was that you had a commercial village, you had a central park, you had buildings that could potentially be mixed use at the heart of it, but you created a true walkable destination, not only for folks living or working in this new development, but even for people who are nearby. So we feel like this plan's less than a year old, and we're going to ensure that what comes in adheres to it as much as possible. So stay tuned. We will provide you an update, and hopefully something will be on the website when they're ready to share that publicly with the town. As I understand it, this project is predominantly rental. It's different. It's different home styles. So that's why I said single family style, but this is more build to rent single family, build to rent townhome. And then it also has a traditional multifamily component closer to 485. I do think there are some commitments to having a diversity of ownership options. So, so some of the dwellings on the site would potentially be offered as for sale, but I don't have those numbers yet. But it would likely be maybe in the 10% range. It would likely be a smaller component of that 600 plus or minus units. So that's the Eastern Gateway. Anybody have any thoughts on this one?
Can you go back to their image?
Yeah. I kept hearing a noise. I heard a noise. I don't know what it was.
So I mean, they understand the layering, but they clearly not understanding the sense of placemaking. I mean, they got all the pieces. They just don't know how to organize the pieces. They understand the layering from single family to townhomes and to residential, but yeah, it's got a long. I mean, it's so disconnected from one piece to the other piece, and then there's no big idea there. Whether it's a central organizing park or it's a series of pocket parks that are all linked together, a la Savannah or something like that. So, yeah, this is if they came in the first night with this, I don't think they would survive too well.
Is there like really much green space at all in this I mean, other than the back, but like in amongst the buildings, is there much green space other than a tree here or there? Yeah, it seems like a big swing and a miss there.
One component that Nadine had recommended in our RFP for the new comprehensive plan was a market study for us to get a better understanding of the local market and support for retail, office. We know housing is strong, but a common theme that we've noticed is there's a tremendous amount of apprehension from developers now to develop commercial space. And I know that brick and mortar is struggling a little bit, but some aspects are doing really well. Like every market's different. So are we as a community over retailed with a lot of the 80s and 90s and 2000s commercial on 74? But what is and we saw that at Matthews Gateway. Lat said, hey, I may not build that for 5 or 10 years, talking about the town center piece. This developer came in, I think, with a substandard, commercial heart to it. So I think we as a community need a better understanding like what's driving this, because I do see commercial development throughout the Charlotte region. So I commercial, like shop space is not dead. So why all of a sudden is it not feasible, to develop retail or restaurant space in a lot of parts of the town?
I mean, isn't that really their job to convince us that it's not worthwhile? If they're not giving a reason, then I feel like, that it goes back on them and not on us to explain.
I think the purpose of the market study is a small component of it, but it helps us better understand where the focus point should be for the town. It may say you need more shop space downtown, or you've got a lot of aging retail space. out on 74 that maybe it should be converted like Elevation Church. You should do some adaptive reuse. Like that's the high level market study. But it's also, to Nadine's point a second ago, is like we want to be as well informed as possible. We don't want to just say, well, developer said it doesn't work, so, and just leave it at there. We want to be informed.
I guess in my understanding of it, as a planning department, you're probably pretty well informed and continually getting better informed. And I think Nadine doesn't seem to agree.
I just think that we're informed, but I think in market studies, we're not economic development people. Like I'm not an economic development person. So if a developer comes to me, which they have said, oh, well, you know, you guys are not that kind of office market. We can't do, I don't have anything to fall back on to say Matthews specifically is that kind of, you know, market for that. I think it just gives us more of a comfort level to argue our point. Again, because we're planners, not necessarily economic development people.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if the developer is presenting that to me and standing at the podium, I would want to ask them, where did you read that? So that I too can read it and understand what you're saying. Not, that doesn't mean I agree with them, but it does put the onus back on them to prove what they're saying, you know, one way or the other. I mean, I think this particular plan, if we approved that as a board, we would all be skewered. I mean, it just would not. Windrow had a problem with Sharrows going through their streets. If we bring 600 units to their back door, you know, they'll come into town hall and march us back out.
The town center was what existing residents were most excited about in the feedback that we received, because you could envision yourself walking or biking or, you know, a short car ride to a nice local restaurant or a shop or even office space. So if that component isn't viable, it's tough for the rest of the project to stand on its own legs. I think the other hunch I have with residential as opposed to non-residential development is it's the path of least resistance right now. There's tons of money in lending because housing is still hot. I think a lot of lenders are a little uncomfortable with brick and mortar retail right now. So I think that's, you know, a lot of developers are just gravitating to where they know their best chances are. But
Well,
again,
a lot of developers are, they work in only boxes. So the residential guy doesn't know anything about commercial. He's got to find that commercial player. And depending on, and there's so many different models in the commercial world, they may be looking commercial. You may be talking to the wrong people. They're, you know, neighborhood center, you need an anchor in some form or fashion. And so you've already got a grocery store across the street, so to speak. And so they're like, well, that rules that out. So it's how much effort they want to find the right model to fit with this. But people just build homes, don't know anything about commercial, and people that build commercial don't know anything about residential. There are very few people that understand that. And that's what makes it difficult, because you're trying to bring together a team that, unless they've worked together, they don't know how to respond to one another in that respects. And it's really kind of interesting from that standpoint. How many houses is EPCON building across the street?
pretty low, like 40 or 60. I don't know. It was a fairly small, low density development. Well, this is Pappas Properties. Peter Pappas is associated with Birkdale Village, Metropolitan Midtown, which is the big mixed use project on the edge of downtown. What's it, Sharon? Is it Sharon Square? Maybe there's another large mixed use one in South Park. So he also did Bearwick, which is a big master plan community adjacent to the outlets off 485 South Tryon Street. So he's no stranger to mixed use.
Well,
retail.
but if you talk to, depending on which Pappas you talk to, like Peter and stuff like that, you know, he can talk to commercial angle, but you get to multifamily, he says, well, you need to talk to my cousin because he knows the angles on. And so they're experienced in some things and inexperienced in other, and they need that knitted team together. But it clear by this site plan, you know, they had a residential developer in there. They got their 40 or 50-foot lots in there. They looked like a townhome lot situated. But when they got to the commercial side, they just put blocks in, it's sort of placeholders from that standpoint. So it seemed to be like they worked from left to right. And so like, okay, we'll just carve this off as our retail component. And they just left it alone and really didn't think about it. So it seems to me that that's the weakest link here.
I would say some of it, that it looks like it's just placeholder. It actually was just placeholder because they're trying to acquire additional property as well. And I think, and before they got the additional properties, some of it was a little bit of a placeholder.
So, they were working out to what they could work on, and when something freed up, they were able to
Yes.
expand upon it. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know what it's going to look like when it comes in, but that's what they've been
Mhm.
telling us at least.
So balance, we're looking for more balance on this plan and not, 98%.
Well, and the other
residential.
aspect is, and they know this, is they may have to go back to the landowner and say, this isn't flying, so the price point has to be renegotiated. I mean, the irony here is that we want affordable housing. So we tell the developer, you got to make affordable housing. Developer have to go back to a Matthews landowner and say, you need to lessen your price so I can make it work. And then the landowner's like, wait, I've lived in my entire life in Matthews and I want to reap the benefit of this. And you're telling me you want me to lower my price. So it's an interesting double-edged sword.
Any other questions on this particular item? I just want to make sure we can get to all four
Yeah,
before
we'll,
we get
we'll
to the
keep
next.
moving. One thing I will bring up, and this is going to be a common theme with a lot of these projects, this board several decades ago even was very good about phasing through conditional zoning. So this developer could come in and show lots of pretty pictures, 3D renderings. That's really cheap to do, but the commercial center could languish as dirt and grass for decades if the market's not there. I know the Walgreens, for example, the developer here at 51 and Sam Newell was required to build the residential component before they were allowed to start construction on the pharmacy. So those are phasing options that can be built into conditional zoning to ensure that a project turns out as mixed use and that it's not just shown for good measure, and the developer may never have intended to do it, or they were just planning to sell it off to a third party. So that's something else to consider as a tool that we have with conditional zoning. At least for now, we do. We still have that tool. All right, the next development here, and Darren Hallman's our project manager on this one, and I neglected to say Rob's working on Matthews Gateway when we first started. This is, of course, the very large master planning of the E&T Sportsplex area plan that's been in progress for about 20 years now. Of course, it's the same developer, Prophet Dixon, that built the initial phase of the Briley. They are working on a phase 2 of the Briley right now that has some additional residential and some non-residential up closer to Matthews Mint Hill. This is, Darren, do you recall the acreage, 70 or 80 acres? Something in that range, but by Matthews standards, a really large project. I just briefly pulled these numbers from the site plan submittal, over 800 housing units, with being a mixture of for rent and for sale, about up to 221,000 feet of commercial space and 120 hotel rooms. Again, this is a project that would probably have a very long build out, particularly a lot of the commercial. I mean, this could be 5, 10, 15 years to build out, even for that much residential. A developer that does multifamily would not deliver that many units all at one time. But the primary holdup and the reason that we've kind of paused to review right now, and here, let me go back and talk to you a little bit. So just to orient everyone, this is Matthews Mint Hill Road at the top of the screen. This is future Independence Point Parkway coming through, and everything that is kind of grayed out. So this is the existing Briley here, these 6 buildings here. Their next phase will include a age-restricted project here at the end, some townhomes and maybe some live-work units here, and then some commercial space along Independence Point. And they also want to build the first segment of Independence Point Parkway to provide more access to that development. So that's outside of the rezoning. They're currently entitled to do that. So even if this rezoning didn't go anywhere, the Prophet Dixon intends to complete, I would say, most of the build out of the initial Briley zoning. They're branding this as Midfield Station. We'd had, there's in the area plan, we talk about the option for the town to work with the developer, but they worked with a pretty locally renowned branding firm, and that was the name that was given to this new district within the town. But the as you see here, that this is sort of a central park that they would like to construct. They're showing a light rail station here, hotel. There's more detail in the later plans. This would be a mixed-use structure that faces the park. We are looking for a name for this east-west road that connects over to Sports Parkway. It is, I don't know who named it Purple Tree Lane, but there were some purple trees in a rendering that I think Eric or someone on staff did. So but anyways, Purple Tree Lane, as we'll call it, the working name, would be built, and it would connect IPP over to Sports Parkway. This is the NRP site that I mentioned to you. So you can see there's a lot of moving parts here. Some structured parking. I think there are two fairly large parking decks here. So it's a mixture of surface parking. Transitioning back to Crestdale, they're showing more homes and townhomes on this side of the power lines. And then this is, I think that's Matthew School Road. I hope I didn't get those backwards, but this is some of the residential development just on the periphery of Crestdale.
Jay, before you leave that.
Yeah, sure.
What part of this has already been rezoned to, so they're in a by right situation?
Yeah, so everything that's shaded, and I'd be happy to send this to you. This is on their rezoning submittal. Everything shaded in gray to the top of the screen, that's about 34 acres. That is already zoned for up to 570 housing units, and I forget how many square feet of non-residential space.
Yeah, according to the UDO, they can go up to 600 without having to put in commercial space.
Mm-hmm.
And then I believe it's 45,000 plus change square feet that they have to put in commercial space.
Mm-hmm.
So what they are planning to do in the 221,000 square feet plus hotels and all of that, that's way in excess of their requirement. But where are they right now? They haven't passed the 600 threshold right now, correct?
They're at 359 units.
Yeah. So this 800, that would be on top, or the total, would it be on top of the 300 and change, or is it total?
That's on top of that. So add the 570 with existing Brierley to, and I'm saying it may be 810. I don't remember the exact number. Let's just say 800. So there'd be about 1,370 units in this district that build out.
So theoretically, they are in a by right situation right now. Correct?
Just for the 570 units. This is all zoned R15 today, where the 800 units we're talking about, it's single family residential today.
Okay, thank you.
And then keep in mind the NRP proposal I mentioned, that's 385 units that just came in, and because it has less moving parts, that project may catch up or pass this one just because it's a smaller project. This is the part that gets complicated and has led to more meetings between planning staff, public works, and Charlotte Area Transit than I can recount. It is the alignment of the Silver Line. The developer, so the Silver Line, this is where Independence Point Parkway currently terminates into Matthews Mint Hill. It's hard to make out, but the faint red line you see that I'm following with the cursor here, that is the LPA. That's the locally preferred alignment for the Silver Line. And as you can see, it slices through a future parking lot and then the existing back parking lot of the current Brierley Apartments, comes down and then crosses 45 and terminates down at Central Piedmont. The developer has analyzed this layout. They've looked at where the road would go, and they've determined that they would like to modify the alignment of the Silver Line. And what they are proposing and what CATS is currently evaluating is this purple line here. And it's doing a few things. First, it alleviates crossing of Independence Point, which CATS does view as a good thing. But it does create some issues with this existing industrial building here. Would the line potentially impact that building or cause the removal for a portion of it? It may necessitate the need to move several of the high tension power towers out there, which is not, I don't know if the estimate was $500,000 or more per tower or $1 million per tower. It's not a cheap endeavor. But what it does for the developer is that it moves Independence Point and the Silver Line back towards downtown and gives them, I think, gives them better blocks from their perspective to develop. It allows them to execute, and I'll show you a better image in just a moment, a much larger park space. So right now you have this layout where you have a very shallow dimension between Independence Point Parkway and the future Silver Line. So it makes, you know, building depths a little bit more difficult, parking. So I understand the request, and in a perfect world, this is a great plan. I like where they're going with it, but as we've come to understand with CATS, this has cascading impacts on projects downstream. For instance, all the way down at CPCC on the other side of 45, it impacts where the station and the parking structures would go, and how students and people commuting would access parking deck, park and ride, and the station. So CATS continues to evaluate it, but you know, Darren, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, but we've had to really pause review while we kind of negotiate with the developer and CATS on what the best solution is here.
Just to give you an idea of how quickly and often the entire site plan changes, kind of with the discussion on Silver Line, there have been several times where, like, we as staff have been invited to the meetings between the developer and CATS, and on a few different instances, they were comparing two different site plans that were probably like a month newer than anything that we as the town had even seen between their ongoing discussions. So it's just constantly evolving, not just the location of the station and the rail, but also the things around the light rail. Like, it may change a building location, parking locations, things like that. So that's one of the reasons that we've kind of paused any type of review on this for right now.
And I will say there are benefits to having more or less a master developer involved as opposed to it being piecemealed. I mean, that we set the plan, Kathy set the plan up with the thought that we may not have one developer that comes in and builds the whole thing, but they would control, Prophet Dixon that is, would control 90% or so of the district. So it's given them some very broad ability to master plan and look at things holistically in terms of sidewalk connections, greenway connections. And the image that I really like that they've shared, I think this could be one of the most exciting projects we've seen to date in Matthews. This is the concept that they've come up with for the Silver Line station. So this is Independence Point coming down from Matthews Mint Hill. You can see they've got retail and a hotel that back up to the Silver Line, and then a very large park. I mean, this is several acres of event space, hardscape park. They've got this sort of two-story brewery nestled in the park with some jewel box space. That could be, you could picture that being like a Jenny's ice cream if you've seen that down in South End. And then these are all, this is a mixed use structure. This is multifamily with ground floor commercial that faces out to the park. And that's 26,000 feet of commercial space. So not an insignificant amount facing the park. And then this is the road I mentioned earlier that connects Independence Point back to Sports Parkway. So they've spent a lot of effort and working with a very reputable local firm in land design to master plan this. But until we find a solution on the Silver Line, we're in a holding pattern, for lack of a better way to describe it.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah.
Jay, so where does push come to shove from the standpoint of CATS is holding up potential development as well? But I mean, so what does it take to move this discussion a little bit further forward? Because I can understand exactly why it wants to realign that, because it makes the land more viable. The boxes you talked about, the depth, parking lot bays, the whole 9 yards, and what CATS is originally proposing puts that all in jeopardy from that. It makes your land sort of useless in my respects, or wasted from that aspect of it. So maybe it's a question for Becky is, how long do we go along with this before we say, okay, you're hurting development and future growth in this particular area.
I'll just say that part of my struggle is, not being a light rail designer. It feels difficult to step in and insist if they're talking about particular alignments or other disruptions that are just kind of beyond the scope of any of the expertise that we hold. So, I think my position and in talking to staff, it's that, we would love to see a resolution that makes everybody happy, but it's difficult to step in and require when we may be trying to force a hand that we don't fully understand the impacts of.
We don't want to make a decision here that potentially jeopardizes light rail in Matthews, period. But at the same time, there's a lot of movement with the Silver Line. We hope in the next 6 months or a year that we'll understand more what their terminus points are going to be. And if you followed the news much, a lot of conversations going on at the airport right now about the location of the line on airport property. There's the so-called interlining concept where they would utilize a portion of existing track downtown from the Blue Line, and it could potentially have some cost savings, but that removes the ability for a direct ride from Matthews to the airport. So I would say CATS has been very responsive. They've jumped right on this. We've had multiple meetings with them. They've been a great partner. I mean, they put their consulting team, and they've got, I could share with you some engineering drawings that compare the two versions and kind of identify kind of the pros and cons, for lack of a better way to put it. So it's complicated. It's going to take a little bit of time to work itself out, but just keep in mind that the developer also sat on the Silver Line Task Force in 2020, and the line that they want to move was voted on by the task force and then ultimately by your board. So this would be a modification to that. It'd be a revision to the LPA through the site.
Would that have to come back before their board and our board, I assume, or just be a internal decision?
That's where I need a little clarification on what constitutes a revision to the LPA. If it's just shifting the alignment by 100 feet or 200 feet, or is it a full blown, like arcing totally away from it? So we would, if we get to that point, and based on our UDO, we want to make sure we're in compliance with the UDO if we ended up going with this alternate plan.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think we're good. We're on track. We got 5 minutes. We got one project, and we made it. We can stop talking about multifamily and housing for a moment. This is our first large-scale industrial proposal in decades. I don't know when we've had a 500,000 square foot industrial property proposed. Rob's project manager on this one. This is called The Ridge. It's a warehouse and distribution project out off of Campus Ridge Road. More or less, this use is consistent with the area plan, but the road network, as you can see here, I've written, is not as robust as what was envisioned. I know I saw an email from Susan earlier. I think they're finishing up some scoping and on their TIA. I don't think NCDOT required a TIA, but the town did. It's far in excess of what we would allow without a traffic improvement analysis. It's adjacent to what we think is a pending mixed-use project along 485 and John Street. So some of that land on the other side of the substation kind of adjoins this on the other side of a Duke Energy parcel. So we've got to make sure that road alignment is feasible for connectivity. The part of the eastern, and I don't know if I put a copy of the plan in here or not, but one of the goals of the East John Small Area Plan was a road network for this 300 or 400 acres. It's a big building. It's over 10 acres, and they're having to wedge it in, even though it's a 40-acre site. When you look at the dimensions and the railroad right-of-way, the need for stormwater and the need for truck parking, it's a really, really big structure. So this is CSX. Just up on the other side of CSX is the Esperanza property that you all just rezoned just here a month or two ago. Here's Campus Ridge, and then this is residential property here, and then this is a Duke Energy, kind of a triangle here at the back. This is the substation here. So they have shown a road. They didn't initially have a road, but they have shown some connection right up against railroad tracks that in theory, I think could go beyond Duke Energy over to that future mixed use development. But again, it's a large warehousing concept. We did have some initial conversations. I know Becky, you and the mayor attended, and I feel that feels like ages ago. I don't know if that was 3, 4, 5 months ago. They had some initial thoughts on both employment and salary. My recollection was maybe a little over 100 employees and average salaries low to mid 40s. That was the average salary, I think, for their whole payroll. But
Yeah, there was, that sounds about right. The average salary may have actually been a little bit higher, but
Okay.
then when you broke it down by where the vast majority of the salaries would come in, it
mhm,
was being skewed by a few management positions. The vast majority of the positions are your warehouse worker level job that was putting them below 80% AMI for the area.
right. So a point made to me by Mecklenburg County's Economic Development Director, Peter Zeiler, last year, he said, Jay, one thing you want to look at with economic development projects to the salaries and the jobs match up with housing in the area. And he said they look at that in Charlotte, they look at incomes and rents and housing costs, and our people who work here, can they afford to live in the town at the salaries? Because this is not office space. These are not office jobs. So we're looking at it. This is different than what we're accustomed to. So we are looking at it more from an economic development perspective, as well as just land use. Is this going to create the best bang for our buck from a property tax perspective? It's one big taxpayer, but on a per acre basis, is it really creating the type of new tax-based generation that we would like to see on a 40-acre development, or is it better suited for some version of Cruise Road Business Park, where maybe you've got a series of smaller, flex warehouse spaces? So those are, other than the pure land use stuff, and I know we're out of time. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Rob. No. Okay. That's just additional commentary we'd provide, and love to hear any feedback you have.
Jay, you and I talked when we met a few months ago about, having industrial there. We just approved an industrial above it, and
Mhm.
we're going into the CPCC area. We don't really know what's going to go on with Hendricks land, what they own.
Right.
Is this the best precedent to set, having industrial going into a higher education, area where maybe we could have more multifamily or something like that, where people can go to school there? I mean, it's just, I don't want to miss out on maybe having a bigger plan or a bigger picture by just kind of setting that precedent. I don't know if you have any commentary to that.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly doesn't create, I guess, sort of, you can call it a gateway to Central Piedmont. Now, the construction here, this would be a very nice, they've got a version of Class A for industrial, but it's tilt-up concrete construction. It would be built, think of a warehouse version of Academy Sports. If you remember when that building was built, that was tilt-up concrete construction. So just it's similar quality. It's just a different end user. I mean, they've got screening along the frontage, but it's not, it's the type of building you want pushed back from the road, because you're not trying to showcase the architecture. This is not a walkable streetscape we're creating. It's more of a big warehouse entity that we want pushed back. But yeah, it's definitely a struggle knowing the Hendrick land out there. There's several hundred acres, and I'm over my allotment. Any parting thoughts on?
Well, I just want to comment, this is a brown site.
I don't know if it's been identified as a brownfield or not. Rob, have you seen anything in the plans?
Yeah, that's the reason why they wanted to change to industrial.
That was the site that was across the tracks that we approved.
Yeah, that's the other. That's
That's the
Esperanza.
other one?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
They may find there's contamination that's leached here, but I don't know if they're aware of it yet.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm.
I would say quickly, Jay, one is I sort of want to get a pulse from what developers were thinking just a few hundred feet away. They were talking about multifamily or single family neighborhood development, what that impact is, because I think they could live with smaller fintech warehouse industrial park where people actually work, so to speak. My fear is with automation, and like I said, we approved a project to the north of there. No one asked, is it a dark warehouse? No one asked, is it going to be automated to the point where there's not a single light in there? And when the robot goes down, the guy comes in and fixes the robot, and you've got 450,000 square feet of warehouse and there's only one employee. So the smaller 40 and 50 and 60,000 square foot industrial buildings, which a lot where the market is, would work well because they don't go in the automated vein from that aspect of it. So
it works better for the road network as well that way. Unfortunately, they have a tenant. I don't know that they may share it with you who the tenant is, but they haven't thus far gone public with it yet.
But to that point, Commissioner Urban, I believe about half of the planned investment in that facility was an automation within the building. So I think you're spot on with where they're heading.
So given a few years, they go fully automated, solves the whole problem. And we just have trucks running around and no people working and no people living here.
Autonomous trucks.
Yes, that's right. Autonomous trucks. Well, plus the infrastructure of the trucks in that area. I mean, it's kind of a weak road network right now. It really hasn't been completely vetted and finalized for these distribution centers.
Well, I think we do need to start moving on to our next item, but I do think that this was very helpful, Jay. I think these will be really good going forward. It was very thorough. I felt like we could get things out so we don't have to all worry about it in the meeting. So appreciate it. Appreciate all the work you put forward to this. Moving on, I'm going to flip it over to Becky for the discussion of the rules of procedure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McCool. This is a continuation of the conversation that the board had at your last 5:30, where we were going through just some of the areas of the rules of procedure where there was not a consensus of the entire board on what that wording should look like. So we wanted to lift up those few remaining areas to get feedback from all of you on what the final version should contain that will then go on your next meeting agenda. And so, Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we stopped at part 8, the public hearings and comment periods, Rule 29, public comment periods. Okay, great.
Before we go any further, can
Sure.
I make a comment? All of my comments are based on 2 basic principles. One is that meetings will never be outside of the ability for citizens to attend. And also they would never be in a position where they would not have the capability of being live streamed. The other part is to prohibit tyranny of the majority. So those are the 2 overriding reasons for these comments. So by not approving the fact that they have to be in locations which can have access by all citizens, and by not having them live streamed, what you're actually doing is saying, we approve or at least condone having meetings where in locations where members cannot or find it very difficult to attend, or we approve or condone having meetings which we don't have the technology to broadcast it to our citizens. So that's the 2 overriding reasons for all of these comments. So I wasn't here, unfortunately. I missed the first part where we were talking about the location and technology used in the meetings. But I just wanted to make it clear that that was the reasons for all of these comments with those 2. Thank you.
And this is the board's rules of procedure. So I will defer to all of you if you want to revisit anything that was discussed prior, or if we want to pick it up at section 8.
I say we pick it up at section 8. We had a majority on every other item.
Okay.
Before that, so I wasn't here on the first part. So the part about the meeting place and the technology used was according to everybody voted according to staff comment. Is that the way it worked?
Lori, are you able to pull up. There was a slight amendment on one of them. Are you able to look back on what we settled on each of those? Sure.
And we can continue on while we're waiting for that information if you want. Yeah,
Do
thanks.
you want to do that?
I can.
Oh,
just
you have
mention
it now?
Quickly, yeah. In section, actually, part 2, rule 6, the broadcasting and recording meeting section, we did add text to state that recordings will be made available to the public as soon as possible. And then under part 4, rule 13, order of business, the consensus was that going forward, agendas will include an item to adopt the agenda. And at that point, items that can be added or removed or moved within the agenda will be discussed and voted on.
But the unanimous vote to remove or add an agenda item, what was the decision on that? I think I came in on the tail end of that discussion.
The consensus was by a majority vote.
I see. So the tyranny of the majority stays in place. Is that correct?
Mr. Tefano, the way our government works is it's a majority rule. That's why we're elected the way we are. That's why we have 7 board members.
Right, but that's why the founding fathers made 2 senators per state, is to prohibit things like this from happening. So this can be a long-term discussion, but if that's what the board decided on, then we'll just move forward.
Let's move forward.
Okay. So picking it up at part 8 related to public hearings and comment periods, the text again, for the benefit of the board, the text suggested in red were the comments provided by Commissioner Tefano. And so as it stands right now, 1 time per month is the statutory requirement for public comment. And the suggestion was to change it so that there would be a public comment for every board meeting that takes place within open session. The staff recommendation was that sort of a meet in the middle, which was that the board shall provide a period for public comment at every regular meeting, which is what we do right now during all of our regular board meetings. If there was a special meeting or an emergency meeting, it would be up to the board if they wanted to have a public comment period at that meeting, but it would not be written in as a requirement to do so, which would give the board an option if they so chose not to allow public comments at a special or an emergency meeting, they would not be required to do so.
And I would just like to clarify, for special emergency meetings, that would have to be decided upon when the meeting was noticed, because you can't change the agendas after they've been noticed.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any comments on this one? Mr.
Yeah, I
Tefano?
just want to make sure that we take into consideration that last sentence. No member of the board or staff shall make comments at any time during the meeting regarding the character of the speaker.
Oh,
et cetera.
well, I'll keep working through the paragraph.
Oh, I'm
so,
sorry. I
yep,
thought
so-
we were,
Yep. So,
talking about the entire
yeah,
paragraph.
just the first one
Okay,
first.
very
Yep.
good.
We'll definitely get to that one.
okay, good.
Sure.
Sound like all of y'all are muffled when you speak, especially you, Mark.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it sound that way right
That's
now?
better now.
I just need to get closer to the microphone.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Commissioner Urban?
So we're just talking about that for the 1 time per month item, right? We're just working down this paragraph.
Exactly. So just the very first item in red. So again, right now, the statutory requirement is 1 time per month. We are suggesting adding it to every regular board meeting, which would be 2 times a month, which is what we
Okay.
already do, but not going the full-fledged every single meeting, which would also pick up all of your emergency and special meetings.
I don't have a problem with the staff thing. I would want to discuss the emergency issue with Charlie, because there's a reason you're having an emergency meeting. And then all of a sudden have public comment during emergency meeting may not be to the gist of what's appropriate. So unless we want to circle back on that one, I'd want a full understanding of that.
Commissioner Garner?
I appreciate the every regular meeting. If there's a comment to be made from a meeting preceding that, it could be made during the public comment period of the next regular meeting.
I tend to agree. If, usually when we have a special meeting or emergency meeting like that, there's circumstances that created that, and it would be able to be discussed by the public at the next meeting. So my opinion is keep it as staff's comment every regular board meeting. Gina or Larry, do you have comment on that before?
Okay.
So it sounds like the consensus is to stay with the staff comment on that item.
Okay. The next one is related to any individual or group wishing to make a comment during the public comment section. If they are attending a board meeting either in person or virtually, that they can make that request to the town clerk at any time prior to the meeting. We don't have any concerns about anybody who is attending in person or virtually. The concern just comes with sometimes we have people who wish to submit a comment. And so wanting to clarify that there would be a cutoff time. As you've heard in meetings, the town clerk will sometimes read those comments into the record. It may be difficult if there's not a cutoff time for us to make sure that we are seeing those in time prior to the meeting. We're not always checking our email right up until 7 o'clock. So if there was a time that this board would want to set to receive a written comment for the public comment period, we would be fine with the language otherwise.
Does anyone have any comment on this particular item?
Lori, can you remind me, especially during the height of the pandemic, was it by noon on the day of the meeting, or was 5 o'clock?
It had been between 3 and 5, and we settled on 3 most recently, and that's what it's been for a while.
Okay, so the suggestion would be 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. We could receive written comments up to that point in time, and they would be read into the record.
I'm comfortable with that. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, there's consensus there. Let's move to the next one.
The next one is increasing the time period to 5 minutes. We do feel like 4 minutes is sufficient, but are happy to defer to the majority of the group. And then also looking at how the speaker should address their comments. Right now, it is written that they should address them to the board. The suggested wording is to also allow the speaker to address the audience if they wish.
The reason for this is because speakers have been addressing the audience here in this room for quite some time, especially when candidates come up for public comment. So it's not an unusual thing that happens, and to prohibit it from happening, I think would be a disservice to some of the speakers that come forward.
My 1 of 7 vote would be put it at 5 minutes, makes it more even number than 4, and then allow them to address the audience as well. Because I know we had a lady a few weeks ago came and addressed really us and the audience about her candidacy for school board. So I would be comfortable with those 2 amendments to this. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Garner?
I feel like 4 minutes has been sufficient, especially when we have long lines of people waiting to speak, which happens pretty regularly, and 1 minute counts. So the addressing the audience, I have no issue with, but I'm more comfortable to leave it at 4.
Is there Larry 4? Anyone else? Push, keep it at 4. We're pretty split down the middle, so we don't.
We might need to come back to that
Yeah,
one.
we'll
I think
come back
okay.
to that one. Ask the mayor. Maybe.
But it does sound like there is a majority belief that going ahead and addressing the audience is okay.
Perfect.
And then the final comment, suggestion from Commissioner Tufano: no member of the board or staff shall make comments at any time during the meeting, either in support of or in opposition to the comments or materials provided by the speaker. No member of the board or staff shall make comments at any time during the meeting regarding the character of the speaker or any comments regarding the speaker that are derogatory or demean the speaker. Commissioner Tufano, did you want to provide an expansion on
Yeah,
that?
I've seen those. I've been the victim of these, and I want to stop it. It's something, not only I feel it's inappropriate to comment on whatever they have to say, because there may be speakers coming up right after them with an opposing view, and the board may have made a comment to the previous speaker in agreement with that person. And so it sort of mutes whatever the next speaker has to say. And that's the reason for not making any comments with regard to the material being provided. And as far as derogatory comments against the speaker themselves, like I said, I've been personally the victim of that, and I don't want that to happen to anyone else.
What was staff's recommendation?
So our recommendation was really more focused on the ability to provide a comment back. So there have been times where a citizen has perhaps been misinformed about an issue, or there is progress being made on an issue that they might not be aware of. And so being able to provide that feedback in the moment is sometimes helpful and provides a higher level of service than needing to just receive it without being able to provide that information.
Is there any discussion from board members? Commissioner Garner?
You know, I believe that I too have been the recipient of maybe derogatory comments after speaking. Personally, I took those, not that I want anybody to experience that, but I took those as an assessment of the person making the comment and changed how I went forward in my own actions. I think limiting what we say to each other on the board, sitting here as a board, it's really up to us to speak to those experiences, rather than writing a policy that limits the potential of that. I would hope that we are all, above the fray and have better character than to demean speakers in front of us. If we do, I believe that action can be taken care of as a board.
So your recommendation is the staff's recommendation, stick with staff, correct? My vote would be that as well. Commissioner Whitley? Make sure your mic's on.
We all are mature here, and I think, let's show good courtesy to each other.
I will support the staff's recommendations, because you want to flip this around. I've taken a lot of good shots sitting up here on the dais, and I think other commissioners have come to my defense in the matter. I've never said anything, sort of to Commissioner Garner's point. It's sort of like we're mature enough to know when to say and when not to say some things. The system has worked really well. Always there may be some unfortunate instances, but that's sort of a rarity.
Gina?
Well, I'm another one that's been falsely accused of something by past boards. And I like this. I like this. We need, I like this.
You like staff's recommendation or Mark's?
I like Mark's recommendation.
And obviously Mark. Well, it sounds like we have a majority of 4 for the staff's recommendation. So that's what we will stick with unless there's any further discussion.
And that was the last item.
Okay. Well, Mark.
Before then, I'd like to revisit the part where if 2 commissioners ask for an item to be added to the agenda, that it be mandatorily added to the agenda, which I don't believe has been changed. But on the other hand, we removed the fact that they have to have a unanimous vote to remove that item from the agenda. So it's very counterproductive to have 2 commissioners forcibly put an item on the agenda, but yet have the majority be able to remove it. It makes no sense at all. And that's exactly why I was trying to remove the tyranny of the majority. And in that particular case, why allow something to be mandatory on the agenda, but then it can be voted off?
I know when we spoke about this in the last meeting, there was majority consensus on sticking with staff's recommendation. Has there been any change of perception by any board members.
Uh, if I recollect, I think the mayor made a statement that if one commission come to him, he would be the second one to vote to have it removed from down. You didn't have to have two. He would go along if there was one commission that came to him, he would.
Yeah.
Right, but there are cases where two commissioners come to the mayor and say, we'd like to have an item on the agenda. And according to this procedure, it becomes mandatory that it's placed on the agenda. But during the meeting, a majority vote can take it off the agenda. That makes no sense whatsoever.
I believe that this has already been settled by a majority vote, and the board has made the decision. I appreciate the work you put to this, Mark. And if there's no other discussion, let's take a 10-minute recess before our regular board meeting.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the July 11th, 2022 regular Board of Commissioners meeting. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool. I'll be running the meeting today. The mayor is out of town and unable to be here tonight. So a few introductions from my left and your right. We have Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Town Manager Becky Hawk, Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark Tefano, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, Town Clerk Lori Canapino, Planning Director Jay Camp, and our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith. I will turn it over to John Urban for the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to see how many people I can offend this evening. I do want to make one comment. We just passed Independence Day, July 4th, and I was taken back by a government subsidized organization called NPR, which over the last 13 years has recited the Declaration of Independence on the 4th of July. Well, they took it upon themselves to be above all that and say we weren't doing it anymore. And I just want to point that out, that a government prodigy, so to speak, as NPR is, how dare they not continue saying the Declaration of Independence. So I timed it, and it's a little too long. I went through it several times and timed it. I said, boy, this just really aggravates somebody. Hopefully it wouldn't aggravate anybody. But I do have an Independence Day prayer, so we'll go with that. Now I got off my high horse. Lord, we stand today as our forefathers have stood before you in times gone by, celebrating our history and reveling in all great things that our country has achieved. On this day, we rejoice in your favor you have graciously given us. We thank you for the blessings of liberty for this generation and for the generations to come. We thank you for our independence, peace, and for all those who have bravely given their lives in the defense of freedom and justice. We thank you that your gracious and provident hand has given us so much. Yet as a nation and a people, we have not always chosen the right way. We ask you to forgive us for these times. On this day, we commit ourselves wholeheartedly, honoring and serving you. With everything we are, we lay our lives before you. Make us a generous people, a holy nation, a people set aside to love you forever for the sake of the land of the brave and free and the peoples and the nations of this world. Today, we do not presume your grace for our country. Our land is indeed of you. Our people are indeed of you. Our industry and businesses are indeed of you. We may look only to you this Independence Day, dependent on you. Come now by your glorious Holy Spirit, breathe new life into the sinews of this nation. May justice flow like rivers and righteousness like a never failing stream until the whole of our country is covered with your glory. As the waters cover the sea, we ask all this in your wonderful name of Jesus, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God now and for all eternity. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. I will ask everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I'll move on to agenda item number 4, adopt the agenda. Town Manager, do we have any items to add to the agenda tonight?
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I will entertain a motion to adopt tonight's agenda. A motion made by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to the presentation of the Nancy Glenn Community Service Award by the Matthews Human Services Council members Bill Helms and Sandra Conway.
That better? There we go. Laurie and staff, sorry. My name is Bill Helms. I'm the president of Matthews Human Services Council. The Matthews Human Services Council, who's been around for 27 years now's mission is to enhance the quality of life for the people living in the Matthews area by collaborating and being the driving force with local nonprofit agencies, organizations, and institutions to help resolve the needs of the Matthews community. Nancy Glenn Award, in case those people that are here are not aware, is an annual award that we give for all these years. And it hangs, the master plaque hangs here in Town Hall. We're here tonight to present that plaque and to give the town back the master plaque to hang here. So a little bit about the Nancy Glenn Award. Nancy Glenn Community Service Award is being presented in honor of Nancy Glenn. She was a true community servant. Nancy represented all that is good about the town of Matthews. She gave of her heart and love to the selfless acts of time and dedication to help those in need by supporting many of our local nonprofit agencies. For her outstanding commitment and service, this award is presented annually to a person who demonstrates such inspiration, dedication, and commitment to Matthews and our surrounding areas and the nonprofit community. I'd like to turn it over to Sandra Conway from Matthews Help Center to say a few words about the recipient this year, and then I'll present the award.
Thank you. So I'm a bit challenged because I wrote this and I need to make sure I don't say this person's name. So I'm going to do my best, but I'm kind of looking at him, so it's a little difficult. So when I decided to nominate this person, I realized I could not believe this person's name was not on the plaque. And I thought, my goodness, we need to make sure this person's name is on this plaque. So a couple of things I wrote about this person. When you first meet this person, you'll be captivated by his infectious smile, along with his warm and inviting personality. You will learn 4 things very quickly: his strong faith in God, his love for his family and community, and his calling to serve others. His passion to serve seniors, disabled adults, and veterans began as an idea to fill a gap in the need in the Matthews community. He wanted a place that seniors felt loved, important, respected, and valued while receiving the very best possible care. One quote that this person has been saying, "There shouldn't be a penalty for getting old." Our seniors should be celebrated as they have a wealth of wisdom and knowledge to be shared. I also reached out to the former Mayor Lee Myers, and he said this: in 1998, a young man met with me in the mayor's office at Matthews Town Hall. He had a vision to provide support for our senior citizens. He asked nothing for himself. He has spent the last 24 years giving to our senior community. Matthews is a better place as a direct result of this person. Nancy Glenn is smiling right now at this moment because of this very special recognition. And in closing, the Matthews community is a special place as a result of caring people finding ways to make things better for others. This person's vision, his heart, and his drive to make things happen is his special gift to our community, and we are grateful.
Just real briefly, for those that don't know, Matthews Human Services Council was started out of the Chamber of Commerce. Tina Whitley was executive director then. It consisted of only a few people who had a brainchild, if you will, to form a collaboration of nonprofits in the Matthews, Mint Hill, Stallings, the whole area, the whole quad area. And now, all these years later, we have about 32 members that are very active and involved, and we're growing, which for Matthews, what that means is basically you have a lot of nonprofits that are partnering together to help people. So that's really who we are and what we're about, is helping people. On behalf of the Matthews Human Services Council Board and its members serving our community, we'd like to present the 2021 Nancy Glenn Award to Nate Huggins of Blessed Assurance.
Oh, this is nice. You mind if I? Look, I don't want to stand on the side. I want to stand in front so everybody can see me. Might be my last time I'm here. I'm the best. I just want to say, first of all, thank God for serving disabled veterans, cities, especially adults. And just starting back in May, I did have support.
And I did have support of our commissioners here, as well as commissioners in Mint Hill, a number of other areas. And I also got involved with the Matthew Human Service Council, these good people who simply allowed me to be president for this 1 year. And obviously couldn't get it done without some great board of directors. I see Carol and her husband, Mr. Elliott in the back here. But I also want you to know that God just 24 years, started a new storefront, expanded several times. Now have a 1 acre property with 10,000 square feet interior. We're serving people from all over the United States and those who are interested in different countries. It's been a blessing to help those who have been able to help themselves. And most importantly, I put this guy on the spot to take this time. I want to thank my family. My wife has been on me 24 years. You guys got married, and that's what I'm doing here. Honey, would you come here, please? And I'm gonna call my whole family up because I want a picture. And I'm gonna call my son, Mario, and my daughter, Navandra, she's CEO, and my granddaughter, Deshawn, my other granddaughter, Leah, and my 2 adopted daughters, Kim Brissett, Lisa Stewart. Come up, guys, real quick. I'm taking some time, and John Urban keeping track of the time. Hey, John? By the way, my first architect and my first builder was John himself. Hey. And this is, come over in the side. This little lady with me from day one, she had a deal with me. This is now my operation officer. Come up in the bunny. My CEO, let me hear Sean. He's in training to be CEO one day. And Lisa and Kim. Look here, where's that photographer? Oh, get a little closer, get a little closer. Smile, guys. Again, thank you all much. Appreciate your time.
I'd like to present the plaque back to the town to Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Thank you, Bill, Sandra, and Nate. Congratulations on winning this award. Thank you for what you do for our town. Let's give them all a round of applause one more time. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 6, public comment. Anyone who's registered in advance will speak first, and after that, anyone in the audience who wishes to speak may do so. Speakers will have 4 minutes. We will start with Lou White. And I do want to reiterate, make sure that you are speaking on something that's not on a public hearing. So something about a bond or a zoning issue that's on a public hearing.
Good. Thank you. My name is Lou White. I am co-owner of a building at 1150 and 1020 Cruise Road, which are the 2 large buildings across from our police station. And I'd like to make a quick comment on the zoning application for the flagship healthcare Chase Bank at the corner of 51 and Sam Newell Road. Good. Okay, thank you. And first of all, myself and my partner are obviously advocates of development. This is a good opportunity for the city, for everyone involved. And so we are strong advocates of that. But as you know, there's a private road involved in this that's intertwined in all of this. And that private road is covered in a private road agreement. And there's a problem in that there is no construct in that private road agreement for any of the parties of it to unilaterally give the right of way to a third party. And if you look at the plans, how it's laid out, that's exactly what would have to happen. So there's sort of a problem right there. And why that's a problem is because if it were to go forward, which it really can't, because there's no construct in the private road agreement to do that, it would definitely unreasonably burden us financially because of the increase in traffic and maintenance on this private road. So I would just respectfully ask the council to not approve this until such time as this pretty serious topic could be resolved. Now, we acknowledge that this is certainly could be viewed as a private matter, and you guys have looked at the whole zoning issue, but what will happen in practice is even if you do approve it, it's going to be kind of in limbo as this process sort of works its way through one way or another. So again, there is a private road agreement. As this thing is currently zoned, there's no construct in that agreement to allow the right of way to be extended as it needs to be. And so we would ask that the council not approve this tonight, and only until such time as all the parties can get together and come to a mutual agreement on how to modify the private road agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. Jim Fetty, I believe that's how you pronounce your name. Feedy, I was close. Make sure to state your name and your address for the record.
Jim Feedy, address is 316 Sardis Grove Lane in Matthews. First of all, I apologize for the attire. I would have worn something more fitting, but with my commute was worried when I get here on time. But I wanted to bring to your attention what has been going on for quite some time and is getting worse as time goes on. And there's a severe stormwater drainage issue that multiple neighbors across, 2 different neighborhoods are experiencing. And, we had the unpleasant experience of the storms we all dealt with over the weekend, which exponentially made this worse. So I want to, in the next couple of minutes, just try to at least, I don't have the vocabulary, but I want to try to give you some context around what I've experienced, neighbors have experienced, and what I've kind of seen as I've looked around at the source. So geographically, I would say that this is really where Marion Drive and 51 flow into Charing Cross Drive. There is runoff that comes back through that neighborhood that lands between 2 homes that meet at what is now I would refer to as like a ditch in the ground, where there's pipes that run along Charing Road that gather the rainwater coming down the street. They're also getting water from the backside of homes that are washing down into this. At that intersection, there's a pipe that runs under Charing Drive. And then you have the pipes coming down from that side of the street, and all of that merges, comes down, meets, and spills out between 2 lots and into my backyard. This is, we've talked to neighbors, I've done research, I've looked into it. There's been numerous complaints over, a 20+ year time frame. So it's not new, it's not, particular to this storm that we had. I think that made it, worse. It's an endangerment to structure. I have structural damage in my home. It's an endangerment to my children, the amount of water that comes through. We've all benefited from the tremendous growth this town and this city has had. Tax revenues are up, my home value's up, a lot of great things. And what I would ask this committee to do and this board is to really look and see, does this need to be retrofitted? Is what was designed in the 60s still at and working at the capacity it needs to manage the outflow, given all of the new development, all of the new growth? And I can tell you by evidence of what we've experienced, you're going to hear from my neighbor. We have video, we have footage. It's beyond what you can comprehend that you would think water from a storm went off would look like. This was unbelievable. So I just ask you take my request, do some due diligence, really look at this. I haven't gotten anywhere with anybody that I've talked to. I've been sent plat drawings from the 60s and the 80s. And if that's what we're basing the, hey, we did this, it's working from something that old, we're kind of off and we're missing that because it's not supporting the flow of water. So I appreciate the time tonight and wanted to bring that to your awareness. I'm sure there's plenty of paper trail and evidence that you can look into that with complaints that have been filed to date. So thank you again.
Thank you. Invite Eric Forbes to come speak. Again, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Eric Forbes, 308 Sardis Grove Lane, neighbor with Jim here. I kind of just want to piggyback off of what he has said as far as the storm drainage issues that we've had. I moved to Matthews about 2.5 years ago. It happened pretty quick when we moved in. Wasn't really aware of it when we did. About 3 months into it was the first heavy rain that completely washed away entire yards, fence, into crawl spaces. That was the first time. I then contacted the town of Matthews Stormwater Management at that point. He came out and assessed what had happened and said that there was really nothing that they could do. In between our two homes, we have a public easement that was drawn into the plat that is supposed to carry the amount of water that we're speaking about. And it is quite literally impossible for what has been designed to carry the amount of water that is flowing from a neighborhood that is higher in elevation into our yards. I spoke about the first time. It's then happened. One of the responses that he had is that the current storm drainage situation that we have now is not designed to carry stormwater of that magnitude. He called it a 1 in 10 year storm. So what he's speaking to is outliers. And like I said, been here 2.5 years and it's happened 6 times. So it seems to be happening a little bit more than once every 10 years. This most recent storm was the worst. I've had people out all day today restoring crawl spaces. The crawl space, I had close to 6,000 gallons of water, 6,000 gallons of water in my crawl space. It's quite astonishing the amount of water that's coming through our property and into our neighborhood. It's one no outlet street. There was probably, and like Jim mentioned when he was speaking, there's probably 6 to 8 to 10 homes that it severely affects. We have numerous videos of the amount of water that's coming through. Jim also mentioned, you know what, building is a building. I can rebuild it, I can fix it. But when it comes to the point also where I'm fearing for my kids who are out in the yard, obviously I don't plan on them being out there in a thunderstorm and lightning storm, but you never know. Okay. So I just would really appreciate, I do appreciate you guys hearing us now. It seems that the route that we have taken in putting in formal requests to have something done about it has led us to absolutely nowhere whatsoever. We have a huge problem, not one that we have created. And quite frankly, it's a scary amount of water. I would very much welcome to, I know that all you guys' email addresses are public. I would very much like to send you those videos so that you can get a visual for the amount of water. I know everybody's been dealing with a lot of runoff from the last couple days of storms, and it's, it's a problem, but I think you'll be quite astonished at what we witnessed and are currently dealing with. So just want to reiterate, thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Mr. Forbes. James Crawford.
Thank you, James Crawford, with the other partner of Crawford White Investments that owns the property across from the police station. Just a little bit more information on the lots that are behind us. The document that Mr. White was talking about is original plat map and an easement agreement, a private road agreement that gave access to that private road to only the lots that abutted it or were with it. So there was probably 15 acres of land. Ultimately, there was one corner lot that I think you guys have already approved the rezoning for the Chase Bank and for the other strip mall. But for them to give access to the flagship property would then give access to that private road, which then puts the burden on Mr. White and myself to pay the fees that would take to maintenance that road over the course of the rest of the rest of, as long as we own it anyway. And to that point, we own the largest section of the road by about almost 1,000 feet. And we would be responsible for less than we are now because it's the way the agreement is written, it's the more square footage is built, the less that we would pay. So it's just a pro rata share. However, we pay the taxes on all that portion of land. So we own the land to the middle of the road. And all we want is just for you guys to take that into consideration. In addition, just the casual traffic that goes behind that road is dropping off trash in the back of our buildings. We're spending between $500 and $1,000 a month to have it hauled away, in addition to the regular dumpsters that we have behind our buildings. So it's going to add traffic, and we're aware of that. We're fine with the building. We love, the fact that those guys would build a huge building, but to not think through the idea that this is going to create more traffic on a private road is, I think, not well thought out. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Lori, do we have any people who have written comment for you to read aloud?
No.
We do? None?
No, sir.
If anyone in the public audience or the Zoom audience would like to speak, either come up to the podium one by one or do the raise hand feature in your Zoom app. Maureen, has anyone indicated via Zoom that they'd like to speak?
No.
Okay, well, moving on, we are going to agenda item number 7, recess regular meeting and open public hearings on bond orders authorizing the issuance of general obligation transportation bonds and general obligation parks and recreation bonds of the town of Matthews, North Carolina, and applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews. Do I have?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? All opposed? You're opposed? Okay. Have to do with a zoning issue? Yeah, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay. I have been inundated with phone calls from constituents expressing their dislike for the GO bonds. And so this is me just kind of thinking out loud here. So I'm going to read what I have to say because I'm dealing with numbers and dates and make sure I get it correct. In 2004, GO bond of $5,500,000 were passed. On September 22nd, 2014, a resolution was approved for the issuance of the $5,500,000 GO bond. The total remaining principal of the bond debt is $3,400,000. The 22-23 budget includes a general fund debt service payments totaling over $1 million, which represents 3.88% of our $2.85 million annual general fund balance. In this payment, it includes lease vehicle payment, the 2004 GO bond, purchase of Levine Senior Center, a 2016 fire truck, and 2017 radios, and 2018 a fire truck. 3 of these 6 listed will fully be paid for in 23. The 2016 and 2018 fire truck and the 2017 radio. This will reduce our annual debt by $434,971 for the fiscal year of 24. We already know the bond issue will be considerably higher than originally anticipated. So I am suggesting instead of adding more debt with the GO bond, and being that we are in difficult economic times, let's set the $400,000 funds to the side for a certain amount of years and earmark them to be used only for infrastructure or park improvements and pay for projects in cash, which will create a savings, which leads to lower taxes. And these projects would not all be done at once, but we can set a timeline and set project dates.
Thank you, Gina. Lori, do we need to vote to go into the transportation bond discussion? All right, I will entertain a motion to vote to recess the regular meeting and open the public hearing on the bond order authorizing the issuance of $21 million general obligation transportation bonds of the town of Matthews, North Carolina.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? All opposed? Passes 5-1. Becky?
Sure. Before we get to receiving any public comments and additional board discussion on the proposed GO bonds, we do have a presentation that we would like to go through for the benefit of our community. While that is being pulled up, just a few notes. So again, at a high level, what the board has been considering and will be considering tonight is the potential to place 2 items on the ballot this November in the general election, which would be seeking voter permission for a general obligation bond of up to $21 million for transportation purposes, and then a general obligation bond for up to $14 million for parks and recreation purposes. So the purpose of the action tonight is to authorize the placement of those questions on the ballot in November. And then if the voters of Matthews approve those measures, one or both of them in November, then the board would be authorized to issue that debt. But nothing can happen prior to voter approval in November. In order to keep ourselves legal, we do want to read this statement aloud. So a statement of debt complying with provisions of the Local Government Bond Act is available for viewing in the town clerk's office here at Matthews Town Hall, 232 Matthews Station Street during normal business hours. That statement shows the net indebtedness of the town to be 0.78% of the assessed valuation of property in Matthews. And now we will move on to the presentation. So the items that we will be going over tonight is really just an introduction into what general obligation bonds are, as well as the actions that this board has considered to date. We will also look at the tax rate implications that we expect if the bonds are approved by voters and if they are ultimately issued in full at a later date. And then we will provide a brief review of the priority projects for both the transportation bond category as well as the parks and recreation bond category, and then next steps to take. So as a broad overview, the concept here is that we have heard from a lot of Matthews residents that they are looking for improved connectivity and walkability, more parking in the downtown area, park space, park amenities, and additional greenways and trails throughout town. In order to accomplish this, the town board has been considering general obligation bonds as an effective way to complete these projects. And as I stated, if the board approves the bond orders tonight, that is just then placing the questions on the ballot that a voter would see in November for the voters to then approve or disapprove. So a timeline of everything that the board has considered thus far. So we have been having these conversations really since before the pandemic. And then we of course put a pause on them for a while and took them back up a number of months ago. So the board has gone through some prioritization processes to determine what projects they think they would like to see in the bond categories, as well as the amount of money that would be most suitable to look for each bond category. Town staff has acquired professional estimates of these projects in order to make sure that we are as accurate as possible, including some cost escalators, since we all know that construction costs are increasing faster than really any of us can get construction projects out the door. So wanting to make sure that we're looking ahead, since this is a multi-year process, so that we understand what we believe we'll be able to fund with each bond category. We've also obtained special bond counsel, which is legal representation, to make sure that we're completing all of the steps needed. These bond orders were first introduced at the June 27th meeting. The public hearing was set. And then of course we will have a separate public hearing on each bond category here tonight. And following that, the board will consider whether or not to adopt the bond orders and proceed with the November ballot measure. So as a broad overview, we get this question a lot. So what is a general obligation bond? It's really a financing tool that we are allowed to use within North Carolina to take on long-term debt. And so the benefit of a general obligation bond is that it allows us to pledge our full faith and credit, essentially meaning that a local government won't default on this loan. And so we're saying that we will do whatever it takes in order to make this payment, up to and including potentially raising taxes if that is what is required in order to make that debt. So in return, you end up with advantageous loan terms compared to traditional financing because the lenders have that guarantee that they will in fact get their money back. A general obligation bond does require majority approval by qualified voters of the town. And each bond referendum question has to be listed separately on the ballot. And so it has to include that general category of projects, as well as the maximum total dollar amount that we would be looking to potentially issue for each category. If the measure is approved by voters, then action can happen right away, or it can actually take at least 7 years, if not even up to 10 years, for the board to issue that debt. There's of course pros and cons to how quickly you move in terms of being able to keep the construction costs lower, but at the same time, it may not be the right time if financing terms might become more advantageous down the road. And then looking at the other obligations that the town has, trying to find that balance and when would be the best time to issue bonds. And if a bond is issued, anything that the bond is used for has to fit within that qualified project. So we can't pass a park bond and then build a landfill. It would have to be something that fits within that parks and recreation category or the transportation category in these cases. So as I mentioned, the advantage of a general obligation bond is that it does cost less than traditional bank financing. And you also are able to have longer repayment terms. Typically, it's a 20-year repayment term as opposed to a 5 to 7 year repayment term for standard financing, which allows for a lower annual payment. And typically no additional collateral is required because, again, you're pledging your full faith and credit to repay that debt. And we touched on the factors that are taken into consideration prior to issuing a bond. But the bottom line, in looking at the total $35 million bond issuance across both categories, if both were to be approved by voters, would be at full issuance, we would expect property taxes to increase as much as 3.7 cents per $100 of valuation. Putting that into terms of a homeowner, home that is assessed at $480,000 would see a monthly tax bill increase of approximately $14.83. Again, once all bonds were issued, if the full 35 million was to be issued. And that's just a breakdown of the differences depending on a home's valuation. Of course, the property taxes are based on that valuation, so it does vary depending on the value of the home. So as mentioned, we are looking at 2 separate GO bond categories, up to $21 million for transportation projects and up to $14 million for parks and recreation projects. So again, each bond will be decided individually by voters in November. There is flexibility within the bond categories. So the board has identified priority projects, but based on construction costs or if priorities were to adjust, some of the projects can change so long as they fit within the categories as described. So looking quickly at the potential projects within each bond category, within the transportation bond, one of the priority projects that's been identified is parking improvements in our downtown area. This project would look to add over 100 new parking spaces within the downtown core, including the addition of the Heritage Lane parking lot, which is next to the post office, and completely building that out and making that a usable space. Also in the downtown area, looking at improvements to the streetscape and mobility. So this would be enhancing the safety, walkability, and accessibility for residents and visitors. The main focus here is looking at widened sidewalks and more seating areas, really creating an inviting, very usable outdoor space within the downtown core. Moving outside of the downtown area, we are also looking at utilizing the transportation bond category to complete sections C and D of Graylock Ridge Road Extension. Sections A and B are already funded and are scheduled to begin construction in 2024. But right now, there's no funding identified for sections C and D. And once future Independence Point Parkway is completed, this would significantly improve the transportation options as far as not having to come all the way into downtown before you are able to turn off and head in a different direction. We have also identified 14 priority sidewalk gaps throughout town. These are stretches of sidewalk that are less than 500 feet. And so really it's just a small section that's putting the additional funding can make that connection complete. We know that there are other sidewalk projects as well, but we do believe that we can complete the first 14 of those that all fall within the 500 feet or less criteria with this bond funding. The East Charles Street and Crestdale Road railroad crossing. So a number of trucks have been stuck on this railroad at various times. We know that this is a difficult intersection to traverse as the railroad continues to build up their right of way. It has made it significantly higher than the adjacent roadway and has made for difficult conditions with flooding and again, vehicles being able to traverse that area. So this would raise the road and allow us to add curb, gutter, and planting strip, improve the drainage and the sidewalk, and make that a safer, more traversable crossing. And finally, East John Street and I-485. This is the side path that goes along with the NCDOT project that is currently already under construction. So we have a betterment cost that the town is responsible for in order to provide the 10-foot wide side path in that area. And so this would provide the funding for that project. On the Parks and Recreation side, the major mover in this category is the completion of Purser Halsey Park. So that is a 93-acre park that currently has some pedestrian and biking paths on it, as well as a dog park. But we would be looking to add an all abilities playground, building out those nature trails more extensively, adding picnic shelters, a pond and a pier, an amphitheater, splash park, and clubhouse to really activate that space and also provide a pretty significant park amenity on that side of town. The other project identified in the Parks and Recreation bond package are 3 segments of what we are calling the Matthews Downtown Loop. This is the ability to use a multi-use path and traverse town and really create loops. And right now there are sections of this that are completed, 4 Mile Creek Greenway, the Crestdale Heritage Trail, that we are happy to have already done, but the areas that are circled in blue are not completed and do not have funding identified, and this would allow us to build those out. And finally, a number of park improvements. So restrooms added to Windsor and Rice Road parks and replacing playground equipment at Squirrel Lake and Sardis Road parks, as well as some other small park amenities to improve the existing parks that we have in a number of locations across town. So what's next? Tonight, after the public hearing, the bond will consider adoption of the final bond orders and the resolution that would authorize a voter referendum to be placed on the ballot in November. If that is approved, we do plan a number of community meetings and information sessions with various groups in town, open meetings to be able to inform the community about what will be on the ballot in November and be able to answer any questions that they might have. Election day is November 8th. And again, if they are approved, one or both of them, the town would have up to 7 years to issue the bonds that could potentially be extended an additional 3 years. And if the bonds are not approved, then the projects would be delayed or canceled due to lack of funding. And if anyone is interested in learning more about these projects or the GO bond process, we do have a webpage with a lot of information on it. It can be found by visiting www.matthewsnc.gov/bonds. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky. I do want to reiterate, we've had a lot of emails and addressed about people who maybe have misunderstood that, the vote that we will take later tonight, it does not mean that we are approving the money that will go to you as the voter to vote on. So I wanted to clear that up. Open it to any board members who'd like to say anything. Commissioner Tavano.
I just want to stress for public information and consumption, and as I understand it, correct me please if I'm misrepresenting the facts, is that in November you'll be voting on the entire dollar amounts, the 21 million and the 14 million. But at any time that we wish to execute any of those bonds, that each piece that we're distributing, in financial terms, they're called tranches, that each tranche that we distribute has to be approved by the board, and that there will be a public comment period for each of the tranches. And if that is correct, I want to make sure that the public is aware that the public is going to be fully engaged in this entire bond process for every bond that's going to be issued. Thank you.
Commissioner Tefano, the clarification that I would provide is you are absolutely correct that any bond issuance in the future will come back through the board for approval prior to the issuance. The public hearing is not required. That is being accomplished tonight. If the board desired to add a separate public hearing special to the issuance of that bond, that would be the right of the board to always exceed state statute, but it would not be required to hold a separate special public hearing.
And I understand that, but I think it was in the course of our conversation that we agreed that there would be comment periods for each of the tranches. But if my understanding is incorrect, I will fight for the ability to have public comments for each of the tranches. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tefano. Anyone else have any comments on the board? Seeing none, I will invite members of the public who wish to speak specifically about transportation bonds, come up and speak at the podium, line up one by one. And then if you are on the Zoom platform, just use the raise hand feature in the Zoom platform to get in line to speak. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak? And please state your name and address for the record.
Evening, Town Board, Honorable Commissioners. I'm here to talk about this transportation bond. It's on the agenda. One of the problems, if I was to go buy a car, I would have details of what's in that car. And what was put on tonight's agenda doesn't include that. Okay. You are asking the public to trust you. And I want to thank Mark particularly for making the remark, Commissioner Mark, for bringing about the fact that there will be public hearings on every dollar that will be spent. If the public doesn't know this, in the state of North Carolina, a park bond or transportation bond, regardless of what the board
make sure you
tells
stated you did not identify yourself, to state your name for the time.
Oh, my name's George Young, 407 Vinecrest Drive, Matthews, North Carolina.
Thank you.
In the state of North Carolina, they can actually spend it on other park issues regardless of what they tell you. They can spend it on anything else, transportation, that they decide. This has caused a lot of issues in Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte because they've done things like this. CMS has told people, vote for this bond. We're going to build a school in your neighborhood, and then they don't. Okay. I urge the board to approach this issue delicately because it's the public trust that is on the line. This is a lot of money. I don't go and buy a car and have no idea what color it is or whatever. And what was put on the agenda tonight to have public discussion did not include this. This is something that was given to you guys that was for your planning board, and it goes into more detail about that. Now, if you dig around on the website, you can start finding this information. I used to be on the town board, so I'm good at doing this stuff. There's a couple problems with this bond. One is the 3%. I do not believe that interest rate. You guys need to be presented with the most recent rate from Wall Street. This is a banking capital. That should be no problem. And that will move your numbers dramatically. You got people right now that 9 months ago could buy a house, 800,000. Today, they can't get past $500,000 because the interest rates have moved. That probably means that 32 million is probably dropped to under 25 million. If you use the numbers that are in this and some of the stuff that you used as far as the tax rate, it's going to be much higher. I have a hard time believing 3%. The other issue is going to be the issue of equity. I took a look in this where a lot of the projects are located. A high percentage of them are right here downtown. What about the people up in Crown Point? What about the people over here on the other side of 4 Mile Creek? Think about that when you do this. Charlotte does this all the time. All the roads go downtown. Berkshire Park. Well, I'm going to skip that because I'll talk about the parks in a minute. But on the road issues, I live over here in Pine Forest, right to downtown. I've never been able to properly walk downtown because John Street is dangerous. If you start downtown, I walk out to 51, it's not bad. If you walk all the way out to 4 Mile Creek, heading to Weddington Road, that road got fixed, took forever, 15 years. There's 1 or 2 council members did not want to spend that money there. They want to spend it over on McKee because they had friends and relatives that own land that would benefit them. Again, going back to issues of ethics here. Be very clear with your citizens what you want to spend the money on. Okay, I don't have a problem. I am not a no tax person. I am not. I don't have a problem. This building is here. The community center is here because a guy named Lee Myers bucked a bunch of people and went ahead and did it. And I'm okay with that. And yeah, it costs more money. Okay, but I think the 32 million or 34 million is too high. There is a bond that's coming off, and I have to look into it, 23 or 24. Maybe that's 10 million. I'm not sure what the dollar number is. That's the starting point. I think you need to go back and look at this stuff. There's the thing in there on parking. You guys want to take 36 parking spaces. I wonder what those business owners think. That's going to hurt them. Here's the rule on that. Not one spot should be taken until that parking, the new parking, is added into town. Not one. That's the way that should be done. I don't see anything in here that's going to really do anything over between 4 Mile Creek to close to the post office because we're waiting on DOT. Because we had some people that basically were against DOT for doing the super street, which, by the way, DOT has written a letter to the town council, which I could share with all of you guys at a future time, that says they're not going to build it. But some of you don't want to do a 4-lane road there. Well, DOT is not going to add extra bandwidth. They've got hundreds of projects in this area, along with Mumpo. They want to add bandwidth. By the way, I supported Weddington Interchange being built. I pushed a vote on this board, and I had some people not happy with me about it. And that's finally getting built. I was on the board, I think, in 2003, and it's just now happening. Just now happening. So we need to work on this stuff. I'm okay with issuing some bonds, not 34 million. I think you guys need to go back. You also should not have a vote tonight. You're missing your mayor. This is a $30 million thing that you're going to start kicking down the road, and the mayor's not in the meeting. It should be delayed for that vote. The public hearing is fine, but you shouldn't have a vote tonight. That's a big deal. Big decision for this town. Does that mean he won't be here cutting ribbons for these things because it wasn't on the vote? Again, I live in Matthews. I've been here for 20 plus years. I'm glad to be here, and things change. There's some people that were against Trade Street being widened because they remember it in 1982. I got a friend, Bill Dixon, was on this town board. He told me there was a woman with a horse that used to go around in Pine Forest. There was a barn over there. Kids used to play ball on Trade Street. And that was a wonderful time. But that's changed. And I'm glad that we've got people on the board that are open to a lot of things like bicycles in town and bike paths. That's great. Okay. But I don't agree with this dollar number. It's too high. But I do think something needs to be done because I don't agree with the other side of the argument of like, I don't want my tax bill to go up 1 penny. I don't have a problem paying an extra $100 a month or a year, I should say. It's $100, $200 a year is probably my estimate for around $15 to $20 million. But with the interest rates now, I suspect it'll be probably over 240. And then how much bang for my buck am I getting? The voters are going to look at this. The voters that are all the way out here are going to have a concern about some of these projects. They're going to, honestly, they're going to look at it, and you need to take a look, get a map and put little dots all over and see where are these projects going to be. And if you start seeing them all concentrated within a half mile of this building, but you got all these other people paying for it, that's the same equation that Charlotte's doing. And then Charlotte screams about Raleigh. Okay. We had a town manager on here. He wrote a report about a little road that's over here on, can't remember the name, it's a shortcut everybody uses on Pleasant Plains, that it needed to get repaved. Why was it passed up? Because the property values there were below how much the town gets in taxes versus what it's worth to maintain. We can't keep expanding. That economic development thing is over. We need to take care of what we've got. Those areas that maybe we go, we need to take care of. And that's part of what this bond thing will do. So again, that's what I have to say on the transportation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Is there anyone else in the audience or anyone on Zoom who's indicated they want to speak? State your name and address for the record, please.
Jim Johnson, 201 West Charles Street. There was something on Becky on your presentation where you're showing the parking spaces that we're adding to downtown. Could you pull that up real quick? This will be real quick. 2 things. So I live there where the 31 parking spaces are going to be added, and I cannot for the life of me figure out how the heck anyone could add 30 parking spaces in 400 feet in front of an old historic barn, the Reed House, my house, the Greer's house, and COS. I mean, I'm looking at that going, so you're adding 9 on Charles Street, which is 800 feet long, and 31 in front of my house. Maybe those are backwards and the numbers are wrong, but I would love to see that. No, actually, I would hate to see that, just for the record. And the other thing about the money, there's a lot of debate that's going to go on in the future. So you know what, I'm not into that, but I would say one thing, and I think Renee would back me up on this. What about taking West John Street and turning it into a 3-lane East Boulevard, beautiful thing with medians in the middle and pedestrian safety places and just 2 travel lanes and a turn lane. And I know it costs a lot, but hey, $35 million. So my 2 little quick comments.
And Mr. Johnson, the 31 spaces there is between North Fremont. It's across both North Fremont and Library Lane. So it's those 2 streets. It's turning them into one-way pairs, which allows for parallel parking along both of those streets.
So Library Lane would be one way with parking.
With the pair going in the other direction on North Fremont.
See, we should not take money out, borrow money to do that. That's silly. Doesn't make any sense. Library Lane is a tight little road, 10-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's people walking around all over the place, and you're going to add 10 spaces and make it one way. I don't think it should be one way. I just think it's going to hamper too much of the transportation through downtown. It's going to be bad enough with all the bird scooters running up and down that road as it is. So in Fremont, why make it one way? I mean, yes, it's a cut-through problem, but that's really more of I think an enforcement issue with the police because people go flying up Fremont as it is.
And there's plenty of cats and dogs around there, lots of little kids too. It's just because there's between, I mean, the Greers have probably 5 kids all the time running around in that yard and about 12 chickens. So
Thank you. Maureen, has anyone indicated in the Zoom audience that they would like to speak?
Yes, we do have one person. Mr. Hardzinski, if you want to unmute, you can go ahead with your public comment when you're ready.
Okay, I think I got that one figured out. My comment, I apologize, my comment covers, can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My
Mr.
comment,
Hardzinski, make sure to state your name and address for the public record.
Jim Hardzinski, 619 Meadow Lake Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. My comment is really covering both sides, both bonds, so I'm going to wrap those together. I'm talking about the tax implications. I'm
For
James
this specific
Hardzinski.
one, I hate to interrupt, but for this specific one, you need to speak about transportation bonds. When we move to open the public hearing for the park bonds, you can speak about it at that time.
My comments concern both at the same time. They're all wrapped together.
You can continue.
Thank you. James Hardzinski, Matthews resident, speaking about the bond referendums. Putting the 3.7 cents per $100 valuation in perspective, the bonds, if implemented, will result in a 12.5% increase in the financial burden of our Matthews property owners. This number could be higher depending on the bond implementation schedule. Looking back at the town of Matthews budgets since 2019, Matthews commissioners passed 2 property tax increases totaling over 12% to cover expanding Matthews budget. 7.1% property tax increase in 2019 and a 5.3% property tax increase in 2021. Both increases were to fund increasing city police, fire personnel, and other Matthews budget needs. Now we're asked to support another 12.5% increase via bonds, bringing the increases to almost 25% since 2019. And I'll add that 2019 is critical because that was the revaluation year that all the bases are based on. These bonds will authorize the town to incur debt that will result in a city budget increase of 12.5% to pay off that debt over the bond life, which is approximately 20 years. That money will come from the Matthews property owners. There have been statements to soften the bond's impact by issuing the bonds over a period of time to spread the increases over a few years. This is sugarcoating a very bitter pill. If and when implemented, it will be a mandatory 12.5% increase in the financial burden of the Matthews property owners. Delays in implementation will also affect the value of the bond money can buy. If 2019, 2021 increases reflect future actions, then our town will likely be proposing increases in incoming budget years, additional money to overcome inflation and expand Matthews government. This will add to the total increases passed along to the Matthews property owners. Thus, the total impact by 2025, 2026 could very well be 30 to 40% increase over the 2019 revaluation base. The 12.5% bond commitment should be avoided to ease the increasing burden of our Matthews property owners. Within the past year, Matthews has purchased 29.85 acre property at 3221 Chipwood Lane for $1.5 million. This is about 1 mile from Percy Halsey Park and 1/4 mile from Mint Hill. And for $800,000, a property at 137 South Fremont was purchased. This totals $2.3 million from the general fund. Both properties are future park expansions that require additional future funds to develop. Could that $2.3 million be better utilized to improve the city sidewalks, streets, etc., versus buying more property? Also, any government-owned property does not pay property taxes. If you're wondering what we can do, my suggestion is to focus on controlling and reducing spending and elimination, controlling and reducing spending and elimination of all waste at all levels. Matthews residents are trying to figure out how to make things work with the increasing costs associated with day-to-day living. Food, home energy, gas, home insurance, health, the list goes on. These costs are all increasing at almost 8 to 10% rate or more. The average and fixed incomes are having difficulty keeping up. Matthews residents are being forced to make choices. Now is the time for the Matthews commissioners to pause and reflect the financial impact the town has on her residents, how the town's actions may negatively affect the affordability of living in Matthews, and stop pushing for everything at once. We cannot afford it. Over time, patience, and discipline, we can. But this everything at once approach is not financially advisable. We can start by not allowing these bond referendums to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardzinski. Lori, do we have any written comments to be read into the record?
Yes, we do. We have two. The first is from Bonnie Covington. And she writes, I ask the Matthews Board of Commissioners to vote no on the 2022 Matthews bond referendum that is being considered for the following reasons. Increased taxes to property owners in perpetuity. The bond referendum is objectionable due to projected increases in taxes being assessed in perpetuity to Matthews property owners. Once imposed, increased taxes will be in place each and every year thereafter. Timing is wrong. Now is simply not the time to impose an additional financial burden by way of increased property taxes on property owners during this current period of record gas prices, inflation, shortages, and economic uncertainty. Result is growth in the size of local government. Growth in the size of Matthews government is not being requested and is not desirable. Amount. The size of the ask is simply too large. $21 million for transportation. Just saw yet another empty bus moving through Matthews at lunch today. I frequently see empty buses moving through Matthews day and night. $14 million for parks. Matthews is part of Mecklenburg County, and Mecklenburg County already has received recent passage of a bond referendum on parks, which is one of the planned areas for this bond referendum. What is the status of the Mecklenburg bond referendum funding for Matthews? This Matthews bond for parks seems highly redundant to what's already on the table for Mecklenburg County. Lists of wants, not needs. What are the actual needs in this proposed spending plan? I realize that this may be a highly debatable question, but needs are far different from wants. The bond referendum spending plan is a plan for massive spending for a list of wants, not needs. In conclusion, for the reasons stated above, I respectfully ask each of you on the Matthews Board of Commissions to vote no to the bond referendum. It's not needed, not the right time, not the right direction to grow the size of local governments, and is not desirable to impose an additional tax burden on property owners in perpetuity. The second comment is from Brian Davis. In regards to the bond referendum, I like most of the suggestions, but have no interest in increasing land for parking in downtown Matthews. We need to encourage appropriate development downtown that offers a variety of experiences. That 48-car lot next to Fullwood Market could be the location of an additional business that creates opportunities for residents and revenue for the town. The 35 parking spots off Fremont Street could be utilized for a food hall, brewery, or other attraction that would draw people to downtown. I think it would be more prudent to extend 4 Mile Creek Greenway under Trade Street than fund additional parking. The plot of land at the corner of Weddington Road and Trade would be so productive connected to the Greenway. CMS has plenty of spots. The churches have plenty of parking spots not utilized most of the time. Parking is not a productive use of the land for a downtown area. Would those 31 spots next to Library Lane require the demolition of a business and make a visible gap in the streetscape along John Street? Encouraging that area for commercial use will increase the foot traffic along John Street, which would assist businesses in the area. If the town is concerned about the state widening John Street, by showing that John Street can be a vibrant corridor for pedestrians, it would strengthen the argument that other road projects need to be pursued. I understand that losing parking on Trade Street is an issue, but this document doesn't explain what parking is being eliminated and where it is. Is it the parking between John and Charles? If so, what is going there? Making an extra lane for traffic would make me nervous as a parent walking down with an unpredictable 4- and 6-year-old. Easygoing trips to the farmer's market and eating on the stupid Renfro would be much more nerve-wracking as the protective barriers of the vehicles are gone.
Thank you, Lori. I will now entertain a motion to close the public hearing on the bond order authorizing the issuance of $21 million in general obligation transportation bonds for the town of Matthews.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Urban, a second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1. I will now entertain another motion to open the public hearing on the bond order authorizing the issuance of $14 million of GO general obligations park and recreation bonds of the town of Matthews.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1. Do you have any more presentation? I will now open it up to commissioners to speak about the park bond. And now I will call for anyone in the audience who would like to speak on park bonds to come up to the podium in a line. Make sure to state your name for the record, and anyone in the Zoom audience, again, do the raise hand feature to be recognized.
I get this first part right. George Young, 407 Vinecrest Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. I'm not going to repeat some of the same things, obviously, that I said with the transportation bonds. On the park bonds, I think the dollar number is too high. There is some history in the town of Matthews. I was on the board when we approved the 4 Mile Greenway. The importance of public hearings and the importance of detail. At one point, part of that greenway was going to go on someone's private property if we had voted for it. A county official actually came out and said, guess what? But I remember they were trying to force the vote through. Okay. There was meetings that were happening at 12:30 at night by the current mayor because he didn't like opposition. He wasn't happy with the fact that I was holding up a vote because he wanted a unanimous vote. We also had a mayor prior to our current one for downtown Sumpton Park, who basically stated publicly that he was willing to condemn every house next to that park to get it. These are abuse of power by this board. There's also Purser Park. I was on the board. I went out and talked to Mr. Purser himself. Turned out I was the only one on the town board that had. And his property was done with what's called a quick take. A lot of people denied it at the time. Again, it goes back to an issue of ethics. I love parks. I ran on it. I had little kids at the time, loved taking them to the park. There's a little park in Pine Forest. So I take them there all the time. I like the greenway. We got a good greenway. At one point, they were going to allow the public works facility to be there with razor wire around it. Now that got changed about 18 months later. So this is a little bit of the history of parks in this city. We also, unfortunately, have been shortchanged over 50 years by Mecklenburg County. They had a tendency to put park money into the city limits of Charlotte, not out here. It's been a running problem. I know some people here might not have this list, but I'll just read it. This was something that was given to the town council when they had their out-of-town conference. Town board prioritizing projects, just as an example, 4 Mile Greenway, 3 million, Matthews Downtown Loop, 912,000, 1.9 million, Purser Huxley Park, 6 million, West Charles and Lois improvements, 3.6, park upgrades, various, 670,000, Carolina Thread Trail, which I believe is that 8-foot pathway, 1.8 million, Highway 51 MUP, 700,000. A lot of these, again, are concentrated within a half mile of where we are. The big exception is Purser Park. I strongly urge this board to put some money in that park. One of the reasons, there was a study that was done and there wasn't much money that was going to that side of town. Interesting, one of the reasons for buying that property was to put a fire station in, which still has not happened. We don't have a fire station on that side. Basically, fire services from Mint Hill, Idlewild. And public safety is something to think about. There's no money we're doing for that, apparently, at this point. And that is something as a town council, you're supposed to be important about. In the case of this, I think the bond amount should be dramatically less, $6 million for that park. I saw some of the presentation. No, we don't need like some big conference center over there. Take a look at Squirrel Park. Shelters, barbecues. I think there might be a small pond there. Maybe you got a dock that goes out there. I don't know how deep it is, or there's even a fish in there. Gravel parking lot. You might be able to get something done for $2.5 million. I think the list needs to be shrunk, to be honest. I understand wish lists, but it's still too large. I love parks. I like to see the Greenway extended, go underneath Trade Street, continue in that pathway. If we partner with the county on that, maybe we buy the property and we hope the county pays us back for some of those right-of-ways. But again, we don't condemn property for parks. I don't think it's a good idea. It doesn't go over well with a lot of citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. If anyone else in the audience would like to come up and speak, please do so now. Maureen, do we have anyone who's said they want to speak in Zoom?
No, we do not.
Lori, do we have any written comments for this portion?
No more written comments.
Two comments, just to clarify. The numbers that were given for the projects were prior to the professional cost estimates that were gathered. So the updated cost estimate for Purser Halsey Park is now 9.12 million. So the numbers that we had were before we went out and updated them. So did want to clarify that. And then the town has also purchased 4.5 acres across the street from Purser Halsey Park for Fire Station 3. We are finalizing the selection of the design builder for that project, and that will be coming to the board within the next few months. And the working plan of the board right now is to utilize a significant chunk of our American Rescue Plan Act funds in order to construct Fire Station 3 at that location. So that is in the works.
Thank you for those clarifications, Ms. Hawk. I will now entertain a vote to close the public hearing on the bond order authorizing the issuance of $14 million in general obligation park and recreation bonds in the town of Matthews.
So, second.
A motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1. I will now entertain another motion to vote to open the public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Urban. All those in favor? All those opposed? That passes unanimously. I do want to explain the new time limit for public hearings. Public hearings will be held until 10 p.m. If any public hearing hasn't been opened by 10 p.m., it'll be continued to the August 8th, 2022 board meeting. I will ask Jay to introduce the planning board members in attendance.
Good evening, everyone. Here on the first row, we have in person from our planning board, our vice chair, Natasha Edwards, Jim Johnson, Jonathan Clayton, Sarah Walker, and our chair, Mike Foster. Also attending remotely, we've got Tom Dorsey, Howie Labner, and Doug Rose. So thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
We will move to item number 1, zoning application 2022-757, Towns at Hayden. Mr. Will.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, members of the board. Well, this is the revised staff report. It's sort of an updated staff report for a project that was in public hearing last month. This has changed quite substantially from their original. Oh, great. Okay, great. So the original project area was about 18, almost 19 acres. It was zoned R15 and R9. And as you can see on the left-hand side of the picture, it's outlined in green. The revised project area is a lot smaller. It's only about, well, I can't read it, but it's about 7.5 acres, I believe. And it is zoned, all zoned R15. No R9 is being considered for rezoning in the revised project area. So the original project design was a townhome project with 91 units. The proposed zoning was RVS and SRN, small residential neighborhood. The new project design is proposed to just be RVS. So we're looking to go from R15 to RVS. And the next slide just shows a little bit about, or the summary of the numbers. The original project was 7 single-family lots and 91 townhome units. And the, yay, thank you. Revised project design only consists of 33 single-family lots. Also, as you can see, the road network is substantially different. There will be no new connection from Clare Drive to Sam Newell. And a portion of Hayden Way will still be improved, but it is a lot smaller than was previously proposed. Bear with me here. There we go. Great. Oh, too much. Okay. Can you go back to Jay for me? Thank you. One more. Thank you. Okay. So the remaining lots, they're zoned R9. Those are to be developed as of right, not to be rezoned. The revised project area, once again, is 7.95 acres, is zoned R15. So if we combine those two areas together, that was the original project area. It is now split into two, with rezoning only being considered for, I guess what we can call the R15 area, the northern 7.5 acres. There we go. So they're proposing 33 lots, which comes up to be about a little over 4 units per acre. The minimum lot width in RVS is 50 feet, and the minimum lot area would be 5,500 square feet. The tree shade provided is 8% of the project area. Something to consider is road improvements along Hayden Way will be generally depicted as in this rezoning plan that you see here. Final design configuration is subject to some modification. So this is a color rendering, just showing a little bit of where the tree save would be and street trees along this portion of northern part of Hayden Way. So the building materials for the single family homes would be a combination of glass, brick, stone, simulated stone, a number of other different types of construction. Each single family dwelling unit would have this front porch, and each single family dwelling unit shall have a step with a minimum of height of 6 inches immediately adjacent to the sidewalk, minimum height of 12 inches from the adjacent street level to the front stoop. So it's basically what we're looking at is a large front porch with a couple steps or a step up to that porch. So what does the land use plan say, and what does our strategic plan say? Land use plan is from 2012 to 2022. It does say that RVS infill and redevelopment opportunities are encouraged, so long as the development complements existing character of its surroundings. In our strategic plan, which was just recently adopted, vision number 8 sees properly managed growth and development, and the town of Matthews, it encourages the town of Matthews to offer a wide variety of housing types and values with walkable, distinctive, and attractive neighborhoods to help meet the housing needs of all residents. Town leaders have balanced the need for sustained economic development with concerns about overdevelopment. Objective number one of Vision 8 is to ensure a variety of housing options, type, style, affordability to meet the needs of residents now and into the future. I'm going to go back just a couple. The applicant is here this evening and has a presentation, but I also would be happy to answer any questions about the changes to the project from the board.
Commissioner Urban.
So Rob, when this revision came in to staff and you sat around the table and looked at it, what did you say when they said RVS? You said, oh my God, it meets all the RVS points with, what makes it RVS?
What makes it RVS?
Yeah, I mean, when you saw it and they said RVS, you looked at this plan and you said, oh yeah, this hits every point smack on. So
yeah, what
would be the RVS points?
Well, the RVS points for this project are, it's an infill project. So in RVS is meant to be a little higher density, but also compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So we thought that the R9 lots, this is somewhat compatible with those. Those are a few of the bullet points that we tagged as RVS. The open space was something that maybe they don't hit on the head. They do have the minimum required tree save, but the open space requirement for RVS is typically what we like to see is more of a park setting. And this is just a small single family neighborhood without that. Those are some of the points I think that.
So, but in your opinion, are those the sort of standard customary things? You know, this is not really climbing the ladder on something special. I mean, because I guess the difference would be instead of 4 units to an acre or 4.12, if it was zoned the way it was, you're probably talking maybe 2.5 units, something like that.
Yeah, probably less.
That's about it. So that's the density is the only real aspect. Okay, thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Commissioner Tavano.
Rob, in negotiations with the developer, was there ever any consideration of making it R9 as well?
That's a great question. No, there were not. That is something that, and it would be an R9 CD. That's the conditional zoning district that we would head towards. The RVS allows for a little bit more flexibility, I think, is maybe what they were going for. So that's.
I think I'll address that toward the applicant when they come up as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments from commissioners before we bring the applicant forward? Commissioner Garner.
Has Public Works commented on Hayden Way? Is that the road? The condition of that does not look like it's ready to handle an additional 5 cars, much less cars to handle, much less to handle 60 cars. So I'd like to hear a little more about how, the town will have to somehow make improvements to that road in order to handle the traffic of a new small neighborhood. And I would like to hear a little bit about that.
Let me tell you a little bit about our process with this revision. It will go back through what we call the Development Review Committee, which is department heads, including everyone from Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Police, Fire. And so we have not had a chance yet to run it through that committee. It meets next Monday. At that time, we will get the Public Works evaluation before Planning Board if the public hearing is closed this evening. So I do not have comments at this time from Public Works.
I would urge fellow commissioners to take a look at Google Streets just to see what that, what shape the road is in and if these additional houses make sense on that existing road, and then what it would do to our Public Works budget.
Thank you. Any other comments from elected officials? I would like to bring forward the applicants if they're ready to give their presentation. Does the zoning board have any comments before the developer speaks? Seeing none, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Paul Sagadin representing Kinger Homes. In reference to this new revision, we hope we took into consideration all the comments that were last on the last presentation. It just wasn't well received. It wasn't the right direction. It seemed a little too dense. The community didn't like the park aspect, didn't like the attached home. So we really kind of revamped that a little bit. If you can go a couple slides in, Jay. Yeah, one more. Some of the changes that we've made, just referencing what we were talking about as far as the overall development, going from what was proposed at 98 homes, this would be 33. And if we did the other by right section, it would be 30. So a total of 63, which is roughly 2/3 of the overall development that was initially there. No attached, no duplex, no townhome, all single family. We took out the community park, which a few members of the community actually mentioned was something they would prefer not to be in the community from the last meeting. So we revamped that. In the overall tree save, I know there's some mention of it. We're targeted at about 2.25% of the standards, so not that 8. I think we're close to like 18% as far as what we are. And I'm not sure if you have that, Rob, but that tree save is there. We're certainly open to committing to another pocket park area, but that wasn't something that was overly well received. I know questions of density. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Overall density is part of the RVS appeal, of course. We went back in with better elevations, better design, a little bit higher and material, bigger front porches, a little more community feel, and pocketed it all in the next page. If you go to the map, if you don't mind, that's currently Hayden, as you mentioned, as far as the condition, and we would look to repave and restripe that back to Independence, correct? Correct. Back to Independence. So we would make that road improvement on the developer's behalf. So we would carry that. Next page, please. In this map, we took everything off of Hayden. I know that was predominantly a concern. We got 3 little houses here on that dead end, but we took everything into a community with the porches, trying to give it a community feel. When you're talking about RVS, I think one of the things in creating pocket infill communities is to make it feel like a pocket infill opportunity where I can sit on my front porch across from you and move around the community and get through there. There's only so much space to do community atmosphere items, but what we try to do is with the bigger front porches, make it a little more inviting area and a little more inviting design as far as the overall community. Next slide. Survey material. I don't think we have anything to talk about much there. If we do develop this along with the Ridgeview piece, we would realign that road too for proper connectivity and improve Ridgeview. Should that would be on us too, back down to Claire, which was in the initial presentation. Next page, please. This is what's currently on the market in new construction. Next page, please. And this is what we're proposing. A little bit more porch dynamics, some roof design, a little bit more window appeal, some trellis and lighting to try and add a little more appeal to things. Next page. Just showing what's available right now. 1,800 to 2,000 square feet, mid 400s, low to mid 400s is the starting point in Matthews. 2,100 to 3,200 square feet. What we're proposing is 1,800 to 2,800 square feet, trying to be in that low 400s into the 500s, creating additional tax revenue, which we talked about, and additional jobs, which every project would create. We feel we've taken it a little bit above what's currently on the market to add some more design orientation, because we know that was a question last time, is to have something a little more, a little bit better than we previously presented. So we try to do better work with those elevations. Next page. Just unit details back to the 33 single family being addressed on 8 acres, 33 units, all with 2-car garages and two-car driveways. 1,800 to 2,800 square feet, as we mentioned, 3 and 4 bedroom, 24 to 30 months as far as an overall project, and working on just about 8 acres in the RVS design. And happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, would you mind displaying the contiguous pieces again for me? The one that's currently R9 and the one that you're asking to be R.
So this northern proximity is currently R15.
But if you would be so kind as to show you had them outlined in green before. I think it was during
I think that was
Rob's presentation.
in Rob's.
Yes, thank you. Could you explain to me why, other than a financially beneficial decision to do so, to ask for this RVS, is why you didn't make it a contiguous R9 all the way through?
Yeah, so I mean, the economics
To make
of
it, obviously the
Yeah,
economics, but I mean, to make it one community.
Yeah, so the economics are the biggest deciding factor in that. When you try and get those lots in the right widths and depths and the roads and everything to try and do that, it makes that feasibly or physically not a project able to be developed. Coming back over there, there's open land behind it. I believe eventually that'll be multifamily on the back side of it. So we thought, in a transition of R9 to RVS, a little more of a pocket neighborhood. And then I think that's Charlotte on the other side, but I believe that's going to be multifamily back there. So just in that progression of that, we're trying to target with RVS a little more transportation oriented, commercial oriented. Eventually that'll be a rail line and a development along 74. So we're trying to promote a little bit more value, a little more opportunity, and part of that is having more houses on that property. So that's part of the RVS.
Thank you. I anticipated that answer. I'm doing some quick math here while we're working on
Sure.
it, coming up with 8 acres and square footage and dividing by what an R9 yield would be. And unfortunately, I hit the wrong button as I was doing it. So have you had the opportunity to just do a calculation on how many units you would have in there as an R9?
Yeah, we would guess it to be in the low 20s once you accommodate, stormwater retention, tree saves, roads, connectivity, things like that. So it'd be a pretty substantial change. And we were hoping from the substantial change we just made, dropping a third of the project, getting rid of all the attached units, getting rid of the duplex, triplex, everything like that, and going to more traditional single family would help really spread that out a little bit better.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Urban.
Paul, are your calculations, I'm assuming in the R9 and the RVS, they're getting the benefit of the house plans from 1,800 to 2,600 square feet? Meaning on the R9, you're going to build the same houses?
Yeah, and the R9 would be the same thing. The change in RVS is the lot width.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, you're saying the houses you propose to build, you're focusing on RVS, but are you going to be building the same homes on the R9, the same 1,800 to 2,600?
We'd probably have to build bigger houses. Just
okay. Well, okay. So the price point on the R9 pieces are going to be higher yet.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I just, to Commissioner Tufano's point, what I'm thinking is if you had it as all R9, we'd probably be north of 5, if not north of 6 or 7.
Yeah,
very easily.
I looked today. There's one new construction single family house on the market in Matthews, according to MLS, under $500,000.
Right.
There's one.
Okay. So let's back up a second. Barring that, okay, you're getting some density in R9, and you're going to have some fairly expensive homes in there. Back to Commissioner Garner's point. If I heard you right, you said you're taking Hayden back to Independence and making wonderful improvements on it, probably sidewalks on both sides, curb and gutter, meeting the spec that CJ outlines. What are you going to do about Boyd Drive and Ridgeview Drive and all the other ones in the R9? What's your total street infrastructure package look like?
Yeah, so similar to what we did before, we would improve Boyd and we would improve Ridgeview back to Clare. We initially had that connectivity, and we're talking with our client who happens to be out of town right now, but we would also make that connection from Clare back to Sam Newell as proposed. Even with the change in our development, to the size of it, we would still make that right in, right out to make the connectivity from Clare back to Sam Newell. So all the road improvements that we had committed to with the 98 units, we would still make with this potential 63.
So as you circle back with Commissioner Gardner and get all those infrastructure details highlighted, she's going to get all her road improvements in there.
Yeah, so Boyd, Ridgeview, Hayden, and then connecting Claire back over to Samuel.
Thank you.
Any other elected official comments or any comments from the planning board? Seeing none, I will ask for comment from the public. Anyone in the audience who would like to come up and come speak on this zoning item may come up in a single file line. Make sure to state your name for the record. And if anyone is in the Zoom audience, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you're on a desktop or mobile device. And if you are calling in, dial 9 to raise your hand and you'll be recognized by your telephone number. Is there anyone?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hope Greer. My address is 9023 Boyd Drive. And I would say I would not have opposed Kleiner Homes until they started saying they would go back to making the connection from Claire to Sam Newell. And then I was kind of confused because I think it was Commissioner Telfano who's indicated with the previous proposal, it was like 5 units to an acre. Now it's 4 units to an acre. So my thing is this, I love the fact that you've reduced the amount of homes, but you still, that's still a lot to an acre of land. I'm saying, and then you have the ability to increase it to an additional 30 homes. You have 18 acres. So that means once you get your toehold in, you're gonna just push everything else through. If you want to make or benefit this community, then why not make this a traditional Matthews community? I mean, the original people who came here, it was the land that they were interested in. You all are putting too many houses on that little piece of land and you have 18 acres. Why not expand it? I mean, I know that that's going to increase the price point, but I would much rather sit on my acre of land on a real front porch looking at my neighbor and have the possibility, if I wanted to, get my nails dirty and have a garden if I so choose to. So the fact remains that if a lane goes through, if a road goes through Claire, you're gonna intersect into my neighbor's property. You'll be looking into his bedroom. This proposal should not be accepted. Community is not stack as many houses as you can on a piece of land. Community is the people. That is community. And you're not doing that by adding that many houses. Granted, 2/3 reduction. Actually, no, because currently there are 30 homes and you're going to add 60. So you are multiplying that much more traffic. I'm so grateful for Commissioner Gardner saying, hey, what are you going to do with the land? Are you going to improve the street on Hayden Way? And you agreed to improving that. You also agreed to improve Boyd Drive, but that means you're taking some of my land to add that widened street, which is already narrow, and I'm not for that. What I need you to do is come back with a proposal with R9, 20 homes, that's it. Give them more land, give them something that makes it worth their money, period. If you're going to develop that land, you have 18 acres, and let that be, you develop on that 18 acres with 20 homes. At most, you do your improvements excluding Claire Drive and excluding Boyd Drive, and go from there and add to that community. Leave what is currently there alone. We don't have any issues now. Don't create any more by increasing the traffic flow with that additional amount of homes with the probability or the propensity to add in a total of 60. Leave it at less than 30 and call it done. And forgive me for saying what you're proposing is not a porch, it's actually a stoop. North Carolinians know what a porch looks like, and that is not one. You can't even get a chair on that. So I'm asking you to rethink that and just decide not to even go with that particular program. I mean, if anything, if you're going to increase the revenue tax value to 20 homes. They have 18 acres. No one wants to be that close to their neighbor, ever. No offense, I mean, I like you, but I like space. That's the reason why we moved to Matthews, for the space. Do not put a piece of property on every inch of land you see. That's what makes Matthews stand out. We are a small town with the potential to be a great small big town. We are close enough to Charlotte that we're not missing anything. Please don't add this project where that decreases my exploration of the parks and the woods just because you are trying to increase the revenue for the town. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Tavano.
I have another question for the applicant. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is hypothetical. So with an R9 zoning there to make it contiguous all the way through, obviously the price points of these particular homes would be higher. So you mean to tell me that the profitability differential between an RVS at your price points of the 400 and an R9 at a higher price point was so dramatic that you decided to go to RVS instead?
It's typically pretty substantial pretty quickly, to be honest. There's usually kind of a delta where you hit where profitability comes in with more houses on the piece of land. There's kind of a scale. Once you hit that is where you see that profitability. There's so much on the front end of the development and the roads and the land and things like that, but it is the back end of that. So it is pretty substantial. And that lower end is by right. So I know there's certainly concerns in the community, but someone could come along and just do exactly what they wanted to on Boyd and Ridgeview and Hayden without rezoning or going through any of that. That's a by right development. So it actually just could do exactly what it wanted to do without any control. We certainly want to be forthright in saying we would still look to intend to develop that and keep some good standards and keep them in front of you. But that would be a by right. And the other piece, it truly is a big thing to say we're still going to commit to all of these road improvements and all these things. We haven't cut any of that down, regardless of using of taking out a third of the development. We're still committed to everything we know that's important to Matthews, which is road improvements and being on the developer side, incurring that cost because it's hard from a city's point to do it. But yes, those units with those improvements are critical.
One other thing, during the public comment, there was a comment made about a proper North Carolina porch. And for those in the audience who have heard me talk about it before, minimum of 8-foot porch to
Yes,
make it a proper Carolina porch.
Yeah, and that's typically written in as far as the depth the
Yes.
standard that we've had before. So we'd have the same intention.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right.
Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak? Please come forward. There is no time limit on a public hearing comment, so you're good. Make sure you're speaking into the microphone and introduce state your name for the record.
Daniel
as well.
C. Jackson, 2321 Samuel Road, Matthews, North Carolina. My main concern is Ridgeview Road, which of course runs through my bedroom. Do you still plan to do that?
If we were to develop it, we would develop Ridgeview.
Yeah, really. In that case, if he'd said no, then I would have skipped all the drivel, but since he's going to build the road through my bedroom, I don't mind young ladies going through there, but strangers, no, thank you. Anyway, I reside at least temporarily at the only house on Samuel Road that opens onto Samuel Road rather than Independence Boulevard. I bought the house in '87. I was given a map of the property as of 70, that is 70 years ago. On this map, Ridgeview Road is shown as not open. The previous owner, Mrs. Maynell Alton, age 95, still alive, says she bought the property from the developer and believed she owned all 3.5 acres and no road. I was never told of such a road. So what gives the developer the right to build this road, which would pass my bedroom by about 50 feet? I asked this question at Matthews Planning Department. They did not know. The property is fenced all around. There is a footpath all around, which I have maintained and used to reach my barn for 35 years. The developer wants to add, I said 98 homes, that's been revised, of course, to the existing 21, and also wants to open Ridgeview Road and Clare Drive, which will inundate Boulevard Acres with traffic, noise, and pollution, and of course, much higher density. The zone change signs, of which I railed on June 13th, are even in worse order. Now, I told you some signs were being taken down. I know because I was the one putting them back up, and I do have better things to do with my time than somebody else's job. After my second try, they were taken down again. I notified the planning office and they were put up again. This office seemed to know who took them down. Since then, one sign has completely disappeared. Two are standing still side by side at the end of a dead-end street and is opposite and empty. The other one, the only one that's slightly visible by traffic, is opposite an empty building. Later, stickers were attached to the signs advising of the town hall meeting of June 13. Now, 3 weeks later, as of July 9, 2 days ago, the signs still advised the June 13 meeting and nothing about July 11. American know-how, huh? Okay. As if this is not enough, since nothing was mailed to the residents about today's meeting, the only people who might show up, and it seems to be true, were here for the June meeting, because they're the only ones who know about it. Had I done my job like this during my 70 years of work, I would have been fired. Has anybody actually walked the streets to talk to the people who live there, whose lives will be affected? I know nobody has spoken to me. That's all.
Thank you for your comments.
If this happens, I'll be forced to leave.
You may respond.
Yes, sir. So quick clarification on the road, per our engineers and DOT, that's a formal right, a deeded right of way for a road. So it's a developable road that's been deeded and it's a formal right of way per DOT. So as far as its developability, it's same thing as the lot, it would be by right for that area.
Commissioner Urban.
I was going to see if I could run the clock out till 10 o'clock.
Great.
Okay, so I'm not making any comment here in terms of I'd like to see this or not like to see that, but I think this is a perfect case in point. We got people here in the audience from the area. We got planning staff. We have members of the board. We have a board that's concerned about affordability, et cetera, et cetera. So let me ask you a question. You left the R9 alone, they'd be very expensive homes. There's no doubt about that. Probably the higher in the marketplace for Matthews. That doesn't meet the affordability quotient, but that's okay. I mean, it sounds like the neighbors would prefer people to have larger lots and larger land. So that's a dichotomy to what others in the community want. So if you took that RVS spot, what would it take from an RVS standpoint, barring certain zoning requirements, whatever, what would you have to do to create zero lot line cottages and things of that nature to create an affordable product? Would it be possible on something like that?
Up in just this pocket?
Up in that pocket.
Just that pocket.
Just that pocket.
So previously we had done a townhome design up there, an attached product.
And what about a more of a smaller 1,200 square foot to 1,800 square foot cottage type product?
So in all fairness, that the ability to build that and make it affordable is tough. The highest dollar per square foot is typically at the smallest house.
Yes.
So where families and people are moving and they come in, you'll see that switch and go into something. So it would be a hard product for people to buy and look at because its dollar per square foot would be introduced.
So the
at such a high
conundrum of
point.
getting it affordable is you're getting out of a single family detached. You have to get into some type of maybe attached townhome product.
And affordability has to mean something. I don't, like, for a house, a family to get in there and have space.
But if I said, Paul, I want to see something in the range of $300,000, what product would you put there?
It'd probably have to be attached. It would have to be attached, and I'd have to probably
Okay.
get into the
So
high
I just want to,
forties towards.
we've been here before
Yeah.
many, many years.
Yeah, yeah.
I just find it's interesting. We're looking for affordability. Well, I should say a market segment of the community of Matthews is looking for affordability.
Sure.
A market segment of Matthews is don't touch it, leave it alone, which then drives up the land value or the ability for land to be built for affordability. And so we've got this impossible
Sure,
balance.
and our previous proposal was just that. It was
Yes.
more dense. It still had yards for townhomes, so they still had space. They could treat it like a family
I didn't
home.
want, and I hate to belabor all the time. He was, oh, he's up there ranting and raving and wasting time.
Sure,
But
sure,
I think you see in this particular case in point, you know, the conundrum that this board deals with, because this board would like to bring some level of workforce housing, meaning the police officer can live here, the fire can live here, a paralegal, a nurse's, a physician's assistant or something like that. And we're pricing ourselves out of the market. So, you know, these other homes, we're bringing white collar workers here. That's all grand, but they're probably commuting to Charlotte because we don't have businesses here necessarily in Matthews. But I guess my point is, if you had the R9, I could see my way of talking about that parcel up there being north of it, being isolated, being a different product, a more affordable product, makes some sense.
And I think hopefully it hasn't gone amiss. We introduced a lower square footage. Typically townhomes in town are 16, 17,
That's
18,
correct.
2,200
That's
square
correct.
foot. We brought single family down to get a affordable 3-bedroom or maybe a 4-bedroom, you know, coming down. Technically if I was building today, I could probably get into the the high 300s on it.
Okay, but this is only rhetorical to Ms. Greer.
Sure.
And to Mr. Jackson. I don't need an answer.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what the answer is if you were able to produce a workforce product, a nice cottage or attached townhome product, my guess is they would say, no, not here.
The
And
assumption would be
so
yes,
there-
based
so
on the
there's-
other, based on the other meetings, that's what I would assume.
But I think you see where.
I think this pocket and with that segmentation of the road, we recognize that in the neighborhood, we tried to balance what we're going to do. But again, it is a by right development. So anybody could come build any houses with any road development of any type. They could put, you know,
Oh, the R9 as it stands right now, absolutely.
yeah, vinyl boxes, you know, whatever they want to do, they could do whatever they want. So we're trying to commit a design aesthetic, the same kind of design, and just do a little bit smaller than a little bit bigger and keep that balance there. This workforce being a little bit smaller or lower price point, again, transit orientation, there's commercial below it, there's commercial across the street, and there's access to, you know, the bus lines and quick to 74. So that affordability is really missed. Like I said, there's one new construction house on MLS under $500,000 in all of Matthews.
But that also lends, I heard Mr. Jackson say, well, connect the roads like Punch Claire out to Sam Newell. Now you're creating more traffic issues. But are the residents not going to be landlocked at some point? They're going to go out to Independence, turn right and figure out how to come back left down Independence?
Yeah, could be. And that's governance by DOT and direction by city engineers. They're saying connect that road, make that a possibility for traffic to come through. You know, the city is getting bigger and busier and whether, yeah, it's coming. So they want that. And they also want it on the developer's expense when they can. So these commitments that we've got to come forth with, we feel we're committing to a lot, even though reducing the product and still trying to hit a lower price point with some more affordable housing in that pocket, but not the rest of the pocket that's more affecting of the community that's already there.
Commissioner Tufano.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jay, on the green outline contiguous drawing again, would you be so kind as to point out where this young man's home is? The one that just
It's at the corner right here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oops. All right, we're going back.
whoops back to, yeah, right there. If you could
Right, this
kind of
is-
show me where your home
Is that
is,
it?
right there.
Yeah, the one just at the lower right.
Which
corner.
particular lot? All of them?
No, just the one.
Okay, run right there. That's your home, sir? Very good. Thank you. I think I have a general idea. Thank you very much. The dancing hands are over. Yeah.
Are there any other comments from the elected officials? Renee?
I'm sorry,
Commissioner Gardner?
what price point did you say these are?
We're targeting, I have in there low 400s to mid 500s. I said if I was building today, I think I could hit the high threes. I just, this is not engineered, not developed. It's got time behind it. But in introducing that lower square footage down into the 1800, we'd like to introduce something that's on the same level of what townhomes are going for right now, but it's a single family availability.
That's pretty vague to me. In the last meeting, you stated 400s and 500s. So I see the price point being relatively the same.
Well, no, so we dropped that square footage and it's in there. I said, starting in the higher 300s, I think is probably where we would start with that 1800 square feet is what we would target. Previously, we had larger square footage in there. So we changed that and brought the price down a little bit.
If there are no other comments from elected officials or members of the planning board, this application will be heard by the planning board on July 26th and come back to the Board of Commissioners on August 8th. All right, moving on to zoning application 2022-752 Matthews Gateway, Wingate. Mr. Will.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Just gonna give Jay a chance to catch up. It's the 752. It's towards the top. Yeah. It's just a brief memo. We have received a request from Matthews Gateway LLC, Red Pill Investments LLC, to continue the public hearing. Well, in my memo, it says August 8th, but I also received an email this afternoon that requested to September 12th. So I would ask that the board continue the public hearing until September 12th.
Is there any discussion or motions?
I'd like to make a motion that we continue public hearing to September the 12th.
Sir.
Yeah.
Is there a second? A motion made by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Hoover. All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1. That will be continued to September the 12th. Right, moving on to zoning application 2022-764 Matthews Animal Clinic. Mr. Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Right, so this is a change of conditions to a conditional site plan for Matthews Animal Clinic. This property is located on, okay, there we go, clicker's working. This property is located at 10600 Monroe Road. This is right across from the old Family Dollar, kind of diagonal from the QT gas station. Right now, the property is zoned I-1 CD. It has been and is continued to be used for a veterinarian office and animal kennels. The owner is requesting an amendment to build an addition on the back side of the current building. This would be a 6,343 square foot addition, 2 stories. The property is 1.15 acres. The current rezoning is based off of 1998 rezoning. There's no stormwater present on the site, and the expansion would be exempt from placing any additional stormwater onto the site. The site does feature 2 driveways. There's one on the right side, and there's also a shared driveway between the veterinarian clinic and I believe that's children's. There's a daycare. I can't remember the name of the daycare though off the top of my head. There's a view of the building from the street. This is the current site plan that they're operating under. Again, this was approved in 1998. This originally came back through for additions back then. That was an addition to the rear as well, here and up by the front. This shows the proposed addition in the back. So this would be the 6,000 square foot addition, 2-story. What they're also doing as part of this rezoning is they're coming back to the rear. Right now, there's some gravel parking that's on the back side of that lot. What they're doing is they're going to go back through and repave that so that it comes up to our parking standards. This property is located in the Monroe Road Small Area Plan. The site is designated in that plan for commercial mixed use. Just a few descriptions of commercial mixed use from the plan. It does call for 2 and 3-story buildings. And it does argue that parking should be limited to the side and the rear. Right now, that site does have existing parking in the front. And land use types, generally retail, office, and services. Just a few notes. In the original submittal, we didn't have a landscaping plan. That has been updated, or they have submitted a new one, and we'll show that after this presentation. But we do have an updated site plan with the landscaping. One of the things that staff would recommend, at least visiting with the applicant, is the addition of a 10-foot multi-use path along Monroe Road. That is called for in our sorry, we've got 2 separate bicycle plans. I'm trying to think of which one it was. It's the bike comp plan. It's the one that Susan keeps bringing back before the board to update. And again, we did make a note about the proposed parking and the ability to for the parking to meet the landscaping ordinance. We do have a requirement that trees be, or every parking space be within 40 feet of a tree. In the revised plan, they have shown to put a tree island in the center of the parking area. That would meet it. However, we still do need to review that tree island, because we do have a minimum square footage for tree islands to ensure the health and survivability of the tree. That concludes the update. Jay, do you have this site plan? Right, so this is the updated plan. It does highlight that shared drive a little bit between the 2 properties. And then, so this was the parking spot that's in question. So originally it just had like a small planting island kind of wrapped around that single parking spot. They've kind of moved that back over and they put in a proper planting island. Again, we still do have to check that. One of the things with this site is they are, with the proposed addition that they're suggesting, they're going to be right up onto their parking minimum or minimum parking requirements. So right now with what they're proposing, they'll need 44 spaces. What they have on site right now is 44 spaces. So if they were to lose a parking spot anywhere, they would need to reduce the size of that building addition. And then just one other note, I do believe the building addition is just to be used for kennels. So there'll just be the storage of animals. It wouldn't be used for office or the veterinarian space. That concludes the update. Are there any questions for staff?
Commissioner Tavano.
So if I'm reading this plan correctly, that every existing indigenous tree would be removed, is that correct? That's currently on the lot?
From the, what's currently there?
Yes.
So the only thing that would be affected would just be this backside.
Right, but that's heavily wooded right now, correct?
So right now, there are some trees back there, and then one thing's too, there's also, they've also gone back there and have gravelled the backside. So I'm not sure what the extent is. Jay, can you go back to the PowerPoint real quick?
Yeah, so that, excuse me, go back to the one that you just left there. So when I'm driving down the road, I mean, I just see nothing but trees in the back of the building.
Right, so that may be, we pulled up the aerial. So you can kind of see the parking area right here. A lot of those trees extend beyond their property line.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm asking. I wanted to see if it was just an optical illusion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or,
Gotcha.
or if they were actually on that land.
Right, right.
Yeah. So do you have a current aerial view? Is that-
This is the current aerial view. This would be from, this would either be 2022 or 2021.
Hmm. Can you blow that up a little bit for me? Thanks.
I do want to note that that's parcel line data. Those aren't our actual surveyed lines that we're looking at. So they really serve as just mainly as like a rough estimate.
So what I'm actually looking at perhaps is not a bunch of trees on their property, perhaps maybe along the back line, and that's about it. Right?
Right. There may be a
Okay.
few. We would need to see it from some type of survey to
Yeah.
verify that it is on their property or whether it was excluded from the property.
Now, just a general question is that in situations like this where they're asking for approval, do the tree save ordinances apply as well? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other question or comments from the elected officials? Commissioner Garner.
Do they typically use that number of parking spaces? If they're,
That would be a question for the applicant. I haven't
and the applicant
physically
will-
been back yet.
Okay. Just, this is one of the few transit corridors we have and will become increasingly transit dependent. And so I think that we as a board need to consider that when we're talking about anything along the Monroe Road area. Losing trees to parking spaces is maybe, something that we can negotiate.
Any other comments from the elected officials or the planning board? Do we want to bring the applicant up first or you want to ask it now?
My question is,
Let Maureen get you a mic first. Thank you.
My question's about, my children go to the daycare next door, so I have a lot of experience with that driveway. And there's usually the people who park in the back are the people who work there. My question is whether or not there would be visitors who would be parking in the back. We do have a lot of people that work there that speed through. And so there is a little bit of concern with children being in the parking lot next door. And if staff currently do that, then people who are visiting would probably be more likely to do that, to go through there. And it just makes me a little bit nervous to have that additional parking in the back there.
If the applicant wants to come forward and address that, they can.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Michael Newman. I am with MDV Engineering. I'm the civil engineer working with the property owner and the applicant. I guess I'll go ahead and start and speak to the trees. The trees that are on the property that are remaining are located in the rear on that PDF down at the bottom, which would be kind of on the south. Those would mostly be retained because the way it exists right now, as Darren was saying, there's a gravel parking that pretty much goes all the way down to that southern property line. And then they have a fenced exercise yard area that they do for the animals. And I'll go ahead and kind of address a little bit the expansion, and Mr. Brady will elaborate a little bit on this. The expansion is still some additional exam rooms for the veterinarian use and also some additional office space. They will actually be reducing the number of kennels that are currently provided with this proposed addition. And with that, I'll go ahead and let Chris Brady, one of the owners, go ahead and kind of give you a rundown of their business and what their plan is for the building inside.
Thank you very much for having me. My name's Chris Brader, 10600 Monroe Road. Yeah, so just speaking, all the trees that there's no trees back there right now. So everything would be retained around that. I can tell you that, yes, so it wouldn't be kennel that would be there anymore. And that's a lot of high traffic stuff, a lot of high turnover as the kennels. Unfortunately, we just can't manage that. And we're trying to focus more on veterinary medicine since there are so many other kennels that are popping up. So along that line, yes, we do have some employees back there. We have a shared easement. I can say just from my own personal, I've been working there 18 years. There are people on both ends that speed. I've almost been in an accident several times from the other side too. So I think we've always shared the easement. It's been very mutually beneficial to all of us. What would be proposed? If I can get a microphone, I'll just show you. So when we look here, there's a lot of people park along here, and that makes the easement quite a problem. And the whole proposal is by adding this space, there won't be parking here. There'll be this, because it just becomes clustered in there. And so we only have a few spaces right in here, because all of this right here is where the kennel dogs go to walk. So we're looking at adding a lot more space, whereas right now we only have people parking here and here as the employees. So by doing that, we should be getting more space than what we actually have right now. And so you wouldn't have all the issues with the parking that we have right now. So that's where I'm hoping that the proposal would allow more parking both in front and in back. So,
Commissioner Tufano.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. While you were talking, I pulled up a Google Earth and I can see exactly what you're talking about. On the easement, Natasha, is the easement just wide enough for one vehicle?
It's it's pretty tight.
Yeah.
It's usually one person sits back while the other one comes through.
So there's no opportunity to segment the easement to make it more pertaining to each of the businesses?
I'm sorry. It is somewhat segmented. There's a line basically. But if you're looking at an SUV going down there, like two SUVs aren't going to make it one way. But the other thing is, there is like, people will park along that edge on our side of the easement. So my hope is that when we have better parking in the back, you don't have that parking along the easement.
That's what I'm looking at.
And so
right
that
now.
should, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so that should open it up more,
Mhm.
hopefully.
Is there, you were actually thinking about perhaps removing those parking spots, perhaps, and on the easement? No?
They're gonna get, on that plan, they're gonna get changed to 2 parallel spaces.
Gotcha.
Versus the 90-degree parking that's out there.
Got
today.
it. Okay, so
will
that'll help.
Open up
That'll
that
help.
shared access.
Yep. Okay,
a
so
little
this is not the final envisioned product then right here.
Oh, no, it shows those 2. There's 2, that little circle with the 2 is denoting those 2 parallel spaces along that side of the building.
Oh, I'm talking about down into the main parking area in the back, which I think is what you were addressing, right?
Yeah, I was asking about the parking in the back.
Yes.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was more about having people who, visitors to the, and I will say, I also bring my animals to your vet clinic. So
We appreciate
that. But I was just asking if, other people besides staff, patients are coming by and parking back there. Do you see that as a new entry point into the building, or are they still going to come through the front?
So majority will still be coming through the front. There will be access towards the back though. So yeah, it would still be the potential for clients to park in the back as well. But like I had mentioned, we're going to open up more space by going into the yard where the animals were being walked, so that we could open up not only for the staff that are working there, but also for the clients that come there.
I like that it's widening the area through between the two.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner Urban?
Are there any visuals of what this is going to look like from the front at Monroe Road? Because you do have an addition on the front.
I don't know if we have any visuals right now, but if we go to the picture, I can kind of elaborate. Yes, please.
Well, I know what the front of the building looks like. I was just wondering, you're showing an addition on the front. I was just wondering, I don't want the verbal. Imagine, if you will, the greatest looking addition in the world.
Sure.
If you have a sketch or some type of elevation that could sort of show us what's coming on the front of Monroe Road would be nice.
It
That's all. Thank you.
Yes.
Sure. Are there any other questions from planning board or the elected officials before we open up for public comment? Seeing none, I will invite anyone in the audience or the Zoom audience to come forward and ask any questions or comment. If you're in the Zoom audience, please use the raise hand feature if you're on a desktop or mobile device. If you are on by telephone, dial 9 to raise your hand and you'll be recognized by your phone number. Is there anyone in the audience or via Zoom who would like to speak? Seeing none, this application will be heard by the planning board on July 26th and come back to the Board of Commissioners on August 8th. I will now entertain a motion to close the public hearings and reconvene the regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Urban, a second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item number 9, planning and development business. Receive a planning board report from Mike Foster. But yep, podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners and Planning Board members. We have 2 items for not planning board, for a town board action this evening. The first one, zoning application 2022-761, Elizabeth Lane Elementary School, to change the existing conditions on that certain lot designated as Elizabeth Lane Elementary School, further designated as tax parcel 227-034-91, to extend the current sunset provision on 9 mobile classroom units to August 1st of 2027. Members of the planning board reviewed the requested 5-year sunset clause and unanimously recommended approval. The request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because the proposed zoning change was will allow Matthews students to continue attending Elizabeth Lane Elementary. The request is found to be reasonable in that it allows for the continued usage of additional mobile home classrooms at Elizabeth Lane Elementary and helps ensure that Matthews students attend a local school while CMS determines a best permanent solution for the use of the mobile units. I'll also state there was some discussion about making the continued sunset clause 1 year, but after discussing with CMS representatives, it was very clear that no decision would be made within a year on what would happen next with the bond referendum. And assuming the bond referendum would be approved, it would still be another 3 to 4 years before everything would be in place. And I think most people were in agreement that we didn't need to come back and revisit something every year, knowing full well it was a longer term project. Number 2, zoning application 2022-753, Margolin and Matthews. Change the zoning from R15 to RVS on that certain property designated as 1748 Margolin Drive and further designated as tax parcel 215-091-006. Updated site plans and elevations were presented and reviewed by members of the planning board. Many members appreciated all of the updates that were implemented based on request during the public hearings and increased green space and community feel of the project. But some members were still very concerned with the density of the project and the curve on Margolin Drive itself. There was a motion to recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners that resulted in a tie vote of 3-3. And since no other motion was made, this zoning application 2022-753 is being forwarded to the full Board of Commissioners without a recommendation from the planning board. One item for town board information. We did have a discussion in the meeting a couple of weeks ago about planning board attendance at public hearings. Members of the planning board discussed the attendance options to the Board of Commissioners public hearings. Several members are participating using the Zoom virtual option, which is an acceptable option. It is difficult, however, to know if a person to know in person if other members are actually in attendance. Options were discussed, and members of the planning board have agreed to let staff know in advance of their attendance preferences before each meeting, as long as the Zoom option continues to be offered. Members in attendance in person via Zoom will be introduced during the meeting by the planning director until the the full Board of Commissioners determines otherwise. All the planning board members have agreed to identify themselves clearly to Maureen if they're attending via Zoom, so Maureen can bring them in as full participants in voting members, or at least being able to ask questions. And that is our report. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mike, for a very thorough report as always.
Thanks.
I will now ask John Urban to recuse himself.
Yes, sir. As with the public improvement variance and zoning application 21-742, I own property immediately adjacent to those parcels.
You stand in recusal.
Take a break.
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute recess to use the restroom. Catch your breath. a few more folks, then we'll get started. All right, now that we have taken our much needed break, she said she was fine to start without her. Go to public improvement variance flagship healthcare, Rob Will.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I didn't bring my cheat sheet with me, so I need to read my memo from the screen. All right. This is a public improvement variance request for rezoning application for flagship healthcare. This has been continued a number of times, and the applicant has submitted 4 different scenarios for the board's consideration. I'll just briefly go through these and then skip to the staff recommendation. Option A would meet the ordinance requirements along Highway 51 and request a 6-foot sidewalk along Team Road. So the ordinance requirements along Highway 51 would be an 8-foot planting strip and a 10-foot wide multi-use path. This would result in just about half an acre of tree clearing due to the required amount of fill that would need to be brought in because of the topography. Option B requests a 10-foot sidewalk at the back of curb of Highway 51 with slightly less tree clearing and slightly less impacts to the stream, which is adjacent to, which is on the property, adjacent to where the 10-foot sidewalk would be placed. 5-foot sidewalk would be placed along Team Road. Option C, this request would be for a 5-foot sidewalk along Highway 51. It would require less tree clearing, only about 1/4 of an acre, but would not have a planting strip. There would be a 5-foot sidewalk along Team Road. And then option D is no multi-use path along 51 or sidewalk on Teams Road. Instead, a path would meander close to the proposed building and connect to an internal sidewalk, which would then take a pedestrian to Team Road via Lyle Cruz Road. The attached exhibits are in your packet. The staff recommendation is to support option A. It's approve the installation of a 6-foot sidewalk along Team Road, preservation of an 8-foot planting strip to retain existing street trees, and the installation of a 10-foot side path along Highway 51. This recommendation would most likely require a swim buffer variance to allow for the extension of piping under Highway 51 and fill to be placed to achieve the appropriate grades for improvements without using a retaining wall. The recommended motion in action at this time is to, so option A is comply with the ordinance. So the recommended motion in action is to deny the public improvement variance so that the project would have to comply with the ordinance and install a 6-foot sidewalk along Team Road and installation of a 10-foot side path along Highway 51. Happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here this evening as well.
Commissioner Tofano.
Rob, I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
The fill that, help me understand, because this is probably what, 30, 40-foot drop there down to the current property. What kind of gradient is going to be made there in order to fill that in? In other words,
Hmm.
I'm looking at the parking lot here and I'm a little
Hmm.
confused about where that's going to sit because that entire area right in there is really, really low. And I'm just, I don't understand this concept. Can someone help me? That is a tremendous amount of fill that has to come in there in order to bring this up to a usable grade, because coming off of Lyle Road or coming off a Team Road down into that area is a considerable drop off.
Yes, it is a considerable drop off. And in the option A that has been provided, we can kind of see the cross section. Okay, yeah, if we zoom into the cross section, we'll see the existing grade. That's for Team Road. This is for Highway 51. There we go. So we are, well, the fill would have to create a 2-to-1 slope to support the 10-foot use multi.
So the
use path.
bottom of that pit, or we'll call it a
Yeah.
pit for right now, just for lack of better terminology, would have to be raised how much to make this work?
Oh, that is a great question. Yeah, I think we'll have to defer to their engineering team.
The
for
reason I'm
those
asking
answers.
all
Sure.
this is the sidewalk along 51 and along Team Road.
Mhm.
I mean, first of all, the trees would have to come down that are along the guardrail, correct? All of that on 51 and along Team Road.
Well,
And-
there would be an 8-foot from the guardrail to the multi-use path of planting
Yeah.
strip. So
I mean, if you pace that off from the guardrail and you
Mhm.
take a 10-foot path and an 8-foot buffer,
Mhm.
you're falling down the hill. In other words, it has to be brought up as an incredible amount in order to make that 18 or 20 feet there from the guardrail. So this is where I'm really confused. I'm really confused on how this works. Maybe when the applicant comes up, we can talk about that. But what bothers me is that boulevard sort of look you get when you come down 51 will be destroyed. In other words, all the trees will be gone. And it'll just be looking down at this very sparse parking area in a building. And that bothers me considerably. So I'm wondering how that's going to work. I don't see it. So when the applicant comes up, perhaps we can talk about how they intend to approach that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other elected official?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Susan's joining us remotely. She just wanted to add that the grade will be exactly as it is today and that we can also request replanting. It's likely that that area was graded completely in 1991, probably when 51 came through and trees have grown back. So there would likely need to be some replanting of the area to be cleared.
Well, so I was along 51 this morning and I was putting my back up against the guardrail and I started pacing toward the drop off. It's only like 8 or 9 feet. Okay. And then it drops and it drops fast. And actually down at the bottom, there's a sewerage, I don't know the term, but it's looks like a bunker sort of thing with a metal cover on it. And so there's going to be a tremendous amount of fill that's going to go in around that area, and that's going to have to be taken care of to keep that drainage proper. And I'm a little confused how all this is going to work. And what bothers me the most is in order to make it work, all those trees have to come down. And the trees along 51 that make it a buffer, that make it look like a boulevard as you're going down 51 all the way, they'll be gone. And it takes away the look and feel of the parkway. That's why it's called a parkway. And so maybe someone can help me.
Yeah.
Like-
Hi, everyone. This is Susan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
You raised some excellent points, Commissioner Tofano, and I would like to address them. So you're correct. You pace off about 8 or 9 feet past those trees that make it a boulevard. And then you would bring in some fill. Imagine what this area looked like before the bypass was built, right? DOT had to bring in this fill to bring this road in to go up over the railroad tracks. So the developer would have to bring in some fill to fill in underneath the sidewalk, but I would envision that those trees stay. That's why we're requesting the 8-foot planting strip. So those trees that are behind the guardrail would stay. Fill would be brought in at the start of the drop off for a width of 11 feet, 10 foot for the side path, and then 1 foot to kind of back it up so that the sidewalk doesn't fall off down the hill. And then over the years, just as it has since the parkway was built, those volunteer trees will come back, or we could request that those trees come back. We can request enhanced planting, perhaps some fast growing trees to help kind of bring that wooded area back. But you know, when DOT put that fill in, they didn't plant those trees. Those trees volunteered to come up in that area and create more of that wooded area you're seeing. Now, as for the drainage at the bottom, you're right. We'll just have to have the developer would extend that. And I believe Rob has talked to the Army Corps. We've talked to North Carolina Department of Water Quality. It's perfectly fine. We can give a variance to fill in that buffer to extend the pipe a little bit further. You know, it's going to be 15 feet or whatever. And then that way the fill would come to the top of the pipe. And so you just envision the current, what is there today, push it out that 11 feet to provide for that much needed multimodal network as people are going to be walking and cycling up and down 51 to get to these businesses and continue their path over to the hospital. Does that help clarify how this would be built?
Yeah, thank you, Susan. And I know how important it is to have that multi-use path along 51. That's been something we've been talking about for a long time. And squeezing it down to 6 feet there, I think maybe is causing some anxiety in the planning department. So when I was there pacing it off and I'm doing 8-foot buffer, 10-foot wide multi-use path, and my goodness, you know, where do we go from there? It's it just the drop. I was already out in midair is what I'm trying to say.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's totally, I mean, it's totally normal. You extend the pipe, you bring in the backfill, you pack it down
Yes,
to DOT standards because it's in DOT right of way, and then you put the sidewalk on top of it. Yep.
So what you're saying is the trees along the guardrail would be saved, but all the trees in the current grade would have to be taken down, obviously.
Correct. Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think I've got it now.
You're
Right,
welcome.
thanks.
Are there any other questions from elected officials? Commissioner Whitley?
Will, what's the difference in A and B? I'm looking at the red. It appears to be very similar. What is the difference between A and B?
Excellent question. They are very similar. The option A is, as stated before, has a 10-foot multi-use path and an 8-foot planting strip. Option B has a 10-foot multi-use path and it sort of narrows down at a certain point, sort of about halfway through to 6 feet. A 6-foot sidewalk would be back of the guardrail, and this is to so we would maybe lose some of the street trees that are currently there, but and the sidewalk would narrow down. But the amount of tree clearing is very similar. That's the red dotted area.
There on B, is that where the cover goes under 51? Is that the cover, the drain to run off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's really not a whole lot of different other than that little 6-foot area there. This, and I'm like, Mark, I walk that because I do some stuff on Team Road, but that is a steep drop down there. And it would take an extensive amount of filling to bring that up level, because all of that from the parking lot that's pretty much from that whole area. That's the runoff down through all that area there. That's what lands. Okay, thank you.
Rob, I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but what's I guess the main concern of narrowing it down to 6 feet? I mean, what's the real big hesitation point for that spot? I mean,
For option for option B.
Yeah. Why is that not the recommended option?
Let's watch as we zoom in here to the place where it would narrow down. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, we would lose a couple of the street trees. But
if I can make a comment, that
yeah, sure.
The 10-foot wide multi-use path has been something we all wanted along 51, and just to drop it down to that 6 feet right there is sort of non-productive.
Both of them, I think that's one is 8 on the A and 6 on down 51.
Yeah, that's the
10 foot is
dropping
on
it down
10.
to 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
10, both on 10 on 10, but on 51 A is 8 and
No, sir, it's 10. On 51, it is the 8-foot planting strip. So that's to preserve the existing street trees. And then a 10-foot multi-use path, that's on 51. 6-foot, yes, sir, sidewalk on Teams.
How long is that 6-foot piece there? I know does the applicant know, or I can't tell exactly what the length of that would be. Just trying to see how significant of a pinch point that is.
I am not sure how long that is.
Yeah, if the applicant could come up and answer that, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the board. Jane, Rob, Wesley, could you try to answer that question? I'm John Carmichael, by the way. This is Wesley Sherrill and Thorn Bassage.
Hey, I'm a civil engineer with Alfred Benish, and we've been working with Flagship on the development of these plans. The sidewalk that's been reduced to about 6 feet, I believe it's about 40 to 60 feet long based on some other information that's on that drawing. But the whole goal of doing that, or the whole reason for doing that, is not impacting that stream.
Yeah, I definitely hear that point. I know I spoke with Jay. Is there a significant concern about the stream? I know you guys talked to the Army Corps or reached out to them.
Yeah, we've hired a wetlands consultant very early on in this process, and the wetlands consultant determined so that it's designated as a jurisdictional delineated stream, meaning if we impact it at all, we have to go through the process with the state agencies and the Army Corps of Engineer. And it could be, so first of all, there's the timing factor of that. Our wetlands consultant said that takes 3 months to 12 months just to complete the application process and understand what the requirements, what the mitigation requirements would be if you impact it. It could be as simple as, yes, you can extend the culvert, but it could be far more impactful for that than that. It could be that the existing culvert isn't sized right, or it's not adequate anymore, and the entire thing needs to be replaced. So it is for sure, based on my understanding from our engineers, not a certainty that you can simply extend the culvert. And to find out that answer, again, it's a 3 to 12 month process. And of course, there are fees and everything associated with it, but we feel like we've provided some reasonable alternatives to still establish a pedestrian connection with the sidewalk. And, you know, we can save a few more trees and avoid piping a stream. So we think it's a reasonable alternative.
I guess the question is what is the will of the board? What's the temperature? Commissioner Garner?
I think there's a bigger discussion. I mean, we had people speak about stormwater infrastructure being inadequate. And if you're saying, to me, I hear what you're saying, but I also understand it as, you know, there is the potential that it's inadequate at this point. And if you're opting not to improve it, it has ramifications for property around it as well. And so I'm struggling with that bigger question as we, you know, just in initial understanding, I understand that it is a compromise to have it narrowed down. A 10-foot pathway, though, is a vision that we've had as a board. So I'm struggling with it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yeah, I'm not so much struggling, but I look at 51 and the high traffic there. I don't see a lot of people walking on 51, not that close to busy as that traffic is. And I know the cover is there, and I know I hear what he's saying about, don't know if they can extend the cover, because either way, you're gonna have to do some fill in for the setback and then the sidewalk. So if B could suffice and save any amount of, that's a lot of dirt to fill in there.
Commissioner Tavano?
I feel better now that I know that the trees along the guardrail will be saved. I think we should keep a contiguous 10-foot path because that's been talked about, having a multi-use path along 51 for quite some time. The only thing is, obviously, there's going to have to be an opening in the guardrail on Team and 51, correct? In order to accommodate that. And I was just wondering how that is affected. Obviously, they were put there for a purpose, and what that purpose was and who needs to approve having those removed and all of that sort of thing. But other than that, I feel better about the look and feel coming down 51 as long as those trees are saved along the guardrail.
Commissioner Hoover, we haven't heard from you.
I like to go to the culvert. I know that it had to be repaired and was not repaired correctly. So that's going to have to be addressed.
There's
It was
There's a known
repaired
issue
by
with the
the current owner in past, and it was not repaired correctly.
So that culvert is in NCDOT property. It's not on.
According to the
Yes.
information I have received, that's all I can tell you, that it was not repaired correctly, that trash has been buried in there. If that is correct, then that culvert's going to have to be repaired.
Well, so part of there are several options there were 4 options that were proposed. In each option, it's a 5-foot sidewalk on Team Road. I know you said in B, C, and D, it's 5, and A, it's 6. It's actually 5 feet in all the options. So I think at the very least, and I would need some guidance from Jay and Rob, you would at least need a variance to have the 5-foot sidewalk on Team, right? So you wouldn't be recommended, under your scenario, you wouldn't be recommending denial of the variance as to Team. You'd be recommending denial of the variance as to 51. Because that's an important point, I think. With respect to 51, there's the option A, which is the 8 and 10, continuous 10, the B, which is 8 and 10, except it necks down at the culvert to 6 feet. And then there was option C, that's just the 5-foot sidewalk on 51 back of rail and back of the guardrail. And then there's significantly less tree clearing behind the sidewalk, as we were saying. And then there's option D. We didn't really pursue option D because we didn't think that was something that y'all would frankly consider, but it's up there. But we really would like to avoid impacting the stream altogether, just because the complexity in doing so and some of the unknowns. So that's the reason for the variance request, trying to provide pedestrian connectivity as best we can while also not impacting that stream. And I know we have a difference of opinion on it, and I respect that, but that's our thought.
So I guess I should voice my opinion now. I probably am leaning on the side of having a continuous 10-foot side path. That's been the vision of this board and previous boards. It also allows figuring out if there's any previous problems with that culvert. If the Army Corps goes in there and can find that and fix that. Again, we've seen some major flooding in town in the last few days, so that could help fix some of those problems in certain areas and help your property as well. So being one of 5 who will be voting on this, I would say stick with option A, keep it as is. Again, it's the will of the board, but that's my vote. So are there any motions or more discussion? I think we've kind of beat this one to death, so.
Make a motion that we approve zoning application 2021-742.
It would need to be the recommended motion for to keep variance would be.
Is that not the, oh, that was the one, thank you. I always miss that one. No, okay. Make a motion that we, we're denying it first, deny the requested public improvement variance. Can I make this a motion to approve option A as one motion, or? Okay. And that we approve option A with the 10-foot continuous path in the best interest of the town to integrate into the site plan, and there are no other conditions, right? Okay.
We know that approving option A, what that results in, but the public is not really aware of what option A is or all the choices. I think it would be better to phrase it like whether or not you're going to approve or recommend approval of, or recommend denying the variance. And then I think you had that broken down to 2 rows, maybe, I don't know. But rather than just saying approve option A, I think it would be better to put it in the phraseology of why we're here, and that is whether to approve a variance or deny a variance.
Okay, let me try again. I make a motion to deny the requested public improvement variance for, if I can get that number, tax parcels 193-245-24 and 193-245-08. And then I recommend that we approve option A, which meets the ordinance requirements along 51, and request a 6-foot sidewalk along Team Road. Okay, 5. The memo says 6. So let's try that part again. That we approve option A to meet the ordinance requirements along Highway 51 and request a 5-foot sidewalk along Team Road.
Motion by Renee Garner. Do we have a second? Make sure you keep your microphones on.
Just to get clear in my head, this is the 10-foot all the way through, no,
Correct.
no coming down to 6
Correct.
feet, 5-foot long team road. The trees stay on the guardrail. Okay.
Correct.
I second.
A motion by Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Tofano. All in favor? All opposed? That passes 4-1. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, zoning application 2021-742, Flagship Health. Mr. Will again.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This application is to propose propose a change in zoning from I1 to I1 CD light industrial and I1 CD light industrial to B3 CD for the purpose of constructing maximum of 4,500 square foot building devoted to medical, dental, and optical offices, clinics, and professional and general offices. So we have decided on the public improvement variance, and the staff recommends approval with the condition that the outcome of the public improvement variance is integrated into this project. The recommended motion, if you could scroll down for me, Jay, thank you, is to approve this petition 2021-742 with the condition that the result of the public improvement variance be attached to the petition. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have at this time for staff.
And you'll need the reasonable and consistency statement with it. On this motion.
Oh, yes.
You have that already drafted?
Yes, it's in the memo.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve 2021-742 because it is for approval, because it is consistent in that the change in zoning is consistent with the land use plan because it contains development and is consistent with the surrounding uses, and is reasonable because the change in zoning is reasonable in that it will add more residential uses to the Highway 51 corridor since we have approved of the public improvement variance for the 10-foot path on 51.
Mr. Carmichael?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is gonna, we're on the rezoning now, correct?
Correct.
This is gonna really sound strange, but we'd like, and y'all been patient to request a deferral of the rezoning decision because Mr. Bass is generally understand, he has he has to understand the impact of what the denial of the variance is in terms of what the cost and expense is going to be and whether he can get the approval from the Army Corps and Engineers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
Yeah,
Please speak up to the mic.
sorry, the option A with the 8-foot planting strip and the full 10-foot sidewalk necessitates that the stream be filled in, that we go through the process with the Army Corps of Engineers for them to evaluate and tell us what the mitigation requirements are. We have to go through that process. They have to tell us, they can deny it completely. They can say, you have to extend it 15 feet, you have to extend it 20 feet, you have to replace it. I don't know what the scope at all of that required mitigation is going to be. So what John was asking for was time for us to understand what that scope is before we go forward with the plan that obligates us to go down that road of mitigating the stream
Commissioner Tofano?
impacts.
It sounds like that time period is undefined, correct?
No, the definition that I have is from our wetlands consultant who said that it's a 3 to 12 month process to work through the Army Corps of Engineers.
That sounds
various
relatively
applications.
undefined to me.
Yeah, I wish we could get a more definite time frame for sure.
The reason I'm asking is, we have to postpone it to a particular date and time.
I mean, we can make a decision and the developer can choose not to build the property if he doesn't like what he hears from the consultants he needs to speak with. I think we've gotten to a point where tonight is a decision night. We've made a decision on that. It's tough for us to come back in 3 to 12 months is a really big period of time for us to say we don't know. I think that's a little unreasonable.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool, would you feel okay with a time certain, like 3 months? And then he's.
I'll have to defer to the board. What's the will of the board?
Well, if he's asking for 3 to 12 months,
No, a time 3 months.
3 months, you've
Commissioners.
decided on that among yourselves?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And 3 months it is.
What's the will of the board?
I don't have a problem. I see the predicament he's in, and I concur with it. You know, because it's money. It's money, and you don't have an assurance that the Corps engineer would say that it's a certain amount of distance. It could be more, as he stated. That could make it more. That might be something that at that point that he's not able. So I don't have no problem with 3 months and letting them try to see, because that is a deep hole with those covered there. I walked it. I went to see it myself because I wondered it was a touchy thing with the sidewalk. But 51 is my concern. I just do not see people walking. 51, as bad as it is in traffic. I remember Mark, when we were running for election, Mark put signs on the other side of the guardrail. I don't know how he got back there. It scared me to death. But it was all along from one side to the other. But I know how dangerous that is there. So that's my concern. I have no problem with 3 months extension.
Commissioner Garner, thoughts? Before we make a motion?
I mean, I think as long as you think 3 months is reasonable, I mean, I would be willing to say 6 months if you think that's more reasonable. I want this.
I mean, all I know today is what our consultant said. It's a government process. It takes 3 to 12 months. I sure wish I could have a more definite time frame. But that's the way it works with an application for this kind of thing to the Army Corps of Engineers. But what 3 months would buy me is at least hopefully some more dialogue with them to understand. Maybe I could get some direction of whether or not it is as simple as just extending it, at least a verbal direction. At least I could get something, and I could have the conversation with my land seller about the impacts of this, because this is putting a condition on the approved plan for this property. If the rezoning is approved tonight, it's obligating that stream be impacted, and we do not know what the mitigation requirements are going to be.
But you, well, I want to make sure you feel confident that 3 months is enough time.
I would like to have 12 months, but I don't. We're talking that may not be reasonable to the board, but that's the time frame that I was told that it could take.
Okay. I mean, I would recommend 6 months then, if that gives you a
6
little
months
more.
is better than 3.
Well, that's why I asked if you had discussed it amongst yourselves, and 3 months is what you came up with.
It's a crapshoot, really.
Okay, so you prefer 6 months?
I prefer as long as you will give us, up to
I
12
think
months.
I think 6 months is about it. Right, okay. Well,
Yeah, I personally would want 3 months to keep things rolling.
Well, let me ask a procedural question. We can continue it again at the end of the 3 months. Is that correct?
You can, but the further you get away from the original public hearing, the timing of this thing, you stretch it out, then the question then comes back as to whether or not it's even subject to being decided so far away from the public hearing. So, I think you could get away with 6 months with that being necessarily a problem. But we're going to have problems too. We're going to have, as long as it stretches out, everybody's got problems.
Yeah.
It's almost, but that's not going to do any good to say, well, just withdraw it and then deal with it when you come back. But then you got to tie in the variance again, potentially. And so I would just say, I think we can safely get away with another 6 month deferral for continuance, not deferral.
Commissioner Whitley?
6 months would give them January the 9th.
January the 9th, yep.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll give them 6 months. Yeah, that's a motion. continue. Is that-
Oh, she didn't get a second, so we need to.
No, she didn't. It wasn't a second.
Well, she can just simply withdraw. that.
Withdraw the
I'll
motion.
withdraw my motion.
I make a motion that we continue 2021-742, 6 months to January 9th.
Commissioner Hoover.
I have no problem with 3 to 6 months on that, but I would like to see the private road issue addressed. As to, I would, I appreciate Flagstaff responding to me and acknowledging that when the site is developed, that they are responsible for contributing toward the maintenance of the private road. I would like to see Flagship with hat in hand, reach out to the other owners and get this issue of the private road worked out, because it will put a financial burden upon them, which in my opinion should not affect them in any way. And I know that's the thing between you two, that's comes between, but I would just like to see some effort made toward the owner.
I spoke to Mr. Crawford back in February. I spoke to him again today. I don't even know if we need to get into this part of it, but we have a different opinion of the impact. The connection that we would be making through Mr. Hoyle's property, the rezoning that was approved in the previous month, would allow for traffic from our project, the proposed project, 45,000 square foot medical office building, to go directly out to Highway 51 without ever driving on any of the private roads. So on one hand, a roughly 12,000 square foot development that was approved, or the rezoning was approved on Mr. Hoyle's property, yes, those vehicles from that 12,000 feet would now have access to Lyle Cruz Circle, the private road. 12,000 square feet that now has access to Lyle Cruz Circle. However, by Mr. Hoyle allowing my project to access Highway 51 directly through his site, now you're taking 45,000 square feet worth of traffic that no longer has to use Lyle Cruz Circle. So in my opinion, the connection is reducing the strain or the wear and tear on the private streets.
Okay, and that's a great point you made, because I agree with you on that. But I just want to have an assurance from you guys that if you're going to go this route, you're not going to use Lyle's Crew to where it will get torn up from construction, and then that burden is going to be placed upon everyone.
If there's any damage specifically related to our construction traffic beyond normal wear and tear, then we would repair that.
Well,
And
that's
I
all
made
I'm
I made
asking
that
for.
commitment to
That's all
Mr.
I'm asking
Crawford.
for, just because when I vote, I have to consider everyone.
Yeah,
For me, that's very important, and my vote will affect, and I take that very seriously.
mhm.
So, so that's just what I'm looking for, to make sure the other owners are not having to get into a kind of financial burden. If you do use that road, if you don't, that's fine. If you're gonna go the other way, I have no issue with that.
Yeah, the construction vehicles would have to access the site from the road, but if our contractors, destroy a curb or something like that due to our construction, that is on us to fix that 100%.
Well, yeah, well, that's how I see it, because, you are wanting to do the construction and it should fall on you guys, not anyone else. But I just want that assurance made for the other property owners, that they can just breathe clearly and know, okay, if this road gets torn up, nothing's coming out of our pocket. I understand their point, because.
Yeah, I'm happy. I said to Mr. Crawford today that I'm happy to put something in writing if the project goes forward, that if we destroy something specific related to our construction efforts, that we would repair that.
That's perfect. That's all I'm asking. And if that could be done whenever you come back, that would be great to see that.
Okay, we have a
Thank you.
motion on the floor from Commissioner Whitley Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh,
A motion from Commissioner Whitley, a second from Commissioner Tofano. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Urban, would you like to rejoin our meeting? I thought you'd fallen asleep over there. Okay, Mr. Urban is rejoined. Going on to zoning application 2022-753, Margolin at Matthews. Mr. Darren Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just as a reminder, this is a rezoning from R15 to RVS for 73 single-family attached units. These proposed units are the reverse style orientation that we mentioned before. They do wrap around a rather large central park. And the homes would be served or would have vehicle access served primarily from an alleyway entry that encircles the property. A few things. Staff did ask at the planning board about because of the alley access. There was a question from Susan, our town engineer, about utility access and being able to provide that. So what we're really looking for is, since that was being an alleyway, a 10-foot alleyway that's proposed through there with the attached townhomes, the driveways are all kind of stacked on top of each other just because of the narrowness of the lots and being attached. So we're really just looking for whether or not there was room for sewer and water, if there was going to be, like, how broadband would be accessed throughout the site, things like that. That hasn't been provided to staff. There may be an update a little bit later tonight. Just some comments that have generally come from the public hearing and from planning board. There were some outstanding concerns about affordability, not just on this property, but also townwide, the density and scale of the project, and particularly the curve along Margolin Drive. That's kind of stuck out as a major concern for both planning board especially. Just to kind of reiterate, overall, the land use plan does call for mixed use developments in this area. It does call for higher to medium density and kind of shuns kind of notice that we should avoid or prohibit low density. So like something along the lines of like R20 or something. Just as a reminder, our land use plan does consider this as the in the same area as it would the ENT district. So things like Briley, the NRP proposal that came through, things that are around the sportsplex, things of that nature. In general, this is a fairly unique project. We do think just because of the separation between the pedestrian and the vehicle travelways, by bringing those sidewalks on the opposite side of the homes as the vehicle access, it really kind of pulls you out of that. I don't want to say neighborhood because you still have like some consistency with the houses all facing each other, but it kind of creates its own separate space and separate area within that. We did receive an updated TIA, I believe it was late Friday afternoon. Not sure if that has been finalized yet. I did attach the recommendations though. To my knowledge, those are generally what would be accepted in the final TIA. I'll read through those in a moment. Just the financial impact. We did look around at a few other townhomes. Looked at a couple in Matthews, some over in Mint Hill, a few back up towards Charlotte, and then one townhome community back over off of Providence Road, south of 45, just to get an idea of the, not necessarily the sales price, but how the county had listed those in terms of tax value. Based off of the tax value of the homes and the land that they sat on, could be kind of comparable that each unit would produce about $870 per year. So with 73 units, that'd be about $63,500 a year. Solid waste fee would be about $195 per unit, with a nominal increase in fire and police service. The staff recommendation right now, so given the split vote at planning board, and just kind of some of the outstanding comments that have kind of lingered around since the public hearing and into planning board into now, I guess we'd really be looking for just some further discussion between the board and the applicant, just regarding like any type of opportunity for affordable housing, and then just really making sure we've mitigated any potential hazards, either on that Margolin curve or internally, either one. Jay, could you scroll back up real quick? Or actually, no, could you stay on that site plan? That's fine. So just a note from the TIA recommendations. So on the opposite side of Margolin from the development, there is a sidewalk that connects back up to the Royal Park and back up to, I believe that's Matthewsmint Hill. The TIA did recommend that a pedestrian crossing be made from the development back over to that sidewalk. And the main reason for that, Jay, if you could scroll up just a tiny bit. I believe there was another, there's another segment of sidewalk right up here. The TIA doesn't make a recommendation for a pedestrian crossing for there as well. So what that would do, say if you were walking from like Royal Park or something, there's a gap in the sidewalk right here as of right now. And so those pedestrian crossings would allow you to cross back over, use the multi-use path, and then cross back to the other side. So it would connect Alexander Ridge, the Alexander Ridge neighborhood, back into some of our other existing sidewalk and multi-use paths. Additionally, the TIA did call for flattening the side slopes and clearing the trees on the inside of the Margolin curve. Replace and install turn warning signs on either side of the horizontal curve at Margolin Drive and Alexander Ridge. So Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that was interpreted as replacing signage on both sides of the curve in the right of way and updating that so the drivers are more aware. Evaluate chevron signs in the curve at Margolin Drive and Alexander Ridge curve for spacing and visibility. So those would be like the little, like partial triangle signs. Install move turn warning signs on either side of the horizontal curve. Install 2-directional large arrow signs on Mount Harmony Church Road opposite of Margolin Drive. And then coordinate with CATS to consider any type of bus route service along there. One thing I would like to note about the pedestrian crossing and any improvements made inside of the right of way to the street, that is a NC DOT street. So any approval would need to come from them before the applicant was able to just go in and do something. All right, that concludes the staff update. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Hoover?
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say there was going to be a crosswalk on the curve there? Did I hear that correctly or not?
Right. So that was a comment that came from, or that was a recommendation that came out of the TIA.
Okay. I said, because that scares the living daylights out of me.
Right. Just as a note, like one of the things that also came from the TIA is right now there's a good deal of tree line in this, on the inside of this curve, as well as a little bit of bank. So one of the main recommendation that comes out of the TIA is trimming that bank down and removing those trees so that it increases visibility. So say if a car were coming from either direction, instead of kind of driving into a blind curve, you can go ahead and see how that curve turns as you approach it. But yes, and then the position, the exact position of any crosswalk, if the board did wish to put those into the notes, that would be determined later by the town and the NCDOT.
I have a question. This may be for the applicant. At that corner, is there going to be any, it says a common amenity area. Is there going to be anything physical sitting there? Or fountain or something? Okay. Okay. Yeah, because my concern through the process was sight lines, and I didn't want there to be a structure or something. It could be super distracting when someone's trying to drive around that curve. I've been told that the three-piece unit right there at the corner won't affect sight lines, so I feel fairly comfortable with that. Commissioner Hoover?
Brings me to his question. What is the required line of sight before you get to that curve? The speed limit is 35, I think.
That would probably be maybe a default. That would be an engineering question. It's not something that I believe that we have in our UDO about line of sights.
And if the applicant has answers to that, they can feel free to come up and answer them.
Perhaps I can help. I had asked that same question, and I asked for where is it, how many feet from the curve on each side as the motorist can see through. And it comes out to about 230 feet from the curve on each side. So they have 230 feet to react before they get to the curve.
Right, and I'm just thinking of another rezoning. It's been a while, and there's just a very small curve involved, and they had to have 500-foot straight line of sight for their driveway. But that's why I was asking, what's this one? You know, I know they can different variables pull in, speed and all that. So,
right, and I do believe, at least from the original site plan, not the curve up near Alexander Ridge, but that opposite curve down here, that main entrance back into it they did move it away from that a little bit. I believe that did add a little bit of visibility, at least looking back down to the rest of Margolin. Apologies. It's somewhere in there. It turns back into Moore Road, and I'm not 100% sure where that switch is. So I keep wanting to like refer to it as Moore and Margolin. But right.
Are there any other questions, comments, motions? If the applicant has a presentation. Yes.
Jay, do you have my? Y'all been patient. Me want to. So in terms of the traffic study recommendations, the applicant's fine with all those, and Darren took care of the only comment I had was that they would need to be subject to the approval of the town and NCDOT because, as Darren said, it's a state road. So that's the only comment I had about the TIA improvements. But is this how you? Oh, wow. Okay. This is a new clicker, I think. Wow. All right. Okay. So this is the. Hold on. So this is the sightline exhibit. And Matt, this gives us the sight lines through the site. And I'm gonna let Matt answer any questions, but then there's also a cross section that shows how the corner is lowered and what the relationship of the lowered road with Mar Glen. So these are the townhome units. It would go down, there'd be a retaining wall here. This is a sight line. And then you can see it's a little higher than Mar Glen, but the grade has been diminished and the trees have been removed. And then Mayor Pro Tem McCool will submit a plan that removes that amenity.
Because there won't be any distractions there.
No, sir, it'll just be grass.
Awesome.
Is there anything you need to add?
No, the only thing I would say is those along the lines of sight there are kind of drawn in the, that's the top button. There we go. Yeah, the dashed gray lines here. So relative to lines of sight, the DOT uses actually stopping sight distance. So these lines are drawn as if you're sitting, as an example, at this location in your car, being able to see a specific distance, which is actually 305 feet to the opposite side in order to have enough time to make a movement or to be able to stop based on the speed of the road.
I do want to commend you guys for the work you've done to make this as safe as possible. I know that was my main concern with this. I know there was some community outreach about the concern of this corner, so I appreciate the effort you've put forth. Commissioner Whitley?
Yeah, it makes me feel better now. I'm like Gina. I've been scared to death to cross that sidewalk, but now that you can see sight vision and the road and the drivers can see pedestrians if they're going to cross there as well. That being said, I'd like to make a motion that we approve zoning application 2022-753. It's consistent with Matthew land use plan and it's reasonable. It's following that the rezoning of the consistent of the land use plan because it was really promote RVS development in the area where sustainable protection to the environment can be achieved and protect having a low density resident development for other non-discretionary use in this area. Reasonable zone, reasonable and exhibit the opportunity to alter traditional data detached single home developments. That's a mouthful.
That is a motion by Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second? Or any further discussion? A motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Tufano. Is there any discussion before a vote? Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, especially for planning board, because they're probably like to have a response from the board as to why we went. We've overturned planning board 6-0 in both directions before from that standpoint, but I'll give you my points. And I guess one of the things is the TIA recommendations part of the conditions of this. So we're locked into for that. Okay, so TIA recommendations 1 through 9 are in the conditions.
They will be.
They will be.
We just got this.
They're part of the record now.
They're part of the record now and they will be.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in reviewing this particular piece, I think foremost, the safety issue, they are cutting down that bank. It's not going to be a pretty situation. It's going to be a grassy knoll, so to speak, but the trees are going to be removed. The bank's going to cut down. So the safety of that curve has been improved 100-fold. It is a very unique plan, which kind of intrigues me. They're willing from the capitalist market to take the risk with the inverted townhome with the green space, but it is one of the fewer townhome projects that they've gone to great lengths to give us a lot of open space, a lot of amenity space, a lot of green space, not just 8%. Okay, they've exceeded that. So that was another reason why I'm in favor of this particular project. And like tonight's discussions with all these other petitions, less dense, more expense. So we keep on saying, oh, make it less, make it less. The price keeps going up. And then we're really talking about something that's not affordable. But think about this. This townhome project is 5 dwelling units to an acre. It is only one more than some single family home developments we've seen, which didn't provide the amenity space, the open space, the tree safe space. So that's unique in itself there. The TIA recommendations was a great help from that standpoint. So those are some of the things that I looked at in this particular project. Now, we have done pretty well in the last few months in turning down multifamily projects and single-family projects because of issues of not quite there. I know we're battling with the school issues, affordability issues, but if we have to pick some projects that need to be approved out of a basket full of them, this is one I think they've done a really, really good job of kind of, checking all the boxes and meeting us and working with us from that standpoint and making a very vast improvement in a difficult situation.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Tofano. Any more discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 4-2 with Commissioner Hoover and Commissioner Garner. No. Moving on to zoning application 2022-761, Elizabeth Lane Elementary School. Mr. Will again. Mr. Hallman, sorry. I had it wrong on my paper. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. All right. So we saved the best for last zoning wise. All right, so Elizabeth Lane Elementary School, they are requesting a change in conditions to extend the sunset clause for the learning cottages. Sorry, it was getting a little bit late for me. The learning cottages boundary extension that was approved back in 2001. That 5-year extension would last until August 1st, 2027. CMS is currently working on capital improvement system-wide. That extension would allow for holding of the bond referendum and planning out the upgrading of different facilities throughout the county. Just as an additional note, so during that 5-year, if that 5-year extension was approved, if there were any updates made to the site that came out of the bond referendum, I just wanted to remind the board that those updates would have to come back to the board through the rezoning process. That would be a separate process from just what we've typically done with the sunsetting clause. In that case, we would be looking at the site as a whole for any building additions, removing all of or some of the learning cottages, and then any routing of the parking or any of the queuing, stacking area, anything of that nature. So just as a reminder, that would be a separate process. Planning board did recommend approval with the 5-year or requested 5-year extension. Just as a reminder, just because of the length of the bonding period and the planning period, they thought it was a fair approach to just go ahead and grant that 5-year period and then revisit it if needed at a later time. Staff would also support that. So we are recommending approval of the motion as it was received. That concludes the staff update. Are there any questions?
Does the applicant have a presentation or anything to say?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the commission. No additional presentation, just gratitude for hopefully setting a new tone moving forward. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. Well, if there's no discussion, I'll listen to a motion.
I will make a motion to approve rezoning application 2022-761 as received. Does it have a reasonable and consistent? Okay, yes, sorry. The proposed zoning change allows students to continue attending Elizabeth Lane Elementary School and is consistent for that reason. The request allows for the continued usage of additional mobile classrooms at Elizabeth Lane Elementary and helps ensure that students attend a local school while CMS determines the best permanent solution for use of the mobile units, and it is reasonable for that reason.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Whitley. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry you had to stay so late. All right, item number 5, consider massing rendering for 335 East Matthews Street, J.
All right, I know it's late, but we do have our consultant joining us remotely, Grant Biaggi. He should be elevated now. Hey, Grant, you hear us?
Hi, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Great.
I've got the item up and I'll just kind of scroll through if you want to talk through it. Of course, as we discussed, we'll spend most of our time on the rendering.
Sure thing. So thank you very much for your time tonight. I only have a brief 30-minute presentation, so I'll go through it. I'm only kidding. Only kidding. This will be quick. You've Grant Miacci from Colgan Stone, Bolton and Mank, and we were pleased to help Jay and the town investigate a lot of different alternatives for your property at 335, and delivered a final report. I'll just walk through very quickly kind of the contents of it, all of which you saw in our previous presentation in May, I believe it was. So we talked a lot and introduced a lot about the site in terms of its context and adjacency to downtown. You can keep scrolling, Jay. Some of the context and character context of the scale of the buildings and form of development around the site. Its policy context in terms of the downtown master plan and kind of station area expansion. We summarized and had a great public engagement that basically gave us a couple different directions in terms of the types of uses, both kind of programmatic uses and also kind of building uses that would be on the site, and did more towards kind of shopping and flexible open space for events and such. And then we went through several options, studying the site from retaining the existing structure, adding to that structure with kind of a more formal kind of market area, whether that was used with some kind of structures like containers, shipping containers and things like that. And then we went further along and investigated a series of mixed use developments that were limited to the 335 property, that both, whether that was retail at the base with multifamily above, a slightly larger building with retail at the base and multifamily, or whether that was office and retail, all of which had some limitations in terms of the site, primarily to be able to accommodate the parking that's needed for those. And then we started to take a look at a larger context of what it would really mean as a redevelopment of that corridor with the Silver Line slated to run directly adjacent to it, and the addition of kind of properties along Matthews Mint Hill that greatly help the efficiency of the site from a redevelopment standpoint, and also help to have a kind of reasonable parking ratio for whether that be office in these two cases, some ground floor retail with residential above, and kind of, you can see it kind of grows, it grows from there. What we heard from you all is that kind of investigating a kind of interim that may reuse the property in any number of different uses, retail uses or F&B uses. So we took a look at several case studies that look at similar size homes, formerly residential homes that have been converted into commercial use. So there's several of those case studies in there. You can keep kind of scrolling through those, Jay. Whether that's coffee shops, retail shops, event areas like McGill Rose Garden, if you go down to the next page. And then we gave and worked with some of our development partners to come up with kind of at least kind of a bracketing, a cost assumption that you could expect from different types of of renovations, whether that be the lowest cost being kind of just renovating the shell, up to the more expensive cost per square foot of a food and beverage use, and what that would translate into a building cost for you. Really summarizing that in terms of, working with a broker and understanding, what the desire is from the community to have, or the retail community to have retail space there, or office space, or commercial space, or a restaurant, and so on. And then really working with a structural engineer or builder or architect to be able to understand the kind of disposition of the existing structure, and whether that whether those costs are in line, or whether there's some hidden structural issues that may have with that. So based on that desire to have a kind of multifunctional space that also could provide lease space for whatever use, that would be a great kind of addition to the town hall area. We took a stab at a few different renderings that kind of show. You can see the kind of top right-hand side of rendering that starts to show how you might renovate that building, allow for some kind of flexible spill out space, and kind of think of flexible moving with tables and chairs and umbrellas, kind of lawn area that starts to clear out some of that vegetation, but keep some of the larger trees and canopy trees. So there's some use. If you've seen any of the kind of beer gardens that have become kind of third places for people to gather, where there may be small events and gather, yoga on the grass, any sorts of different kind of programmable elements, but also introducing kind of a more low impact idea of, if you wanted to have a small farmer's market, an art fair, how might you lay out some 10 by 10 tents in this kind of grove of trees that's kind of towards the south there, the kind of red and black squares there that kind of show how you might start to intersperse a really flexible and usable space for any sort of event, whether that's sponsored by the eventual partner that you may have in that's occupying the building, or whether that's a separate event. And then in trying to kind of maximize the amount of parking on the site as well. So you see in the rendering to the south, or at the end of the document, kind of a view looking over the home that starts to show how you could still kind of keep a more low impact, flexible open space, but allow that building to kind of have a new life, that home to add a new life, and add to the kind of entrance and gateway to downtown as well. So that's where we ended up. Hopefully that gives you good information to make a decision on how you'd like to move forward with this site. There's any number of different things that can happen with it, but we were very pleased to help you with identifying some of the future options. So thank you very much. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Grant. That was a great presentation. Are there any questions? Commissioner Tufano?
So what is the approximate cost of this rendering that we're seeing right now?
It depends a lot on what's kind of in the building. If I remember the kind of cost to the town ranged from the low 100s to the mid 300s, depending on how you might structure that lease over time, whether you create a shell and the upfit cost is on your partner. So the site work was really limited to kind of gravel crushed and compacted, lightly compacted under the trees, which is kind of what's shown in G, in that area of G. So the cost from a site standpoint would really be kind of parking and in that kind of plaza area. Who does that, I think, is really a matter of how you structure the lease. in that. And there's any number of different kind of cost saving measures in terms of materials and things like that. For instance, that the C area, it could be pavers, which is a higher cost, or it could be a crushed gravel that's compacted, which is very common in areas like that as well.
So do you have a range for this entire rendering?
So if you go back up to the cost section there, so like I said, that shell, those building costs also include some limited site work as well. So the only thing that we didn't necessarily estimate was the kind of parking and lighting that might be necessary for that, because there's any number of different ways to do that, whether it's asphalt pavement or whether it's a gravel lot or something. So you might consider another 50,000, 200,000 on top of any one of these to accommodate any of those site elements as well.
So as a minimum, your estimates are, even if we go with the shell approach, that it's going to be roughly $250,000 to $300,000?
You might be, if for a shell, if you add another 50 to 100, you'd be about 175 or so to that. But once again, the site costs and that negotiation is really dependent on the length of the term and the partner that you have. So how much improvement cost is borne by the town as opposed to how much is borne by a leasee is really up to the negotiation.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with the actual landscaping and sidewalks and upfitting of the property itself. So again, one more time, the rendering we're looking at, the shell approach without any upfitting considerations would be somewhere around, we'll just say 200,000. Would that be?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions or comments from the elected officials? Jay, do you have anything else to add to this?
No, I just wanted to say thanks to Grant. They've been a great consultant to work with. They've given us more than what was in the contract. We've had a lot of different iterations. We may even use with some of our silver line planning when we consider the TOD aspects and the design, the 15% plans we're reviewing with the silver line. So it's been very helpful for us. And I think the next steps, having further conversations. Do we want to engage a broker? How does that cost share look? I know Public Works is looking at some quotes on what the building needs, which it seems to need everything, but I know that they've got some contractors looking at it. So we have before we start talking about budgets, we need to better understand what we need to do to get the house in at a minimum in that shell condition. But this is a great first step for us. It gives us a starting point, which we didn't have 6 months ago.
We're not looking for a vote on anything tonight. Just a presentation.
Kind of final review with you all on this project that we appreciate you all giving us funding for. So
seems exciting. Any other comments? If not, we can move ahead. Agenda item number 10, the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Commissioner Tofano?
Yeah, before we do that, the resolution for authorizing disposing of property. Town manager, we had talked about reporting to the board, assuming that section 4, where you have the facts and figures, we can call on those at any time in lieu of a regular schedule for reporting. Is that what you're thinking?
The board or any member of the public would be welcome to request that information at any time, but the intention is to provide a regular update, likely quarterly, if not every 6 months, just depending on the interval of the disposal of property. And that can be provided to the board in the weekly report, along with an attachment that would outline all of that information.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I move to accept the consent agenda as written.
Is there a second? Approve.
Approve the consent agenda.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Tufano, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11, unfinished business. A, consider general adoption of general obligation bond orders. Becky Hawk.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McCool, members of the board. So earlier this evening, the public hearing was held on the general obligation bond order authorizing the issuance of up to $21 million in transportation bonds. And so it is now time for the board to consider formal adoption of the bond order. As a reminder, adoption of the bond order does not obligate the town to ever issue bond debt. Instead, adopting of this order would give the town authorization to issue the bond debt at a later date, so long as the referendum was in fact approved by voters this coming November. So the item in front of you is to formally adopt the bond order authorizing the issuance of up to $21 million in general obligation transportation bonds. If that is approved or amended, however it lands with the board, once it is formally approved, presuming that that happens, then I would read the bond order into the record. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, although it's item B, I need to kind of understand the whole thing as a package. So B is the resolution to actually put it on the Board of Elections as a referendum. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the order of steps to get us to November, at your last meeting, you just introduced the bond order, essentially just let the public know that the board was looking to move forward with this and held the public hearing. The authorization of the bond order is agreeing that if the voters do approve the bond referendum question in November, then this does grant a future board, or potentially this board, depending on the timing, the authority to in fact go issue some or all of the bond debt as described in the individual order.
Are there any costs involved in voting in the affirmative on A?
Nothing beyond what has already been agreed to be paid as far as Scott Leo's fees to serve as our bond counsel. There are no additional fees beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
And so we need a motion before you read this into the record, correct?
That is correct. We would be looking for the board to take action so that it is only read into the record if it is in fact approved.
And we're doing just the transportation.
Yes,
portion.
we'll take each up separately.
So I'll entertain a motion. Have that read into the record.
Thank you, Ken. Before I go ahead and make a motion for the transportation bond, I know there were some comments made tonight about costs. We were looking in the area of $40 to $50 million in transportation bonds, which the board quickly realized that that was just not a reasonable expectation. So it's been looked at diligently. Yes, those list of projects are some that could be altered or modified. Yes, this board wants to review every single one that comes down the pike, and we'll open it up to the public to look at. Yes, the public gets to decide on this bond via the vote. But a lot of the emails that I've gotten from folks in light of the last 3 days of rain are like, there's a lot of things that need to be worked on. And maybe in light of the 3 days of rain, there may be some adjustments in the $21 million and how it's spent. But we had to start someplace. And I was here when we had the other bonds. And I will tell you, it doesn't mean because we have the bond out there offered up and it's even voted upon, do we pull the trigger? Because the 2004 bond was split into two, about $5.5 million a piece. And we went to the mat, we went the full 7 years plus 3, and we let it expire because it came to that point where it was like the economy just stank. You know, And we didn't go there. So I think a lot of some other commissioners on this dais have said, well, not the right time. I get it. But if we can get over the hurdle in this time period we are economically, that 3 or 4 years down the road, based on the modeling that the town manager has done for us, this will give us an opportunity to keep the town on the straight and narrow and get a lot of the deficit projects done that we need desperately done. So I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt the board order authorizing the issuance of $21 million in GO transportation bonds for the town of Matthews as presented in the memo outlined by Becky Hawk on July 11th, 2022.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Urban, a second by Renee Garner. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Hoover?
Yeah, I would love to see a lot of these projects done, but yes, I'm the one who truly believes, now's not the time. 4-year high inflation, just things are so expensive. Families are hurting, you're just, it's to me to ask, I understand this is what the people will vote on, but if it passes, for those who vote no that cannot afford this, well, it doesn't matter. This affects them anyway. To me, that's just where I stand. I mean, I would, like I said, I'd love to see a lot of this done, but for right now, we can't predict the future. We don't know how things are going to go. And for right now, I just don't think it's something we should be presenting to be voted on. So just so you go ahead and know, I will not support any of this. So.
Commissioner Urban?
Just to piggyback on that, the amount of time it takes to spool this process up, that tells me that if we waited, let's say we said, well, we won't do it now, we'll wait 2 years, 3 years and spool it back up again. That takes such a long time and we're always behind the 8 ball. So I don't have a problem in spooling it up now. And it's interesting, Commissioner Gardner had commented, I'm going to give her kudos here. Here's the silence. Several months ago, she made a comment about the transportation bonds and particularly the Parks and Recs bonds, that there are individuals in this community that are hurting, that are families that maybe 40, 50, 60%, 80% AMI, that some of these projects will bring to them an amenity that it wouldn't otherwise have. So I really took that to heart. It's like, I didn't think about that. I mean, more parks you build, there's people that can't put a pool in their backyard or vacation in Myrtle Beach and things like that. And so it's kind of those trade-offs. So that's another piece of this puzzle I thought was really important. And I do believe wholeheartedly in this board and the board's past and hopefully in the board's future that they'll do the right thing in terms of the economic times and realizing, well, maybe we need to hold off a little bit. Maybe we need to reapportion from that aspect of it. So my 2 cents again.
Commissioner Tufano, leader introduced.
Yes, in June of last year, prior to the elections, the mayor and I sat down and we talked about bond issue, and I was in favor of it. And I was looking forward to the opportunity of doing some of the things that we needed to do. But that was before approaching double-digit inflation. That was before bond prices began to rise. That's before reevaluation was on the horizon. And I had to ask myself, and this is a very difficult decision for me, I had to ask myself, would I personally take out a loan that was 150% of my annual income in times like these? And the answer to myself was no. So I cannot support either of these bond issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufano. Well, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Urban and a second from Commissioner Garner. All in favor? All opposed? That passes 4-2.
And with that, I will read the bond order into the record. This is a bond order authorizing the issuance of $21 million in general obligation transportation bonds of the town of Matthews, North Carolina. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of the town of Matthews, North Carolina has ascertained and hereby determines that it is necessary to pay the capital costs of acquiring, constructing, reconstructing, widening, extending, paving, resurfacing, grading, and improving streets and sidewalks, including without limitation curbs, gutters, drains, bridges, overpasses, crossings, lighting, traffic controls, signals and markers, constructing streetscape and mobility improvements, and on and off street parking, and the acquisition of land, rights of way, and easements and land required therefore. And whereas an application has been filed with the Secretary of the Local Government Commission of North Carolina requesting commission approval of the general obligation transportation bonds hereinafter described as required by the Local Government Bond Act, and the town clerk has notified the Board of Commissioners that the application has been accepted for submission to the Local Government Commission. Now therefore be it ordered by the Board of Commissioners of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina as follows. Section 1, in order to raise the money required for the purposes described above, in addition to any funds which may be made available for such purpose from any other source, general obligation transportation bonds of the town are hereby authorized and shall be issued pursuant to the Local Government Finance Act of North Carolina. The maximum aggregate principal amount of such general obligation transportation bonds authorized by this order shall be $21 million. Section 2, taxes will be levied in the amount sufficient to pay the principal and interest on the general obligation transportation bonds. Section 3, a sworn statement of the town's debt has been filed with the town clerk and is open to public inspection. Section 4, this bond order will take effect when approved by the voters of the town at a referendum scheduled for November 8, 2022, passed, adopted, and approved this 11th day of July, 2022.
So moving forward to item number 2, the bond order authorizing the issuance of the $14 million general obligation Parks and Recreation bond. Becky Hawk.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the board. Similar to the transportation bond, the bond order was introduced at your last meeting and the public hearing was held this evening. And just like the transportation bond, adoption of this bond order does not obligate the town to ever issue the bond debt. Instead, adopting the bond order gives the town authorization to issue the bond debt at a later date, so long as it is also approved by voters at the referendum scheduled for November 8 of 2022. So again, there is a recommended action for the board to consider. If this does pass, then I will read the bond order into the record.
I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, I hear what Gina and Mark are saying, but I also hear what John Urban stated earlier too. In 2004, this board passed bond, but never used it. 7 years and they pulled a plug. I understand that all of these bonds still go to the public in November to vote on. If they vote, we have an opportunity to use some of them, all of them, but they don't have to be used immediately depending on the economy. Now, everybody knows that everything is going up. But one thing that we do know, if we do nothing, things are going to continue to get worse. Our infrastructure and our parks and recreation that we've been putting off for 10 years, the things that we need to move forward with, that if we go ahead and get it and do something with it, depending on the economy, then we can have a ahead, because it's going to get higher. The economy is going to get higher as we go forward, but we have that opportunity. The town has the opportunity, if passed, that we don't have to pull the plug this year or next year. Hopefully things will turn around. So with that being said, I'd like to recommend the action, adopt the bond order authorizing the issue of $14 million Parks and Recreation bond to the town of Matthews, presented in the memo of Ms. Becky Hall.
Motion by Commissioner Whitley.
And I'll second that. I'd like to make a statement too, and thank Commissioner Urban for bringing up those points that I brought up when we first started talking about this. You know, my family is one of those families of 4 that barely meets the 80% AMI. And so looking at taking my kids to the park or a $75 YMCA monthly membership, which is very low for a lot of people in this room, I'm sure, that have Y memberships. The park makes our lives much more affordable. And what Purser Halsey Park will do for Matthews is transformative to some areas of town. Just a few weeks ago, speaking with somebody, a woman in Crestdale, and she was telling Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell and I, that she takes her grandkids and some kids from Crestdale, either uptown Charlotte or to Stallings to go to the parks because they have amenities that we don't have here in Matthews. Wouldn't it be nice? And when you're talking about equity, wouldn't it be nice if you could just go to a park in Matthews and not have to pay that $75 a month YMCA membership fee to see to get some of those features. So, you know, it takes away chunks of expense here and there. And when every dollar counts, investing less than $200 a year seems like a good return for my family's dollar, for this woman in Crestdale's dollar, and for, I'm sure, a lot of other people here in Matthews.
Is that a second as well? Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Garner. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Tofano.
And I am in agreement that many of these items need to be done. And I also want to say that I am against the bond issue only because I believe that they can be done through conventional financing and through the tax increases that we can invoke upon the revaluation. So I'm not saying that I'm withdrawing my support of the bond issue and not withdrawing support of the wonderful things that it could possibly do. What I'm saying is that there are other more conventional ways to achieve this financing and to accomplish these goals. And so consequently, I will leave it at that.
Commissioner Hoover.
Same here. I'm not against bonds. But for me, they have to be at the right time. And we talk about Pershing Park. I would love, you know, the background of that story. I just would love for that to be done. Yeah, but we will have, we will have in the 20, like I said, in the balance, we will have a surplus of over $400,000. The last payment being made. And I don't know, I just see when we can take these funds and set them and just start paying cash instead of getting into debt all the time. Because we still owe over $3 million on the bond from 2004. That's just how I'm looking at it. You know, I'm trying, we're just adding more debt to the town when I just kind of see that we could, like Mark was saying, there's other ways we can go about to get the needs that we're wanting in this town.
I will challenge that with all due respect. If we saved $400,000 a year, it'd take us 85 years to save the money that we're putting with this debt, with this bond. So just
yeah, but I'm not saying we do it all at once. We have to pick and choose, cherry pick what we can pay cash for, and then go back and pull from the bond and maybe resubmit something that would fit better in with going to vote. But yeah, I understand. So.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Garner. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 4-2.
And with that, I will read the bond order into the record. This is a bond order authorizing the issuance of $14 million in general obligation parks and recreation bonds of the town of Matthews, North Carolina. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of the town of Matthews, North Carolina has ascertained and hereby determines that it is necessary to pay the costs of acquiring, constructing, renovating, expanding, and improving parks and recreation facilities, including without limitation, multi-use paths and greenways, and any necessary utilities, furnishing and equipment, land, rights of way and easements, and land required therefore. And whereas an application has been filed with the Secretary of the Local Government Commission of North Carolina, requesting commission approval of the general obligation parks and recreation bonds hereinafter described as required by the Local Government Bond Act. And the town clerk has notified the Board of Commissioners that the application has been accepted for submission to the Local Government Commission. Now therefore be it ordered by the Board of Commissioners of the town of Matthews, North Carolina as follows. Section 1, in order to raise the money required for the purposes described above, in addition to any funds which may be made available for such purpose from any other source, general obligation parks and recreation bonds of the town are hereby authorized and shall be issued pursuant to the Local Government Finance Act of North Carolina. The maximum aggregate principal of such general obligation parks and recreation bonds authorized by this order shall be $14 million. Section 2, taxes will be levied in an amount sufficient to pay the principal and interest on the general obligation parks and recreation bonds. Section 3, a sworn statement of the town's debt has been filed with the town clerk and is open to public inspection. Section 4, this bond order will take effect when approved by the voters of the town at a referendum scheduled for November 8, 2022, passed, adopted, and approved this 11th day of July, 2022.
Thank you, Becky. Moving on to item B, consider resolution setting a special bond referendum and directing the publication of a notice of a special bond referendum and notification of the Board of Elections.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the board. So this resolution, now that the bond orders have been approved, sets forth that there will be a special bond referendum in the November 2022 election for voters to approve or disapprove. And the resolution further directs a publication of notice of that special bond referendum and also directs staff to provide notification to the Board of Elections in order to make sure that that language appears on the November ballot. And the resolution does combine both bond orders. And so it does apply to both the general obligation transportation bond for up to $21 million, as well as the general obligation parks and recreation bond for up to $14 million.
Are there any questions, comments, or motions? Commissioner Urban.
Night of it. I'm sorry that George had left. I wanted to state for the record that I know the comment was made about not voting on it with the mayor not being here, but I will tell you the mayor has been one of the adamant cheerleaders of both these bonds. So I just put that on the record. Anybody want to hit that motion? They don't care.
It sounds like
I'm pointing at me. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make the recommended action will be to adopt the resolution setting a special bond referendum and directing the publication of notice of a special bond referendum and notification of the boards of elections as presented via the memo dated by Becky Hawk, Town Manager, July 11th, 2022.
We have a motion by Commissioner Urban, a second from Commissioner Whitley. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? That passes again 4-2.
You got to read that.
I believe I do.
Call me in 10 minutes.
I'll try to make it quick. So this is a resolution setting a special bond referendum and directing the publication of notice of a special bond referendum and notification of the Board of Elections. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina has adopted the following bond orders, and such bond orders should be submitted to the voters of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina for their approval or disapproval in order to comply with the Constitution and laws of North Carolina. Bond order authorizing the issuance of $21 million in general obligation transportation bonds of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina, and bond order authorizing the issuance of $14 million in general obligation parks and recreation bonds of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina as follows. 1, for the purpose of determining the question whether the qualified voters of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina shall approve or disapprove A, the indebtedness to be incurred by the issuance of the general obligation transportation bonds of the town authorized by said bond order, which indebtedness shall be secured by a pledge of the town's full faith and credit, and B, the levy of a tax for the payment thereof. Said bond order shall be submitted to the qualified voters of said town at a special bond referendum to be held in said town on November 8th, 2022. 2, for the purpose of determining the question whether the qualified voters of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina shall approve or disapprove A, the indebtedness to be incurred by the issuance of the general obligation parks and recreation bonds of the town authorized by said bond order, which indebtedness shall be secured by a pledge of the town's full faith and credit, and B, the levy of a tax for the payment thereof. Said bond order shall be submitted to the qualified voters of said town at a special bond referendum to be held in said town on November 8th, 2022. 3, the town clerk is hereby authorized and directed to publish a notice of said referendum, which shall be entitled Town of Matthews, North Carolina Notice of Special Bond Referendum. Said notice of referendum shall be published at least twice The first publication shall not be less than 14 days, and the second publication shall not be less than 7 days before the last day on which voters may register for the special bond referendum. 4, the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections is hereby requested to print and distribute the necessary ballots and to provide the equipment for the holding of said referendum and to conduct and to supervise said referendum. 5, the ballots to be used at said referendum will indicate that it is being held on behalf of the town of Matthews, North Carolina, and will contain the following words. Shall the order authorizing $21 million of bonds plus interest to provide funds to pay the capital costs of acquiring, constructing, reconstructing, widening, extending, paving, resurfacing, grading, and improving streets and sidewalks, including without limitation, curbs, gutters, drains, bridges, overpasses, crossings, lighting, traffic controls, signals and markers, constructing streetscape and mobility improvements, and on and off street parking, and the acquisition of land, rights of way, and easements in land required therefor, and providing that additional taxes may be levied in an amount sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds, be approved. With squares labeled yes and no beneath or beside which such words and which squares the voter may record his or her choice on the question presented. And shall the order authorizing $14 million of bonds plus interest to provide funds to pay the costs of acquiring, constructing, renovating, expanding, and improving parks and recreation facilities, including without limitation, multi-use paths and greenways, and any necessary utilities, furnishing and equipment, land, rights of way, and easements in the land required therefor, and providing that additional taxes may be levied in an amount sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds, be approved. The squares labeled yes and no beneath or beside such words in which squares the voter may record his or her choice on the question presented. 6, the town clerk shall mail or deliver a certified copy of this resolution to the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections within 3 days after this resolution is adopted. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall become effective on the date of its adoption, read, approved, and adopted this 11th day of July, 2022.
Thank you, Becky. Moving on to item number 12, new business. A, consider request to sign carbon plan letter. Mr. Zach Ambrose will be joining us via Zoom.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be with you tonight. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Yes. Thank you for staying up so late to present this.
You guys work very hard. I'm impressed. So it's a real pleasure to be with you tonight, and wanted to talk very briefly about an opportunity to weigh in on North Carolina's carbon plan. I hope you'll feel free to stop me and ask any questions. I'm delighted to delve deeper into any of the topics here. I did want to start really quickly with just a refresher around some engagement that happened last year around the IRP. So the IRP, let's see. Is Duke's 15-year roadmap for how they're going to meet demand. And they do this every 2 years. And it addresses what kind of generation mix they're going to have, investments they're going to make. The bottom line is it really has a big impact on what their grid mix looks like. So if a customer has renewable energy or greenhouse gas goals, that generation mix, what comes out of the IRP, has a really big impact on that. So there were a group of local governments that began to look at the IRP and thought it was a real opportunity for them to partner with both Duke and the Utilities Commission to help get an IRP that would meet their objectives. And a lot of these local governments were participants in a program called the Cities Initiative, which is about almost 30 cities, counties, and COGs across North Carolina that are working to address systemic barriers to greenhouse gas reductions in the state. So the offshoot was they came up with some sample comments. They shared them with other local governments, and 15 local governments weighed in at the Utilities Commission, including 11 that signed a joint letter last February, including the town of Matthews. And this was really new, pretty groundbreaking engagement from local government perspective at the Utilities Commission. Occasionally, local governments will intervene at the commission, not traditionally on the IRP, and certainly not in such a broad-based way. And local governments bring a really unusual voice over there, and that one, they're big customers in their own right, but they have a range of constituents that are residential, commercial, and industrial customers. And feedback we got was that the commissioners really thought that was meaningful. So this happened late last winter. The energy landscapes changed dramatically in North Carolina. Last fall, the North Carolina General Assembly passed comprehensive energy legislation by wide bipartisan margins. And this really does a lot to remake the regulatory structure around electricity generation in the state. What we want to focus on, I was going to focus on tonight, was the piece that really drives the carbon plan. And so one of the things that House Bill 951 does is it actually sets carbon goals for electricity generation in the state of North Carolina. And it says that we should have a 70% reduction in carbon from 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The legislation doesn't specify a pathway there. It doesn't pick a particular technology. It says the state should take the least cost approach to do this. And they lay out a process. And that process is the development of a carbon plan. And they've charged the Utilities Commission with developing a carbon plan by the end of this year as they work with Duke and other stakeholders to do that. And the carbon plan touches on a lot of the same issues that the IRP did. So what the generation mix is going to be, what investments are going to be made in energy efficiency and demand side management, transmission, distribution, what's the impact going to be on ratepayers? And so again, a group of local governments has seen this as a real opportunity to work with Duke and to work with the Utilities Commission to really, in this case, help shape the carbon plan. And so they've come up with a draft letter that was shared with Matthews last week, and I believe it was included in your packet. It's being reviewed by a number of local governments. Initially, the goal was to have sign on by this Friday, July 15th. But several of the local governments that are looking at this actually have council or commission meetings that are after the 15th. So they've extended the opportunity to sign on until August 15th. And the letter should be finalized this week, and really not significant changes from what was in your packet, but we'll share that as soon as it's available. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
I want to thank you for coming and speaking to us. I'm excited about this. When the mayor asked to be put on the agenda, I read through it and was impressed. I definitely am in favor of signing on to this, but I appreciate your knowledge and insight into this topic. Are there any questions from board members, comments?
Excuse me, what are the quantitative goals of this? I'm seeing qualitative points, but what are the quantitative? Do you have any?
Of the carbon plan or of the letter?
The carbon plan.
So the carbon plan will lay out, so the quantitative targets are the 70% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030, and then essentially net zero carbon emissions from electricity generation by 2050. So those are the quantitative goals. And then the plan, and I can actually show you, actually will lay out what and these are just proposals that came out of Duke Energy, and they had 4 portfolios, so won't dive into these, but where they actually specify how much solar, how much wind, how much battery storage, is going to be new nuclear, offshore wind, what kind of investments are going to be made into demand side management. So the carbon plan itself really is quite quantitative,
Yes,
in terms of both goals and what's going to be the content.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Is that particular slide in the packet? It is? Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? We are looking for a motion on this to approve the mayor to sign this carbon letter.
I'll make a motion that we approve the request to add Matthew's support to the joint letter to the North Carolina Utilities Commission regarding the proposed Duke Energy carbon plan.
We have a motion from Commissioner Renee Garner, a second from Commissioner Larry Whitley. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1 with Commissioner Urban in opposition. Again, thank you, Zach, for staying up and presenting this to us. We're excited to have our name on this. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for your attention to these issues.
Have a good night. All right, moving on to item B, consider purchase of vehicle for paving projects. See, you're getting the Corey treatment tonight.
I know. I tried to get him back here to be the last person. He didn't want to come. I appreciate all of you staying here, and
there are lots of times where I do not envy you, and tonight is one of them, especially the bond package in front of you. It's funny, I don't think there's ever a good time to have a bond package. It's either, rates are going up, economy's good, but prices are increasing, so it's bad, or prices are dropping, so that's great, but that means the economy's down, so you don't want to spend money. So it's always a hard time to try to figure out when to do bonds. So I figure I'd get away from the memo and give you some pictures, maybe spice things up. I realize that a lot of you may not know what a patch truck is, so I figured I'd put a nice, pretty picture of what it looks like. It's really an all-in-one unit to allow our crews to be more efficient. I'm glad we just talked about carbon neutrality. This helps a little bit with our carbon footprint. I'll give you an idea of what we do maybe 50% of the time. So on small patches, we have a guy go on a dump truck, go to the asphalt plant, gets 3 tons of asphalt. He only needs 1, but we need 3 to keep that 1 ton hot. So we take it, we do our patch work, we fill it with that 1 ton. And by the way, shoveling it over the side of our truck and trying to get it in the hole is not fun. Done with that, pack it down, and then we bring the 2 tons of asphalt we didn't use back to the plant and dump it. And we repeat that process for the next one. Not efficient. This allows us to keep, it's heated. It allows us to keep 5 tons hot at any one time. We take it, we have a chute that puts it out into the patch. You use 1 ton, you pack it down, you go to the next patch. It allows us to keep that hot for several days. Allows us to decrease trips to the asphalt plant, greatly reduces waste, helps with manpower. Any questions? A lot cheaper than 21 million.
Commissioner Tavano.
Yes, I'm totally supportive of this, but from a techie point of view, when you said flameless patching, I'm curious, how do you keep it hot without any flames?
It's electric, so it's resistive, just like a heater. would
Yeah.
be.
So what do you have, a generator on board? Is that the way
It does, yeah. It's a generator powered by the hydraulic system.
Wonderful.
That runs it.
Yeah.
There are propane options, but I prefer this instead.
Cool.
Thanks.
Commissioner Urban.
So is this why you have not been repairing potholes for the last 6 months? I mean, if I hear this from my wife one more time, I'm just going to have her sent down to you about potholes here left and right.
Are they on town roads?
Well, that's the problem, because I think they're more state roads than district repair. So, I mean, and could we repair some of these state roads? Let me ask you a financial number. Have you put a dollar value in the crews and the effort that you do now offsetting to what this piece of equipment would save you? Has there been any kind of, I mean, because it's not really a $270,000 piece of equipment. It's probably more like.
Right. So materials alone. So if we say we do 5 days of work a week, or 5 days a week, every day we waste probably between 2 and 4 tons of asphalt. A ton of asphalt's roughly $70. So multiply that out. I think it comes out just with materials to be like a 5-year ROI on that. And that doesn't take into account downtime, or they're waiting for the guy to go to the plant and come
And
back.
that's what I'm talking about,
Right.
because you could see over the course of 3 or 4 years, a significant payback return of investment from that. And that's what I'm looking for, because it doesn't matter what we say or do. Someone tomorrow is going to send an email. I can't believe we bought a $200,000 pothole patcher. But I mean, the reality is, I think it substantiates all the things you've been talking about from that standpoint. Thank you, CJ.
Commissioner Tavano.
So it comes from the asphalt budget, and we have, as you and I have talked about, many different asphalt projects or repaving projects. So how is this going to, I know that you wouldn't be proposing it unless it was not going to impact you, but I wonder how that is the case. In other words, what could we do?
Well,
Help
you can
me.
always give me more money.
Oh, well, you know me, I want to give you as much as you need.
Right.
But when 270,000 comes out of the asphalt budget, tell me how that doesn't impact the repaving.
So I will say it does impact it. Obviously, it's money that we're not spending towards contracted repaving, but it's making what we do more efficient. And we are a cheaper way of doing a lot of the small patching rather than hiring those out. So we do, I would say net and overall savings over time by
Okay,
using this.
so this will save us from going out and getting outside contractors?
Correct.
Ah,
for smaller projects.
that's even better. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Got a motion, Mark?
That sounds like a motion to me.
Yeah. Well, let me see. I move to approve the purchase of the Burkamp FP5 flameless all-in-one pothole patcher.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tofano, a second from Commissioner Whitley. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. That is the coolest name I've ever heard of anything. I like that.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, moving on to item number 13, the mayor's report. I have a few items to touch on tonight. First, I want to talk about the flooding we had over the weekend. We had some pretty significant storms and significant flooding. We've heard a lot of comments and questions about that. I know Becky will chat about that in her report, but I just wanted to say briefly, make sure you have a storm plan. You know, we've had a lot of really bad storms over the last few years, so make sure you and your family have some sort of plan when we have big storms coming through town. Second, we are getting a new CMS community superintendent, Mr. John Wall. He is going to replace Dr. Tangela Williams, so welcome him to our community. And then finally, we had a wonderful concert and fireworks display last Saturday. I want to absolutely applaud town staff for a wonderful, wonderful event. I bet there was 10,000 people there. It was wonderful. There was lots of people. Everyone was really excited. I've heard nothing but good things. So definitely a big applause to that. And that's all I have. Moving to the town attorney's report.
Mayor, I'm proud to say that I have no report.
That's the best kind. All right, the town manager's report.
Very, very briefly. So as Mayor Pro Tem noted, and as we heard in some of our public comments and received emails and other contact over the weekend, we certainly had an excessive amount of rainfall over the past few days. And Maureen, if you can just flash briefly the Excel. And thank you to CJ for pulling this data. So just to give a little bit of perspective, so anything that is colored up here is really sort of considered outside of a normal rain event. The red is actually considered a 100-year storm that we did experience for a brief period of time on Saturday. Unfortunately, we experience 100-year storms more frequently than once every 100 years, as well as some of the other thresholds there. But you know, certainly what we just want to lift up is the stormwater system and how it is designed. And it really is designed to be able to handle a 10-year storm event, or what is also called a 10% storm event, which just means that it has a 10% chance of occurring in any given year. That is the standard system-wide. That is not a Matthews standard. That is a stormwater systems in general standard. And so when we do then experience rain events that are outside of that standard, there is a temporary overcapacity of the systems that does create issues. So when staff and LUESA, the Land Use and Environmental Services Agency at the county, are ascertaining what is appropriate and what is not, they are certainly looking at what was just a temporary overcapacity that is going to happen when storms like this come through versus what may be more inherent issues, lack of appropriate functioning that does require additional addressing. And so staff has received everything that you all have sent. Staff has it in their hands. They are making contact with LUESA for the areas of primary concern, which we certainly need to take a closer look at our downtown area. And then some that came in today, we're going to be taking a look at Hampton Green came up. And then of course, what we heard at the public comments tonight in the Sardis Road area. And so we just want to make sure that the public and the board understands that there are going to be storms that are going to exceed these capacities. And we are committed to identifying the areas of the system that are not handling it correctly and do need additional addressing. And we'll work with LUESA on what needed remedies might be occurring there. But if a resident does have a concern with stormwater, we do encourage them to call 311. That does allow it to route to the county, make sure that it gets to the Loesa office, and then they then route it to town staff where it is appropriate. But that is a partnership. Loesa handles a lot of those issues for us. And so that is a great way that folks can provide that information to get that contact started, is to just go ahead and dial 311 regardless of where they are in the county. So happy to answer any questions with that. But we do understand that there are some areas that need additional focus.
Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, it goes further than just the storm sewerage system. It's the construction that's going on, and they're not taking the steps necessary to mitigate what would happen if this goes on. Take Ames Street, for instance, where they clear cut the property, and then the I don't know what the code is, CJ, for the ditch they dig along the edge, and I think you call them where they put up the granite blocks there to. There's a name for it, like rackets or something of that nature.
Right. So there are various erosion control methods that they have to perform on that site. I drove by the site on Wednesday and on Thursday. They all appear to be what they were supposed to be. But again, it's just like any other stormwater system. It's only meant to contain a certain period. With erosion control, since it's temporary, it's not even the 10-year, it's a 2-year. And so once that capacity is exceeded, then you start seeing the runoff like we did on Saturday, especially.
Yeah, and what was happening is why Ames Street, which was totally flooded because of the runoff from that, it wasn't the water that was causing the issue. I mean, we all can deal with that for a short period of time. It was the silt from the clay, the red clay from the construction site. And the same way with what's going on at Axe right now. That's what caused the mess at Hampton Green. Again, it's a difference between rushing water and rushing muddy water. I mean, there's going to be cleanup in these people's yards for days to come. So what is done according to code may not be what is needed to be done. So, and if we're all screaming about climate change and how the storms are going to get worse and all that stuff over time, perhaps we need to revisit that and ask the contractors to take even further precautions in order to keep that from happening.
Yeah, and I'll say that is, and John, you may be saying the same thing, about to say the same thing. That's a policy decision that's at your all's level. It's for us to implement that. And you have to balance, the cost to the developer versus the benefit to the citizens. And then you also have to take into account the North Carolina legislature, who has sometimes overridden what we wanted to do.
Correct. And that's why I was asking the town manager to look into the legal ramifications of how far we can go with this thing. One of the things, in my opinion, that was contributing to the Ames Street disaster was that they clear cut that property. Okay, that was a by right construction. So we don't really have any control over what trees or vegetation are maintained in that respect. My ask to the town manager was to find out what is the legal alternatives that we have that we can perhaps control what is being cut down, even in a by right situation. I came from Boca Raton, Florida, and for those of you that know the BOC code, which is quite probably
Miami-Dade.
Yep. And it's very stringent. And in Boca Raton, they had a whole team of town employees. They called them the tree fairies. And they just, every time there was any construction, regardless if it was by right or anything of any nature, they went out to the property and actually tagged the trees that had to be saved. I don't know how they got to that point, or how we in North Carolina can do that, or here in Matthew can do that. But if we had some kind of control over that, then it would help mitigate this runoff. And so I've said my piece.
Commissioner Urban.
We've done that several years ago when we had a Plantation Estates blowout and the stream in Hampton Green. We have worked with on the conditions, and Charlie probably remember this, when they're talking about the 10-year storm, 25-year, commissioners have come back and said, we want to see you put a defensive wall up at 25-year storm or a 50-year storm, whatever. They can kind of squeak a little bit, but they ultimately did it because it isn't that great of a lift when you really come down to it from the cost standpoint. So I don't see any reason why we can't look at that as a more sort of policy-driven situation. You're absolutely right, though. Raleigh does get a little quirky about that, but just like the tree save, we keep ratcheting it up a little bit. I see no reason why we can't go from a 10-year to a 25-year and start working that. Little things make a big difference over time.
And we are happy to bring that back to the board. I think the part of the conversation today is just the steps process is that first we want to make sure that whatever regulations are currently in place are being handled. And if there are any adjustments that need to be made just to bring it up to that standard, we want to address that first because that is completely within the purview of what we can act on immediately. And then if things are where they need to be as far as current compliance, then it is certainly able to have further discussions regarding whether or not those are sufficient and if the board wants to do more from there, but we've got to establish the baseline first, and that's what we're working on.
It's the construction that really is the problem because it's a really temporary situation.
Thank you. Any more comments on this? Seeing none, I will.
You
we have
stole my thunder, Larry.
Is that a second?
That's a second.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn from Commissioner Larry Whitley, a second from Commissioner Mark Tofano. All in favor? All opposed? Passes 5-1.